So,
come on.
Randall, good. Are you the first? Or?
I think I'm second.
You're second. Oh, you're for George. You're first. Okay, George is first. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you like the health care, folks? It's going to be very good.
Mr. President?
A little negotiation, but it's going to be very good. Okay. Oh, no, I'll go over.
All right, everyone. So we were getting tape playback of this event, the American Leadership in Emerging Technology event. But it looks like our feed has frozen from the White House. Hopefully they will send this back momentarily. Again, we are just waiting for the tape playback to start. It started, but then it paused, so stay with us because it appears that they will be sending it to us in just a moment. Again, President Trump meeting with tech leaders there at the White House. In the meantime, while we wait for this event with tech leaders to start, waiting for that playback, we'll take you to the Senate floor. They're probably talking about the new health care bill. Very controversial.
Worse for seniors, those in nursing homes, for children in Michigan and across the country. That's what's in this, which we now have, whatever it is called. So I would ask the majority whip, instead of burning down the House at this point in terms of ripping apart the healthcare system, would you join with us in putting forward a bill that would allow Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices for seniors, which my hospitals and insurance companies tell me are one of the driving forces that are raising the cost of healthcare? Would you be willing to work with us on a bill to lower prescription drug prices and allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of America's seniors?
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I would say to the senator from Michigan that we'd be happy to work with you on high drug prices. That's a serious problem and one of the primary cost drivers of health care costs today. But this bill doesn't touch Medicare at all. And so we leave intact the health care for seniors, and it's not touched by this at all. But when the time comes for us to deal with Medicare, I think that's a debate we should have, and we would welcome.
Mr. President, to the distinguished leader, I would just simply say I'm proposing that instead of this, which is essentially burning down the House in America in terms of health care, that you instead join with us, and what you've admitted is one of the top drivers of healthcare costs in this country, which is what we want to tackle, Mr. President. We want to bring down the costs. We want to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, out-of-pocket costs for everyone whose copays and premiums are too high. That we want to do, taking away nursing home care, taking away the ability for a parent to take their child to the doctor, or someone with cancer to get the treatment they need, or a small business owner to be blocked from getting health care because of a pre-existing condition. We consider that burning down the House. We are opposed to that. Frankly, we'd love to have a ceremony and light this on fire and then come back together and then work together on the...
All right, everyone, it looks like they have re-racked that feed from the White House. This tape playback should be starting momentarily of President Trump meeting with tech leaders. Let's go ahead and monitor this for the next couple minutes.
And others are digital radio business magazines and other magazines. And you've done very well. You're very representative of the group. Congratulations on a great career. Thank you very much. A great career. I was sad to hear it in one way, and another way I said, boy, what a good job. So thank you very much. I know what you guys are doing. It's a long time over there. I've known you a long time at that company. I've done deals with that company, and you were there, right? A lot of good friends like Dale Fry and John Myers. We had a good time at GE. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and for giving us a chance to see some of the really exciting new technology that you pioneered that will help improve so many millions of lives. I want to thank my Office of Science and Technology, and this has been a great office. They have done such incredible work for organizing today's event and for bringing these wonderful business leaders, and they are at the top, together to talk about the importance of emerging technologies. I want to thank Secretary Ross for joining us today. Wilbur, thank you very much. And we just got back from Iowa last night, big speech in Iowa. That was an amazing group of people. Those people were excited. I guess most people saw it, but they were excited. Wilbur's done a fantastic job, and I want to thank you very much for it, Wilbur. Everybody understands it. Wilbur, as Jeff, as you know, Wilbur is known as just Wilbur on Wall Street. They don't even call him Wilbur Ross. They just say, oh, Wilbur's involved, right? He's done a great job. Thank you. And Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for being here. We've had some busy schedules, and we have a thing called health care that you may hear is percolating on the outside as we discuss. And I think it's going to come out. Obamacare is a disaster. It's dead, totally dead. And we're putting in a plan today that's going to be negotiated. We'd love to have some Democrat support, but they're obstructionists. They'll never support. We won't get one, no matter how good it is. But we will hopefully get something done, and it'll be something with heart and very meaningful. And Steve, it's great to have you here, by the way. Really good. You've done a great job. I always say you got a hell of a lot of money for that sale. I don't think you've been given enough. I mean, I don't think you were ever given enough credit for the deal you did for your shareholders. What a deal that was. Too many years of excessive government regulation. We have had regulation that's been so bad, so out of line, that it's really hurt our country. And as you see, on a daily basis, we're getting rid of regulation. In fact, Dodd-Frank is now being cut, and cut very substantially. We'll have tremendous safeguards, but we're going to have banks that are going to be able to loan money to people so they can open businesses and do what they used to be able to do in this country. My administration has been laser focused on removing the government barriers to job growth and prosperity. We formed a deregulation task force inside every agency to find and eliminate wasteful, intrusive, and job-killing regulations, of which we've had many. We want our innovators to dream big, like the folks around me and surrounding me in this room. And we want them to create new companies and to create lots of jobs. Your industry has been incredible. Your representation of your companies, this is the reason you're here, has been something that has created so many millions of new American jobs, and probably jobs in many other countries also. But we're interested right now in America first. We're on the verge of new technological revolutions that could improve virtually every aspect of our lives, create vast new wealth for American workers and families, and open up bold new frontiers in science, medicine, and communication. Today's conversation will move America one step closer to that bright future that we're all talking about and all longing for in your world. I would love to hear about the discussions you've had this morning with our team, the White House, and get your thoughts on ways government can help unleash the next generation of technological breakthroughs that will transform our lives and transform our country and make us number one in this field. This is a very, very competitive field. You see what's going on in China and so many other countries. And we want to remain number one. We want to go to number one in certain areas where we're not number one. And we're going to give you the competitive advantage that you need. So thank you all very much for being here. On behalf of myself and my great Vice President, it's been a meeting that we actually both look very much forward to attending. And maybe if I could, I'm going to ask the group, and for the media, they can stay and see some of the folks, just to your company name and yourself, and maybe a very, very brief remark, because we have a lot of people. And we'll start maybe from my left. Diane?
Good morning. Mr. President, can you hear me? Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Ross, Ivanka, Jared, everyone here, Diane Gibbons from Trumbull and Mand. We fly drones in challenging austere environments in the energy sector, primarily for oil and gas and environmental initiatives. Today I was part of the Unmanned Aircraft Systems talk, and I'm very much a proponent of supporting STEM, women, and veterans towards innovation and job creation.
Thank you, Diane.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President, for the privilege to be here, and Vice President, all the distinguished members of the Cabinet. I represent Honeywell, and we play in many different segments, including aerospace, automobiles, homes, buildings, oil and gas, and it's a pleasure to be here to talk about a very important opportunity for U.S. competitiveness, that being IoT. Thank you.
By the way, Honeywell, great company. That is a great company. And so is yours, by the way.
No, thank you. Good morning. My name is Aman Verji. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of 500 startups. We've invested in over 1,800 companies, making us the most active venture capital firm in the world. We're a venture capital firm and accelerator headquartered in Silicon Valley with about 150 employees all over the world now.
Jennifer Teagan. I'm with Cayuga Venture Fund, which is a micro VC in upstate New York. I work in underserved capital regions of the United States that need desperately more capital to support the entrepreneurs and the innovative ideas that are coming out of places that are outside of New York City, Silicon Valley, and Boston. And we really appreciate the opportunity, or I really appreciate the opportunity to have my voice heard here today to talk about those things. And just want to encourage the administration that anything that you do for venture capital will pay off huge dividends, because we are the net new job creators in this country and have been for more than 3 decades.
Good.
All net new job growth created in the United States is because of investment by venture capital funds.
Good, thank you, and great job you've done.
Good morning, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President. My name is George Matthew. I'm CEO of Kespri. Kespri is an industrial drone manufacturer, drones made in the United States. Looking forward to spending some time with you showing an example of how industrial work is more easily accomplished with the use of a drone. And it's really changing how the innovative aspect of construction, engineering, and the industrial markets continue to evolve.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, members of your staff. John Stratton from Verizon, and just very well-timed session here today. We are at the dawn of an age of a technological revolution, as you said, that will change the world. And with your focus on U.S. job creation and U.S. leadership in these industries, we think this is a great time for public-private partnership in this space.
And John, how are you getting along with AT&T over here?
We do okay.
Getting along pretty good.
We do okay. Fiercely.
What do you think, Randall? I don't know. Thank you very much. Thanks, John.
Hello, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Nick F. Stratus. I'm with Epic Ventures, a Salt Lake City-based venture capital firm. We're known for companies like Ancestry.com. If you've got your DNA tested, you probably worked with Ancestry.com, and for Instructure, which is a learning management system software developer. They make the Canvas learning management software. These are companies that have come out of places like Salt Lake City, and we invest in underserved startup ecosystems throughout the United States, including places like Albuquerque, Boise, Phoenix, Portland, and that's what we're here to represent. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tim Junio. I'm the CEO of Cadian. We index everything connected to the public internet, Silicon Valley tech company. So we're doing kind of what Google does for web pages for the Internet of Things. So never a better time to start a company in America. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Glad to be here.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, great to be here. I think the subject of the industrial internet is a great topic. It's what brings companies like Tim's and big companies like GE together, big technology and 5G that Randall has, so great discussion. On a slightly different topic, we closed the locomotive deal in Egypt last weekend. Thanks to you and your team for your help and advocacy there.
I think we helped.
A big export, $600 million of exports from the U.S., so thanks for that as well.
You had some competition from other countries,
Germany.
and I do think, Germany, isn't that nice? We did a good job. Yeah, it's very good. What was the number we're talking about?
$600 million.
600 million.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm a general partner with Moore David Out Ventures. We're an early stage venture capital firm, and we look forward to playing our role in helping drive jobs in the United States, specifically through IoT and new industrial technologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. I'm Barry Eggers, founding partner with Lightspeed Venture Partners. We're a large and very active early-stage venture capital firm, and we have invested in over 1,000 entrepreneurs and created tens of thousands of jobs for Americans.
Very large. Right, Wilbur? Very large. He is very large. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I'm Steve Case, entrepreneur, started America Online a few miles from here 32 years ago when only 3% of people were online. They're only online 1 hour a week, so we've come a lot of progress. And then about a decade ago, after that merger you referenced, I moved on and started a venture capital fund, Revolution, a few blocks from here. But I actually spent most of my time on the road. We call the Rise the Rest, celebrating regions and trying to get more capital flowing to more entrepreneurs in more places. We looked at the data, and all the states you want, over 30 states, if you added all of them up, last year they only got 15% of venture capital. So when people feel like they've been left out and left behind, they have been left out and left behind. We need to get more investors focusing on the entrepreneurs in Ohio and Pennsylvania. It's great you're in Iowa,
That's right.
Indiana, other places, to make sure we level the playing field so everybody everywhere really does have a shot at the American dream and feels part of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And Steve really was early, I will tell you. He was right at the beginning. So congratulations. Yes.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here in the White House. My name is Ben Marcus. I'm the CEO of AirMap. We're an airspace management provider for drones. Our objective is to help make drones a part of everyday life, to help the drone industry scale by providing a safe and efficient operating environment for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jan Garfinkel from Arboretum Ventures, which is a healthcare venture fund located in Ann Arbor, Michigan, that I founded 14 years ago. It was really founded on the premise that through innovation, I believed we could lower the cost of healthcare and still provide great clinical care. So we are now on our 4th fund. We've invested in over 40 companies. Half of them are in the Midwest, primarily the upper Midwest, and the other half are on the coast. We've treated over 3.5 million patients. We've created more than 4,000 jobs in those states that we're in, and we've returned about $2 billion in enterprise value to our investors.
So you must be on pins and needles waiting to see what's coming out just about now, right?
I
On
heard at
healthcare.
9:30 it
I mean,
released.
you
I don't
may
know
have
if
to-
that's true.
She
I've
may
been in a
actually
meeting.
leave this meeting. I think she's going to leave this meeting.
No, this is more important right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. I'm Nelson Griggs. I represent NASDAQ, and we are thrilled to be here today. It's well known 90% of plus jobs are created once companies do go public, so having a robust capital markets, not only for the largest companies in the world, but for small caps is incredibly important to us, and it was great to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hello, Mr. President. I'm Glenn Post. I'm CEO of CenturyLink, and we are one of the largest enterprise networking companies in the nation. We are focused on improving the lives of people and improving companies by connecting them really to the power of the digital world in this nation and really globally. I just want to express my appreciation for your efforts to create an environment in which we can see that's favorable to economic growth, less regulation, potential of lower taxes. Your efforts are clearly seen, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much. We just had come out a poll on enthusiasm. It's the greatest enthusiasm in the history of this poll, which I think is 28 years old. Business enthusiasm in terms of manufacturers and general business. So I appreciate you saying that. And we're doing well. Stock markets hit new records. Never like to talk about that too much because you don't know what's going to happen as you leave. But we have hit new records and created almost $4 trillion in value. That's a lot since Election Day. So that's quite a statement. Let's keep it going that way, right? But I appreciate it. You've done a great job, by the way. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, Mike Sievert from T-Mobile. Thank you for including us. This meeting comes at an important time because we're on the precipice of moving to 5G and bringing about the Internet of Things. And the position that the government takes is going to determine whether or not America continues to lead in technology at this time of transition. So the meeting comes at an important time, and thank you for the administration's open-mindedness to the regulatory environment that allow investment to flow at historic levels.
And say hello to my very good friend.
Absolutely.
You know that. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, many of my fellow colleagues and friends around the table. My name is Michael Chasen. I am the president of Precision Hawk. We are a drone company as well. We provide advanced drone technology and sensors to many farmers in the agriculture space, like those in Iowa that you recently just visited, as well as other industries, including construction, energy, insurance. And it is an incredible booming industry. There's a number of drone companies sitting around the table. But the one thing that I do want to raise is this is actually the one industry where we actually need a little bit more regulation, because the default is actually limiting what drone technology can do, and we need the FAA and the other regulatory bodies have a little bit more power to regulate opening up those opportunities so we can stay competitive with other countries. Okay. So it's one of the few areas we'd like to see a little more regulation to actually open up opportunity. Okay. Prior to Precision Hawk, I was the co-founder and CEO of Blackboard, a large education company. So also something I'm incredibly passionate about. And actually, several investors in my previous ventures are also here around the table. I think you've assembled an incredible group of people. And I really hope that the voices are heard, because I do believe that excitement today is more than it's been in quite some time about the economic opportunity here in America. And I want to see that momentum continue. So congratulations on the great job you've been doing, and let's continue to move things forward.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. My name is Brandon DeClette. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Measure. We're one of the largest operators of commercial drones for the Fortune 500 here in the United States. We're committed to job growth, hiring more pilots here in the States, hiring vets. We also want to thank you for gathering drone experts so early in your administration and bringing together a great group of people to discuss how we make the regulations more flexible, make it easier for us to fly for companies like Sprint and inspect their cell towers and remove the dangers of potentially climbing those towers. So again, thank you for allowing us to have a voice.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I represent SoftBank and I also represent Sprint. As you know, we have just created the world's largest venture capital fund, or $100 billion fund. Massa sends his regards. He told me to tell you that he stands 100% committed to the investment that we committed of $50 billion and create 50,000 jobs in the U.S. From a Sprint perspective, we're leading with a very iconic turnaround of Sprint, and we have some good ideas in terms of how the government can help us expedite the deployment of 5G and the Internet of Things. Thank you for having me here.
He, right after the election, came up to my office. He said, because you won, I am going to invest $50 billion. I said, is that all? Can't you do more? And he actually has done more, which is interesting, but he's great. Say hello to him.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Vice President. My name is Jazz Banga. I'm with a company called Airspace Systems out of San Francisco. Our mission is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. We protect everything from baseball stadiums to amusement parks from rogue drones. Very much appreciate being part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Peter Barris. I'm chairman of NEA, and that's not the National Endowment for the Arts. That's New Enterprise Associates. We're a large, diversified venture firm based here in Washington and in Silicon Valley, but we invest across the U.S. and in other parts of the world like China and India and Israel. I thought we were the largest until the 100 billion came along, but we've invested about our 20 billion in assets, a third in healthcare and 2/3 in the technology space. And I really appreciate having this session today. And I thought we had a very constructive discussion today about ways to affect policy to support emerging technologies.
Good. Thank you very much.
Hi, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. I likewise thank you for putting this together. We had a very good conversation this morning about the timeliness of this particular meeting, because we're at a place where our industry has literally leapfrogged the world in terms of mobility broadband, mobile broadband, and we're leading the world, and as a result, Silicon Valley is leading the world in developing on top of this. And as we now move into a world of 5G, we're at a place where if we get this right, we probably lead the world for another era of mobile broadband deployment. And the people around this table in the telecom industry have invested more in the United States of America than any other industry since 2007. And getting this right just continues that kind of investment. In fact, this industry invested through the financial crisis, the downturn, invested right through that cycle, and we came out the back end leading the world in mobile broadband technology. So it's an exciting time, and we're very appreciative of you putting this together.
Well, I just have to say about Randall, though, the job you've done at AT&T, because it's like two companies you started, then it was made very different by government, and now here you are again. Really a top job, and I want to congratulate you. That's not easy to do. Most companies would have just disappeared. You didn't disappear, did you?
No, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, we do have a couple demonstrations for you.
Oh, okay.
And
Would you like to stay and watch, Peter? Would you like to watch a demonstration?
So,
come on.
Randall,
good.
Are you first? Or?
I think I'm second. I think
You're second. Oh, you're for George. You're first. Okay.
President, I don't know if you want me to bring the drone over or you can come over here. Yeah. So we heard this is the first drone that's been inside the White House.
It's amazing what they've done is.
So this is manufactured in the U.S. in Menlo Park. This is a 3D arm. This is a carbon fiber arm, 3D printed.
So very strong.
Yes, you can hold it actually. Yeah, so there you go. So here you see this is precision GPS incorporated directly into the drone. We have a downward visual sensor, a one-dimensional forward-facing LiDAR, 900 megahertz radio, which we're using LTE networks to directly communicate back into our cloud infrastructure. And so what we wanted to show you was a little bit more about the use of the Kesbury drone for industrial work. And first and foremost, I want to introduce you to John Davenport, who's actually doing a lot of work in the construction space.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, John.
My name is John Davenport. I work at Madison Materials and Whitaker Contracting. In order to keep an accurate inventory of the material we're producing here at the quarry, we have to go out in the field and survey it. Since implementing the drone, what usually takes 2 weeks of data collection and a lot of asking to get over the physical effects, I can typically get the data collected on 3 quarries in 2 days. Safety is paramount. You don't just get hurt in this environment. You get dead. You're trying to climb up down the hill, and it's very physical. I can't tell you how many times over the past 10 years I'm falling and slid, and the rocks move out from my feet while I'm surveying the pile. And it's a blessing to fly over the top of them. I really enjoy that. I can come out and fly in there in a minute, upload that data. I can go quickly. How big is this area? How much volume is in this area? It's just a volume. I mean, in a second, it can be 50 how this drive has efficiency.
So this fully autonomous drone works on behalf of John and the team at Whitaker Construction. So John, if you want to say a little bit more to the President about how you've seen that experience been.
We have to go out in the field and survey them.
25 years ago, we didn't even know what a cell phone was.
2 weeks of data collection.
And we look today and we can actually, just our life is kind of evolved around the technology. It's life-changing. This drone is life-changing. We're finding out daily, not in the quarry side of things, but in the construction side of things, at other uses. We've actually started 2 other businesses up off the same drone, just using it in a different way. So that's.
And yet right now drones are becoming very powerful too. I see where they're lifting people. I don't know about the level of safety there, but I see that. But also I guess they're going to be lifting very heavy material at some point.
Yeah, there's an initiative with other companies underway to effectively have delivery being done by a drone. This drone in particular is about just being able to collect aerial intelligence in a seamless way and being able to deliver that to the user in a way that they weren't able to accomplish before. So John's able to get that work done in literally minutes after the drone flies versus usually it would take him days of just manual labor to be able to accomplish that same work.
Fantastic job, John.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure.
Randall?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about 5G technology in about 2 minutes, okay? Guys like Jeff Immelt and various Internet of Things, drones, autonomous cars are going to require a whole different level of speed and wireless networks. If you come over here, this is a residential neighborhood. If you want to get the kind of speeds required today, these lights are fiber. We have to take fiber to every one of these houses to get that kind of bandwidth. What 5G does, says forget about all that fiber out here. Get fiber to this small cell, which Marcelo is going to show you here. This small cell will broadcast this kind of bandwidth to all these homes, okay? You no longer need to run fiber in here. So you can have speeds that are multiples of what the fastest cable technology can deliver today into the home with wireless technology. If you move into the city, what's happening? If you want to get that bandwidth in there, the same thing. Fiber run to every one of these buildings. It takes a long time digging up roads, bridges, and sidewalks and so forth. 5G says no longer. In fact, all you need are small cells inside the city, and we can light up these buildings here as well, right? And then as you move to Wi-Fi, we have Wi-Fi deployed in these buildings all over the place, so customers moving in and out of a Wi-Fi arrangement. You can see the old big cell technology sitting on top of buildings, broadcasting throughout the city. But down on the street level, the customer is being put on whatever network gives them the fastest speeds. This could be an autonomous car, it could be any number of things. And so as the car moves, it gets moved back and forth between the networks into another 5G deployment, and you're getting these kind of multiple gigabit speeds throughout cities without all the fiber having to be deployed into all these buildings. Really accelerates it, makes us get to the market much faster.
So 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you couldn't have even imagined
Wouldn't have
this.
thought about it. No, sir, we would not have. And this is 2018. We'll deploy in this kind of configuration. The companies in here are. And in 2020, it becomes mobile. And so this handset will be getting these speeds.
So there has to be a tremendous construction saving too, ultimately.
It's a huge construction saving. You don't have to deploy all this fiber. And you see this little cell site here. You're going from deploying these big cell sites and towers to deploying these all over cities. That's what Marcelo is going to show you, what this technology looks like now.
So, Mr. President, if I can summarize 5G, is $275 billion of investment in the next 7 years, the creation of 3 million new jobs, and a contribution of $500 billion to the GDP of the United States. What is different between 4G and 5G? 4G, those were enormous towers that looked quite ugly. We're going to move to deploy millions of this, hundreds of thousands, and then millions of small cells all over the United States. The problem that we have is it takes us 1 year to get a city to give us a permit, but it takes us 1 hour to install them. And unless we can install them real fast, we're going to lose that leadership that we have today. Those huge towers, all it is now is just a small cell. You put this on the utility poles, you put it in the cable strands, and that's all we need in order to enable. So when people ask about 5G, it is.
But they're mostly local permits you need?
Basically, we run into trouble with cities, municipalities, counties. Each one has its own idea of how much they should charge, how long should it take.
How much is a federal permit? How long does that take?
Well, this mainly we go down to the cities. We're working quite well with the FCC.
Individual problems with certain cities.
There's some cities that takes 30 days, there's some cities that takes 2 years, so it's impossible to deploy. So this is why we need to fix this. And that's what 5G, when everybody talks about 5G.
Well, we can do a recommendation to the cities all over the country to get it going, and Gary, maybe they can move it faster, because this is truly a great process. But why don't we do a very strong letter of recommendation so they can get it done much faster? And we're doing that all over the country. You know what we're...
Shot clocks. The FCC at one time put in place to deploy these kind of cell sites.
Yeah.
Shot clocks. You have 180 days to get a permit done, or say no permit. Something similar is going to need to be done.
Well, we're doing that with highways. It would take sometimes 15 to 20 years to get permits to build a small road or a highway. And we are going to bring it down, trying to bring it down to 1 year, maximum 1 year. And you have the same thing. This is much easier.
So
this is really much easier, believe me.
the US is a leader in 4G. We lost 3G. And every country, China, Europe, is basically streamlining the process to get there faster.
So this will be going into many other countries? By other companies, by you, by whom?
No, we only operate in the US, and our goal is to basically, we want the US to lead 5G because of the speed, because of the job creation.
Will, if you can get your permits.
Absolutely.
China has much less trouble getting permits. Okay?
The central government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Great. Amazing stuff.
All right, everyone. So that was the American Leadership in Emerging Technology event. That was the feed from the White House. We're going to take you now to the Senate floor. Oh, it looks like they're giving us some more playback from this event. Just some cutaway shots of that event at the White House. All right, everyone, we just got an announcement that we would be cutting from this feed in just a moment. That's right, they're taking us to a press conference where Senator Schumer and Senator Wyden will be talking about the Senate Republicans' new health care bill. Looks like they have that sign there in the press conference, quoting President Trump last month on the House GOP health care plan, calling it mean. Again, we are going to have a live press conference in just a moment. In the meantime, though, we'll continue with health care coverage by taking to the Senate floor.
Which keeps the cost down and affordable in the individual marketplace. That's a self-inflicted increase in premiums by the Trump administration. And there's a second issue that Care First mentioned, and that is the president's insistent on not enforcing the individual mandate, and by the way, that's in the Republican bill, means that younger, healthier people will choose not to have health insurance. Now, if they happen to ride a motorcycle and wrap themselves around a tree and get flown to shock trauma in Baltimore, we're going to treat them. Guess who's going to pay the bill? All of us are going to pay the bill through uncompensated care. It's going to raise my insurance policies and everybody's insurance policy. That person should have had insurance, but that person thought he or she didn't need that insurance, so they didn't take out the policy. And you find that those who will take out the insurance policies are the higher risk because they know they need the insurance. So those with high-risk issues will be in the pool raising the cost, and that's why Care First has a higher ask, because they know that there's less likely that healthier people will be in the pool than projected under the original Affordable Care Act. Why? Because of President Trump. So when the leader says that the Affordable Care Act is falling apart, The Affordable Care Act is strong, but it's been made vulnerable by actions of the Trump administration, and provisions in this bill will even make it weaker. 1.2 million Marylanders are in our state medical assistance Medicaid program. Now, Madam President, many of these people are working families. Many of these people are seniors who need long-term care and are in the Medicaid program because it pays for their long-term care expenses. Many of these people are veterans, are returning warriors who are under the Medicaid program. Under the Republican-released bill, they may make it a gentler slope before we get to the full impact of the Medicaid reductions. But the Medicaid reductions, if I understand correctly, are even more severe than under the House-passed bill. Now, I can speak for Maryland. I know our legislature. Our legislature is going to try to do what's right. But they have limited resources in order to try to meet the needs that are out there. It's just not right to say that we're passing these problems on to the states when the states don't have the fiscal capacity to deal with it. Who gets hurt? The 1.2 million Marylanders who rely upon the Medicaid program, and all Marylanders who don't want to see what we call cost shifting when someone who doesn't have health insurance ends up in our emergency room, doesn't pay the bill, and everyone else pays those bills. So why are we doing this? What is the reason why we've gone through this pain? And I've heard my colleagues talk about it, and it's absolutely true. The Republicans need to make room for the tax cut. They're pretty clear about it. Close to $1 trillion in tax cuts. That's what they need to do. Who benefits from the tax cuts? The wealthy. Those who have access to health care. And who pays for the tax cuts? Those who are the most vulnerable in our.
All right, everyone. So it looks like they cut away from that feed of the Senate floor. So I want to go ahead and take you guys to this other press conference that's been set up. Again, we are awaiting some Democratic senators who will be speaking out on the new health care bill. Again, we are waiting for the Democrats to speak out on this new health care plan. While we wait for this press conference to start, we're going to take you to another press conference happening right now in regard to that incident at the airport yesterday, I believe in Flint, Michigan.
And our partners in that regard, that was scheduled for 10 o'clock yesterday. And this incident happened at 9:45. So in some ways, the good Lord was looking over all of us because we had a lot of resources that were on site and already on the way to the airport to attend that meeting, which was just down the hall from where the attack took place.
Is there any consideration of moving any of these security checkpoints?
At this point, we have not had any discussions about any checkpoint security changes.
Can you tell us a little bit? Can you tell us a little bit about the individual's car, where it was found, and what was found inside?
I can't tell you anything about that because I don't know about the car. I know it was in our parking lot. That's all I know.
What type of car?
I don't know. I do not know that.
Can you tell us anything about the bag?
I know one was one was red, and they were shown in the bathroom. They were just found in the bathroom. I did not privy to that information.
I know this is a small airport. You guys all seem to know each other pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Standing back 24 hours later, can you just talk about the impact of the staff here, including yourself? I mean, obviously this had to shake you guys. It seemed like you guys felt the opposite.
Sure. When an incident happens, and I would say we're no different than any other airport, park, city, or anything like that, it strikes at our core in the sense that we are friends. We know a lot of the people here, whether or not they're airport employees or airline or TSA employees, so it hits home. My priority and our priority yesterday was to make sure that the safety and security of the facility was to get back and try to resume normal operations, and making sure that Officer Neville was taken care of. Immediately after that, it's how is the rest of staff doing? And so we've offered up and we've shared information with our staff and also other stakeholders on our airport about how to get critical incident stress management, because that's important, an important part of the grieving process and returning to normal.
So what do you say to folks who may feel a little worried about coming here flying?
I would say that you are in safe hands. I'm proud of the aviation security system that we have in America, and I'm proud of the people who take that work here at Bishop Airport. I think get on that plane and fly because you're just like normal. You're going to be safe.
You said that Officer Neville was there at the position he was for that debrief meeting. If that debrief meeting had not been happening, would there not have been a police officer there at that?
It was just coincidence that he was there. From what I understand, he wasn't there to get ready for the briefing. He just happened to be there, and that's really all I know. Maybe I haven't really talked to him about that specifically. Maybe he was going into the meeting or something like that. But he would have been a part of that meeting for sure. But was he on his way to the meeting or to and from? I don't know at that point.
Prior to this incident,
had he not been there, what a blessing it is that he's there.
Is that a question or a statement?
No. I give you a reaction to that.
Well, of course, it's a blessing that we were able to restrain the individual quickly. I'm not saying that it's a blessing that he was there, because quite honestly I wish that this whole thing didn't unfold. So.
Prior to the incident, what is safety protocol? How many officers were they stationed?
Well, certainly we have officers who are around the terminal at all times of day. Where they're stationed and what that's part of our security program, and that's for our information.
What can you share with us about Officer Neville? Can you tell us a little about him?
He's been an employee here since 2001, became a lieutenant in 2006, I believe. Somebody shake their head if they disagree. It was 2006. What I can tell you is he's a great guy. He's well loved by everybody here, just for his personality, his professionalism. He treats everybody with respect, and that's not everybody that's employee. That's passengers and the public. Anything else? Yes. Oh, anything for Dan?
Yes, go ahead.
Is it a concern security-wise that, in essence, anybody can bring anything into this airport, whether it be a knife, gun, or anything?
I can answer that if you want. Yes. We're always concerned about airport security, and that's at any airport in the country. And our primary concern is to make sure that passengers can get on and off the airplane. These kinds of incidents that happen in public areas are scary no matter where they happen, whether it's an airport or the mall or local city hall. It's a fine balance about what security versus what having the freedom that we enjoy. So that's our thought on it is we've got to maintain that balance, and what's right or wrong really is just in response to whatever the situation may be.
How long was Lieutenant Neville on his own essentially after the stabbing before another officer
matter of seconds. I don't know exactly how long. I mean, I know how quickly, we got there. Dan can answer that really quick because he was there.
We were right outside of the location where the event happened, getting ready for our meeting. One of our other employees were visiting, having conversation with Lieutenant Neville. He jumped in and helped. And then myself and Public Safety Director Chief Miller arrived on the scene within 4 or 5 seconds. We were only 15 feet away.
Did you hear the commotion? What let you know it was happening?
Yes, we heard the commotion right outside of the meeting. Is a glass. We heard it, saw it, and then responded appropriately.
Can you tell us what you heard?
We heard some screaming and some wrestling right outside of the meeting area.
What specifically was your role?
I was preparing for the debriefing on the event we had 2 weeks ago. So I was in the meeting preparing for that, an emergency response from the airport end of it.
And so when you saw what happened, what did you do? Or what part of this did you
I just helped restrain the individual at that time.
What did you hear?
I just heard some commotion. That's about it.
Words, you didn't hear him say anything?
No, I did not.
As you were restraining him, he wasn't yelling things still.
No, he was not.
The mayor said in the news conference yesterday that there was an unsung hero in all of this. Can you explain?
Well, that was most likely, not speaking for her, but I'm assuming it was one of our maintenance employees, one of our employees here, that was talking with Lieutenant Neville at the time.
Can you describe what he did?
He helped restrain the individual.
Is he here now?
He's not here in this room now.
Can you talk about how you restrained him, in other words, how many people it took, what specifically happened physically?
I cannot talk about that right now.
What was kind of going through your head then? I guess if you can't talk about exactly what happened.
What was going through my head, seeing a colleague, a good friend of mine, being attacked and stopping it as quick as I possibly could. Mm-hmm.
Did you offer first aid?
Immediately, yes, with some of the other airport staff, and then I got called on my radio for the EMTs and paramedics to respond from the firehouse, which were here within 90 seconds.
If you think about if you guys weren't so close, if they weren't so fast, this
Could have been a lot worse, absolutely.
In terms of what his condition was like, I know
There's a lot to unpack in this bill, but its general outline is very simple and very clear. And they're getting up and saying this is a draft, but I asked Mitch McConnell on the floor, you may have seen it, is there anything that I said, which I'll say now, that is not in that draft? And he just sat down. He didn't answer, so my guess is it's all in there. The bill takes dollars out of health care for millions of Americans and puts them right back in the pocket of the wealthy. It cuts health care for those who need it most, just to give a tax break for those who need it least. Senate Republicans with this bill are proposing to defund Planned Parenthood, to drastically slash Medicaid, which helps middle-class families with loved ones in a nursing home, and sends those dollars to the very richest people in America. Senate Democrats have been poring over the bill. Now that it's come out from behind closed doors, and here are just a few of the things that this bill will do. First, it'll cause health care costs for middle-class and working families to go up. By cutting back on tax credits and making Americans pay even a bigger percentage of their income for their premiums, they're going to send costs soaring. Second, the bill will kick millions off Medicaid by making even deeper cuts than the House bill. If you're a middle-class family with a loved one in a nursing home, the cost of that care is going to go up. Third, it abandons people with pre-existing conditions, putting at dire risk maternity care, mental health coverage, by allowing states even more latitude to get out of covering essential health benefits. Fourth, it defunds Planned Parenthood,
making it harder for millions of women to obtain the health care they need and deserve. Now, why are they doing all this? To provide a giant tax break for the wealthiest Americans. Simply put, the bill will result in higher costs, less care. Millions of Americans will lose their health insurance, particularly through Medicaid. It's every bit as bad as the House bill, in some ways even worse. The President has said that the Senate bill needed heart. The way this bill cuts health care is heartless. The President said the House bill was mean. The Senate bill may be meaner. The Senate Republican health care bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Only this wolf's teeth are even sharper than in the House bill. Somewhere in America, Mr. President, there's a family who takes a trip each Friday to visit Grandma or Grandpa at a nursing home, who sacrificed all of their savings to pay for their health care until they had no more savings, and now they rely on Medicaid to help pay the cost of long-term care in the nursing home. Somewhere in America, President Trump, there's a father who is eaten up inside, watching his son struggle with opioid addiction, who knows in his heart that his son would be able to go on and live a healthy and fulfilling life if he could only afford treatment to get him out from under the devastating addiction. Somewhere in America, there's a parent whose child has cancer, a mother and father who stay up late at night worried that their insurance will not be available or run out before their family needs it most. In that America that my Republican friends envision with this health care bill, those Americans and many more beside might not get the coverage they need. We live in the wealthiest country on earth. We're proud of it, as we should be. But surely we can do better than what the Republican health care bill promises. Every American should be asking their Republican senators one simple question this weekend. Why do the wealthy deserve a tax cut more than we deserve health care? Senator Murray.
Senator Schumer, thank you. Senator Wyden. Today it has really become abundantly clear exactly why Senate Republicans have been hiding this Trump care plan from patients and families, from Democrats, and even from many Republicans, because based on what we are now learning, their Trump care plan is every bit as bad as what the House passed. It is mean, quote to quote President Trump, meaner, it is heartless, and it is an enormous broken promise to people across the country. They're ashamed of their plan, I believe, and rightly so. After 7 years of refusing to work with us as Democrats on actually helping families get better health care, of obstructing progress, playing partisan political games, even when it hurt their own constituents, what Republican leaders have put forth is truly shameful, and it needs to be stopped. And I have to say, it speaks volumes that only today, with just days to go before they plan to vote on their Trump care bill, did Republican leaders think it might be a good idea to release their plan, which would impact the health and well-being of people nationwide and nearly a sixth of our economy, just today. Now, of course, Senate Republican leaders have done everything possible to prevent people from seeing their version of Trump care. It has been truly unprecedented. There have been no hearings, no scrutiny, no public input, and it's clear why. Because they did promise to lower health care costs, and this plan will actually raise them, especially for seniors and those with pre-existing conditions. They promised not to pull the rug out from under patients. This plan will take away coverage. They said that under their bill, no one would be worse off. Well, tell that to a woman who is going to have to pay as much as $1,000 extra for maternity care, or will have to see her Planned Parenthood center shuttered. They said their bill would protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Read the fine print of this bill. This plan is a backdoor way to put those patients' fate in the hands of insurance companies. The Senate Republican Trump Care plan is every bit as bad as the version patients and families rejected in the House. And let me be very clear, if Republicans jam through this plan, they will own the consequences. Now, I know many Senate Republicans have said they are not happy with this secret process Republican leaders have been conducting. They want more time to review the plan, and they understand what it means for the people they serve. Well, my message to each of them is saying you're unhappy is not enough. Saying you're frustrated is not enough. You have the power to do something about it. So I urge my Republican colleagues, join Democrats, tell Leader McConnell you want more time and you want an open debate. Do the right thing for patients and families like those that have come to the Capitol to make their voices heard all of this week. All those people who've called and emailed and posted on social media who deserve the opportunity to fully scrutinize this plan. We call on those Republicans who just say they're frustrated and this is a bad process. Do the right thing. Tell Leader McConnell to stop. Thank you.
Mr. Leader, thank you. The leader and Senator Murray have said it very well, and I'm just going to make a couple of extra points. In my view, the Senate Republicans are trying to con Americans into thinking that they are fixing problems here, when in fact what they're doing is causing new ones. The reality is they basically doubled down on everything that the American people rejected the first time around. And what's clear, and we saw it in the discussion on the Senate floor this morning, is that Senate Republicans are going to keep telling Americans they're fixing their health care right up until the second when it gets taken away. Now, the president said this was all about finding heart. That was what he really wanted to see in this effort in the Senate. It doesn't strike me as heart to put at risk not just seniors who depend on nursing homes, but let me lay this out because this is my background. If you have a baby boomer, for example, who has had a stroke or maybe early onset of Alzheimer's, they are going to find it very difficult to afford long-term care. And this bill is going to make it harder for them to get Medicaid. And it's not just seniors, and it's not just baby boomers, but it's kids with special needs, disabled folks. I mean, that's what this country has always stood for, that we would be there for folks who didn't have clout, folks who didn't have big, powerful lobbies on K Street. We are not going to turn our back on them. And I want to close with two last points. One deals with substance and one deals with the matter you heard about on the floor. The Republicans have tried to twist and distort a provision that I wrote in the Affordable Care Act to allow states to offer innovation waivers. And there are very strong consumer protections in this, so that states are given the right to do better under current law. What Republicans are clearly trying to do is to gut those consumer protections that we insisted on and really turn back the clock and strip Americans of their rights. One last point deals with this morning. There were comments made to the effect that somehow Democrats were disinterested in working in a bipartisan way. That's what I've made my focus in my time in public service on, is working in a bipartisan way. And our colleagues very much on the Finance Committee wanted to work in a bipartisan fashion with respect to the Affordable Care Act. We know that there are ways, and the leader has outlined this with respect to the private insurance market, in which we can strengthen it. Not once have I or my colleagues been asked by a single Republican to work on this bill or discuss fixes, bipartisan fixes, to the Affordable Care Act. The statement this morning that Democrats refuse to work with the other side is not just a fiction, it is a gross fiction, And you probably get my sense of the drift on that. Thank you, Mr. Leader.
One point I'd add to Senator Wyden, they put reconciliation in on January 4th. They put in the budget. They don't want Republicans. Sorry. They put in the budget. They don't want Democrats to work with them on January 4th. So much for bipartisanship. Green tie.
Can you mentioned that your concern is that this bill does not protect coverage for pre-existing conditions. Can you talk about that a little more in specificity and why you believe your read of the bill?
My read of the bill is very clear that that people will not have the protections of pre-existing conditions. There are opt-outs in there, so we'll go back to the time when people want to buy insurance and find out that it doesn't cover what they thought it did, and believe me, people don't want to go there, or they will not cover pre-existing conditions. In one way, by not covering them. In another way, by charging them more. So all of a sudden you find out if you want to buy maternity coverage or mental health, you're going to have to pay as much as, $1,000, like I said, for maternity care to get that coverage. That is not what we have today. They're taking away coverage for people.
Yes.
I'd be curious what Senator Wyden's take on this. One of the provisions in this bill are propping up stability in the markets. They put tens of billions of dollars over the next 4 years for states and counties where they say,
it's not.
How do you address that issue? That's their approach. But
it's
how do you
law,
address
that
issue where those states or counties don't have?
Yeah, first, they don't need it in the bill. It's current law. They can do that right now. So it's nothing new. But second, you can't destroy the whole foundation and then say you're going to patch a hole in the wall. It's just the whole construct will collapse around people who need health care. And a small amount of salve isn't going to help. It's not close to enough. It's what they're trying to do here. This is a nasty bill. And they're trying to cover it up with little things here and there. So, states won't require, those states that asked for additional Medicaid won't be required to drop out instead of 2020 later. But they start cutting Medicaid immediately. It's, they're trying to disguise. If they had the courage of their convictions, it would be a totally different bill. And they'd say, hey, yeah, we're cutting Medicaid. We don't think the government should be involved. That's what they really believe. But they know the American people don't agree with that, so they come up with these little subterfuges. Yeah.
On this point, Republicans have came out of their meeting saying that states can choose to keep the expansion if they want. They just have to pay more for it. And I wonder what your thoughts.
Well,
it speaks for itself.
Yeah, the states are going to pay more for it, and we'll have more analysis on this shortly. But overall, the Medicaid cuts are deeper. This whole construct, this whole arrangement is set up to try to give people a sense that they have fixed all this stuff from what went over so badly with the American people. And the reality is that on key issues like Medicaid, and that's why I mentioned the kids and the baby boomers and all of those who are walking on an economic tightrope, overall, the cuts are going to be deeper.
I think people who have coverage, say to help their senior citizen parents in nursing homes, aren't going to say, well, maybe the states will give it to us after the feds cut it off. That's small consolation.
On the Medicaid, as long as you and I have been here a long time, both parties have been talking about entitlements reform and have never been able to there seems to be a bipartisan desire for it, but they've never been able to do it. Do you think the Medicaid program does need to be changed, and is there a way, should it be done on a health care bill, and is there a way to do it where you're not?
Well, they're not trying to change it. They're just trying to cut it. We're always willing to look at reforms to make it more efficient and effective, and we've done that through the years. But this is not reform. Basically, if you talk to some of the people, the most conservative, they don't believe there should be Medicaid at all, and this is a step to eradicating it.
Can I add one sentence to what the leader said? Not only are we open to reforms, but Democrats, if you look at the last few years, have been very supportive of the idea of introducing a bigger role for the private sector in Medicaid. So we have been there, and that was why listening to all this about how Democrats don't give a whit about working in a bipartisan way is just a fiction. And on your point, we have a history of working with Republicans to bring the private sector into a bigger role in Medicaid.
Last one.
Democrats have talked repeatedly about wanting to improve Obamacare, so why haven't Democrats put forward their own plan?
We have.
Yeah.
We will send you a letter.
Yep.
We sent about a month ago, signed by every one of the Democratic senators, saying, work with us. Here are the changes we propose to make ACA better. What do you propose to make it better? We got no answer.
Senator Schumer, before you
That's
go.
it. Nope.
Thanks.
President Trump just talked about the tape. Senator Schumer. He said there's no tape, Senator Schumer. Do you have a response to that?
Okay, everyone, so that was the Senate Democrats speaking out after the Senate Republicans finally reveal their secret health care bill, very similar to the House bill in the sense that it's cutting Medicaid and taxes on the wealthy. Obviously, the Democrats not too happy about the health care bill. It was a topic that even Nancy Pelosi addressed during her press conference today. We're going to go ahead and show that to you in just a moment. All right, as I mentioned, Nancy Pelosi holding her weekly press conference today, just moments ago.
Good morning, everyone. I just came from a speak out on the East Lawn here of the Capitol on behalf of voting rights. Two bills, one introduced by John Lewis, the Voter Empowerment Act, and another introduced by Terry Sewell to advance the voting rights in our country, to correct the mistakes made by the Supreme Court on that score. It is, I always quote Martin Luther King in so many ways, but in this score, he said, said, the ballot, the ballot, the ballot. Legislation, legislation, legislation. Your life, your life, your life. He went on to say, no one should underestimate the power of this method. We must continue to gain the ballot. So my statement there was, we would hope that we could get a voting rights bill passed in the Congress. Members like to show up for the unveiling. Republican leadership likes to show up for the unveiling of the Rosa Parks statue, or to go to Selma, Alabama for the 50th anniversary and come home and do nothing. Actually, the day we unveiled this, as I said just now, the day we unveiled the statue, we were on the steps of the Supreme Court earlier that day, because that was the day a few years ago where they did the oral arguments on the Voting Rights Act, and the court decided against the Voting Rights Act. Now we have to correct that. So anyway, it's pretty exciting, and voting is an important subject, and we can talk about it in a moment in terms of what has happened in the last few elections. But first I want to talk about what's really the most important thing, is that we stop the harmful bill without a heart Republican legislation. They have finally released what they call a working draft that they've worked so hard to hide all of this time. Even their own members have criticized their process, but I'm more concerned about their substance than their process right now as we see the bill. It's still, as the president called the House bill mean after celebrating its passage. He then changed to saying it's mean. He said that he hopes the Senate bill will have heart. So sad, Mr. President. Heartless. Mean and heartless. And this is the same thing. It's the same thing all over again. We'll do exactly what the House bill did. Increase cost for fewer benefits. It will have an age tax. It's people 50 to 64 may be paying as much as 5 times more for their benefits. Undermine Medicare by reducing the years of its solvency, and tens of millions of people, we'll see what the CBO comes down with, but millions and millions and millions of people will lose their health care. In addition to that, It still takes away the essential benefit package. I call it Pontius Pilate, leave it up to the states. It does serious harm to the states. It throws a few crumbs in the in-ears in terms of Medicaid, and then clobbers the states, making them unable to meet the needs of their people. So I'm very proud of our members because they understand that Trump Care inflicts great suffering on veterans, on seniors, on working families, on rural communities, and on, as I said, working families. It is a job killer, too. It's estimated that the House bill would lose 1.8 million jobs. I got a Pinocchio for saying 1.9 or 2 million, so let's be precise. And we'll see what their bill looks like. This is a working draft. Probably something where they put some terrible things in so they correct them and then their members say, oh, it's better now. But it still has to pass CBO, and we haven't seen what that is. So it is, if the American people are shut out of the debate, as they have been, we want to make sure they're not shut out of their health care. And speaking of jobs, as I said, 1.8 million jobs, many of them in rural areas. With their changes in Medicaid, many rural hospitals will have to close. When the hospital closes in your area, it's a bad thing for the health and well-being of the community, that's for sure. But it also is about reducing the attraction that community might have to attract business. Why would you choose a place that did not have healthcare accessibility there? And when they talk about access, they talk about emergency room. They wouldn't even have that. We don't call that access. That's the most expensive kind and the most detrimental to the health and well-being of the American people. But again, back to the jobs that would be lost by their health care bills. It is, we haven't seen a budget. The budget we have seen from the president would lose 1.4 million jobs. Some of that is overlap with the health care bill, not in addition to. We haven't seen the infrastructure bill. We haven't started with the budget. We know what the health care bill would do. So this is a big problem. No budget, no infrastructure bill, no tax bill. We thought we could work together on infrastructure. We could work together on reducing the corporate rate, closing special interest loopholes, reducing the deficit, creating growth by working together on it. But I fear that what they may do is just get through this debate on health care to enable them to get on to the debate about taxes and just, again, trickle-down economics to prevail. One other point I want to make is this, again, this bill that the Republicans put out, a working draft, is that the term of art, on, is yet again a tax bill disguised as a health care bill. They need this in order to do their tax breaks for the high end to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. It's unfortunate. I know you probably have some interest in what happened in Georgia this week. The fact is we're very proud of the race that was run there. The candidate who carried the banner, John Ossoff, had a great campaign. I was interested in some of the statements of the people from Georgia saying, hey, we reduced by 20 points what the advantage had been in that district for the Republicans. This is good news for us, for our legislative races and our congressional races, and also statewide. I think our chairman, Mr. Ben Ray Lujan, deserves a great deal of credit for the work that was done in these four races. I don't have it right here, but it adds up to over 71 points, 25 points carved off of the Republican majority in Kansas. Another big chunk in Montana, another big chunk in South Carolina, another big chunk in Georgia, nearly 20 points. So over 71 points. By all accounts, if you're a Republican, this is not good news to you. One, it's a Pyrrhic victory, 4 Pyrrhic victories, because it shows where the vulnerability is on the Republican side as we come forward. So we take pride in the candidates who ran, their campaigns, and the difference that they have made. These would not have been districts that would have been our priorities, just given the slate of races to be involved in. These were races chosen by the president to replace, when he appointed cabinet officers, and when you do that, you choose districts that you know your party will win. But little did they know what the serious damage they would do to their party in terms of reducing the margins there. They've now made these very competitive races. Single digit, 5 and below for some. These are opportunities for us. One of the prognosticators on this, Mr. Wasserman, said that this opens the way for about 80 seats to be in play for the Democrats in this next election year. As far as some of the enthusiasm in my caucus, I always listen to my members. I respect the ambition that exists in any caucus. It's a part of our life. But I am proud of the unity that we have had and, frankly, my leadership in terms of keeping everybody together on fighting the health care bill in the House of Representatives. Very proud of our success in defeating it the first time, moving them to the right, to a place that I think is unsustainable, but defines who they are very clearly. I'm very proud of our unity, which gave me leverage to succeed enormously in the negotiations on the omnibus bill. And when it comes to the issues, we are united in terms of our concern for America's working families. That's what unifies us. When it comes to personal ambition, having fun on TV, have your fun. I love the arena. I thrive on competition, and I welcome the discussion, but I am honored by the support. Every action.
All right, everyone, we'll go back to this Nancy Pelosi press conference later today. We'll play it for you. In the meantime, though, we want to take you to a live event where Vice President Pence will be speaking in just a moment.
Ambassador Joe Gildenhorn and his wife Alma. Joe ably chaired the center for 11 years, and they are still our major supporters and beloved friends. Former White House Chief of Staff Mac McLarty, a member of our Global Advisory Board who has extensive expertise in Latin America, the topic of the Vice President's remarks today. President of the Inter-American Development Bank, former Colombian ambassador, co-organizer of the Conference on Peace and Security, and our great friend, Luis Alberto Moreno. Two people unable to join us today, but who were watching from afar, are Fred Malek and retired General Dave Petraeus, who co-chair our Global Advisory Council, an astoundingly wise group which informs our programming and focus. Fred Malek has spent decades offering counsel to business leaders and politicians, especially governors, and former Governor Pence and I value him as a close friend. Finally, also here are some of our brilliant and strictly nonpartisan staff, notably Dr. Cindy Arnson, who has headed our Latin America program for the past 12 years, Dr. Eric Olson, her able deputy, and Dr. Duncan Wood, who brings decades of experience on the ground in Mexico to his role as director of our internationally recognized Mexico Institute. I single these three out because Vice President Pence is here today to discuss commitments made at the Conference on Prosperity and Security. That conference occurred in Miami last week and got much positive attention, certainly here at the center. Though President Trump's visit to Miami the following day to address Cuba policy may have garnered more headlines. But we're not just about headlines here, we're about trend lines, and we think this conference matters, and we are thrilled that it will be discussed this afternoon. The summit was a critically important effort by the administration to send positive signals to our friends and neighbors, including Mexico, and Mexico co-chaired the summit. In attendance at the summit were the presidents of Honduras and Guatemala and the vice president of El Salvador, the three key countries in the so-called Northern Triangle. All those countries, as the summit discussed and the vice president will discuss, need to improve governance so their children have access to quality education, their citizens can participate in societies which respect the rule of law and provide security. And I'm sure we'll hear that corruption eats away at good governance there. And that promotes impunity, which facilitates more crime, which batters business and investment, and criminal networks take advantage of all these weaknesses to traffic drugs, weapons, and people. So many innocent women, men, and children are forced to flee in search of basic safety and opportunity. Nearly 10% of the Northern Triangle's 30 million people have left their homes, mostly bound here. And 90% of the cocaine that enters the U.S. enters through the Central America-Mexico corridor. Vice President Pence is here to give us takeaways from the summit. He is, I'm pleased to tell you, prepared to take a few questions, which will reflect concerns at the Wilson Center, and I know concerns that the audience has about some of the key issues, and I will interview him following his remarks. Please welcome former Congressman, former Indiana Governor, and the 48th Vice President of the United States, my friend, Mike Pence.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great comment.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Great. Excellent. Thank you all for that warm welcome, and thank you to Jane Harman for that very kind introduction and those stirring words. And thank you for your leadership at the Wilson Center. I served in the Congress of the United States with Jane Harman, and it was always better to be with her than against her. Would you join me in thanking Jane Harman for her great leadership here at the Wilson Center. And let me also mention someone who, as Jane noted, is not here today, but may well be looking on. When I grew up in a small town in southern Indiana, there was a fixture in that town, someone who was actually elected to the Congress from Columbus, Indiana. But he was no stranger to anyone in the town. On any given week, it would be easy to find Congressman Lee Hamilton walking down Washington Street in Columbus, Indiana. Stop beyond the curb, always available. I have great memories, although it may pain him, of the times that he visited my high school and would lean against the teacher's desk and explain in the way that he's so capable of the uniqueness and the specialness of the United States House of Representatives. And Lee, I know you're looking on today, and while our politics are still different, my respect for you is boundless. Thank you for your service to the country, and thank you for your leadership in your years here at the Wilson Center. God bless you. It's an honor to be here at the Directors Forum with members and friends of this well-respected institution, an institution of independent research, open dialogue, and actionable ideas, truly a bipartisan stalwart here in Washington, D.C., the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak to so many leaders from public life, academia, and the international community, especially today. And to all of you, I bring greetings from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. And I'm here at the President's direction to reaffirm the United States' commitment to, in his words, an America First agenda, an agenda of advancing security and prosperity and freedom across the world. And I'm also here to reaffirm our commitment to the Western Hemisphere as a whole, and especially to the nations and the people of Central America. But before I do, let me again thank the Wilson Center for hosting this forum and for all you do all across this country. The Wilson Center and all of you gathered here today have a unique perspective on America's essential role in global affairs, and that's been true since the founding of this institution in 1968. You recognize that the world looks to America as a standard bearer for freedom, that American strength is critical to peace and prosperity across the wider world. From the outset of this administration, I can tell you, we've been busy We've been busy holding up that standard in the world, but we've also been busy here at home, keeping our promises to the American people. A quick report for my fellow citizens gathered here today. President Trump has signed 39 bills into law since Inauguration Day. He's actually signed more bills into law, rolling back federal red tape, than any president in American history. And along the way, in the first 100 days, we confirmed a principal jurist to the Supreme Court of the United States in Justice Neil Gorsuch. The president's put renewed focus on American energy, set the stage for historic tax relief for working families and American businesses. And today, my fellow Americans here can be assured before this summer's out, working with the Congress, President Donald Trump will keep his promise to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. Following on the work of the House of Representatives, today the United States Senate released its repeal and replace bill. And the President and I are grateful to Leader Mitch McConnell and all the Senate Republicans for their deliberative efforts over the past month. We look forward to working with the Senate majority to move this legislation forward. And the President and I are determined, before this summer is out, to keep our promise to the American people, to repeal and replace Obamacare, and give the American people the kind of world-class health care that they deserve. So we've been busy here at home. But in case you haven't noticed, we've been busy abroad as well. Since day one of this administration, President Trump has been taking decisive action to restore America's role as leader of the free world by putting America first. Just last week, in defining his foreign policy, President Trump said that, quote, "The United States is adopting a principled realism rooted in our values, our shared interests, and common sense." And this president, by his actions, has shown the world that America first does not mean America alone. Since the outset of this administration, President Trump has engaged with the wider world in new and in renewed ways. And this president has rebuilt America's standing in the world and forged even stronger ties with our allies and friends across the globe. President Trump has personally spoken to foreign leaders 93 times since he's taken office. He's hosted 32 foreign leaders at the White House. In fact, President Trump hosted Japanese Prime Minister Abe, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, Prime Minister May of the United Kingdom, and of course, President Xi of the People's Republic of China, just to name a few. And in just a few days, the president will host the new president of South Korea and the Prime Minister of India. Yesterday was speaking to the new Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The world saw the leadership that this American president has taken to the world stage just last month when President Trump traveled to the Middle East and Europe. And our president took the occasion of that trip to reaffirm historic alliances and to forge new partnerships to ensure the safety and security of the American people in a time of widening challenges and unknowable threats. For my part, I can tell you it's been very humbling and a great privilege for me to have the opportunity to represent this president and meet many world leaders here in Washington, D.C., and travel across the world on the president's behalf. In February, the president sent me to the Munich Security Conference to deliver a message to the nations and people of Europe that under President Trump, the United States strongly supports our North Atlantic Alliance and strongly supports NATO, and we will be unwavering in our commitment to that alliance. The President had me deliver a message then that he reiterated on his recent trip, that we expect our allies to live up to their word. We expect NATO to continue to evolve as changing threats occur on the world stage. I reiterated this message in Brussels in my meeting with NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, and at the President's direction, I met with leaders of the European Union to reinforce our ties with those nations as well. And President Trump also dispatched me to the Asian Pacific to strengthen our alliances and partnerships across that vital region, with South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, and Australia on the itinerary, and all the members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. I had the opportunity to meet with representatives of ASEAN when I was there. As I told them, our primary focus was on the greatest threat to security in the Asian Pacific, the brutal regime in North Korea. And my message was very straightforward. When it comes to North Korea, under this administration, the era of strategic patience is over. This week, American hearts broke with the news that Otto Warmbier had passed away shortly after being restored to his family from his brutal incarceration at the hands of the regime in North Korea. And our prayers are with Otto's family and friends today as they lay him to rest and give their final goodbyes. As the president said just a few days ago, North Korea's treatment of Otto Warmbier was a disgrace. And I can assure you it only deepens our determination to prevent such tragedies from befalling innocent people in the days ahead. As I expressed on the president's behalf on my trip to the Asia Pacific, under this administration, the United States will continue to work diligently with our allies across the region and China and the wider world to bring increased economic and diplomatic pressure to bear on North Korea. And we will do so until North Korea abandons its nuclear and ballistic missile programs once and for all. Under the leadership of President Trump, the United States stands strong for our most cherished ideals. And to protect these ideals, we stand with our allies and our partners across the world. And that holds true here in our hemisphere and literally with our neighbors to the south. We feel a connection, as I said last week in Miami, a connection in history, a connection in geography. And I'm here to tell you Latin America is a priority for the Trump administration. Our partnerships and alliances throughout the region are critical to our national interests. The President has said, in his words, it's best for America to have freedom in the Western Hemisphere. And last Friday, on that count, as Jane just mentioned, the President took decisive action to end the last administration's failed policy toward Cuba and support the courageous Cuban people in their 6-decade struggle for liberty. Under this administration, the United States now will restrict financial transactions with repressive military, security, and intelligence services of the Castro regime, and instead redirect lawful commerce to entrepreneurs, to private enterprises in Cuba, and to all those brave Cuban citizens who yearn for freedom and for a brighter future. No longer will America enrich the Cuban regime at the expense of the Cuban people, because America stands for opportunity, not oppression, for liberty, not tyranny. The Cuban regime must make real progress on human rights and individual freedom. And as the President has said, our policy will not change until all political prisoners are freed, freedoms of assembly and expression are respected, all political parties are legalized, and free and internationally supervised elections occur. That's what American leadership looks like. But as we all know, Cuba is not the only nation in the region where democracy and freedom are in steep decline and at risk of being completely eradicated. It's increasingly true of the troubled nation of Venezuela. Venezuela's collapse into authoritarianism and anarchy has been heartbreaking to see. The people of that once rich nation now suffer rampant crime and grinding poverty on a daily basis. Just as we stand with the people of Cuba, under President Trump, the United States stands with the people of Venezuela. The United States of America condemns the Maduro regime's abuse of power and the abuse of its people, and we call upon the Maduro regime to restore a robust democracy and the rule of law, and do it now. Throughout this week, our diplomats at the Organization of American States General Assembly in Cancun worked with like-minded partners to build a consensus in support of democracy and the rule of law in Venezuela. We were frankly disappointed that the OAS did not act in the face of crisis and was unwilling to protect the inter-American democratic charter that was founded to preserve. Nevertheless, 20 nations did courageously speak out against the Maduro regime's repression, and to them, we say thank you. And rest assured, The United States of America will continue to support international efforts to restore freedom, democracy, and the rule of law to Venezuela until freedom occurs. America cares deeply for the plight of the Venezuelan people and the Cuban people, because what happens in our neighborhood affects everybody in the neighborhood. That holds true in Central America. Under President Trump, the United States has three priorities when it comes to that vital region, particularly the Northern Triangle nations of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. We seek to destroy the gangs and criminal networks, to halt illegal immigration. And lastly, we're working to stop the flow of illegal drugs into our country, into our communities that are tearing apart American families. Last Thursday, at the President's direction, I traveled to Miami to discuss these goals at the Conference on Prosperity and Security in Central America that we organized along with our ally, Mexico. The conference was co-hosted by our Departments of State, Homeland Security, and the government of Mexico. And in my remarks, I commended Foreign Minister Vidaguerre and Interior Minister Osorio for their actions to address the serious problems throughout the region. And I had time with the Foreign Minister privately when we were there. Mexico is a valued partner of this administration, and we will continue to seek ways to advance security and prosperity in the region with them. When we met, I reaffirmed that the United States is grateful for the significant investments made by leaders in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador to strengthen security, to promote prosperity, and to bring real reforms to their nations, and to promote reform across the region. And on President Trump's behalf, I assured them the United States is with them. We stand with them to root out corruption and crime. We stand with them to stop the scourge of illegal drugs and illegal migration. And under President Donald Trump, the United States stands with the nations and the people of the Northern Triangle to ensure a brighter future for themselves and their posterity. These three nations literally sit at the heart of the Western Hemisphere, where North meets South. And every day, countless people and products pass over their streets, through their airports, their seaports, and across their borders. By and large, this flow of commerce and crowds benefits us all in the exchange of culture as well as goods and services. But as we all know, Central America is also plagued by vicious gangs, vast criminal organizations that drive illegal immigration and carry illegal drugs northward into the United States. Sad truth is that American demand is driving the flow of drugs. And fully 80% of documented drug smuggling travels through Central America. The cartels and kingpins cause untold suffering in that region, and so too do these merchants of death spread violence and leave victims all across America. President Trump has said this must end. And working with our allies in the region and with men and women of law enforcement in this country, this will end. Now, the President's already taken decisive action to protect the American people from the harshest consequences of illegal immigration and the transnational drug trade. At the President's direction, American law enforcement is targeting gangs and criminals like never before. As President Trump has pointed out, criminal cartels like MS-13 are being decimated, in his words, and sent directly to prison. Thanks to President Trump and with the help of our partners in Mexico and in the Northern Triangle, I'm pleased to report that illegal border crossings in America's southern border are already down nearly 70% since the first of this year. Now, this progress is remarkable. But President Trump knows that fully addressing these problems requires confronting them in new and in renewed ways. And just last night, President Trump called for new immigration rules that will say that those seeking admission to our country would not be able to do so unless they can support themselves financially. And he promised to take action very shortly to ensure that that is the policy and practice of the United States. And beyond our immigration laws, the United States is committed to addressing the demand for illegal drugs here in our nation, which drives so many of the problems south of our border. And finally, Under President Trump, the United States is firmly committed to cracking down on the gangs and criminals before they ever reach this nation, to partnering with nations in Central and South America to foster prosperity and give their people the opportunities they need to prosper. As we all know, the United States has long partnered with nations in the region to accomplish these goals. And under President Trump, this administration is now directed to continue to work in new and renewed ways with our partners to support the programs that prove effective. The President made that clear in our commitment when he requested an additional $460 million in our budget for security and prosperity in Central America. Yet the most important work throughout the region belongs, the President and I know, to the nations and the people who call the region home. As I said at the conference in Miami last week, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador must now redouble their efforts to bring about the reforms that will protect their citizens and promote economic growth, to give people hope, a reason to put down roots in their own homes, to give them a vibrant economy and an alternative to a life of poverty or worse, a life of crime. I made it clear that they must bring in new partners in the business community, in the faith community, and in the public sector to ensure continued progress. Now, I am pleased to report that the conference in Miami has already generated concrete results. At the conference, key private sector leaders identified policies that will promote sustainable economic growth and create a more attractive destination for investment. And the Northern Triangle governments have now committed to enact the kind of reforms to improve their business climates, including minimizing red tape, improving transparency, and streamlining business formalization and processes. The three nations have also committed to develop a roadmap to enhance economic integration in the region and streamline import-export systems and customs procedures. We began initial discussions to further integrate energy markets and develop infrastructure. And on security, the United States is committed to enhancing our work with Mexico and the Northern Triangle countries to combat organized crime, strengthen citizen security, improve border security, and promote regional security cooperation through programs that are focused on capacity building and information sharing. And these steps are encouraging, and I hope all of you find them as heartening as we do. In the days and months ahead, I can assure you this administration will continue to work with the Northern Triangle and with all of Central and South America to promote prosperity and security throughout the Western Hemisphere. And as I announced last week, in less than 2 months, at the President's direction, I will be trying to build on the work that's been done thus far in this administration. I'll be traveling to Colombia, Argentina, and Chile and Panama to represent the United States and the commitment of this administration to the nations and the people of that region. And it will be my great honor to go. Each of these nations is an important partner for this administration. I look forward to discussing areas of shared concern, new opportunities for collaboration, the benefit of our people, and the benefit of this hemisphere that we all call home. We are, all of us, bound together. As I said at the outset, we're bound together by history and geography in this new world. And under the leadership of President Trump, I believe we're entering a new era in the new world. You know, the old book tells us that we should encourage one another and build each other up, just as, in fact, you are doing. Well, under President Trump's leadership, I can assure you that we will build on the foundation of friendship in this hemisphere, between our lands and between our people. Together, we will achieve new heights of security and prosperity. And I have faith that with our partners across this hemisphere and with the help of all of you gathered here, and with President Trump in the White House, together we will claim the promise of a brighter future for ourselves, for our hemisphere, and for generations to come. So thank you. God bless you. God bless the work you do in these halls, and God bless the United States of America.
Well, Mr. Vice President, I was looking out at the heads nodding as you charted the course of continued U.S. engagement in the world. It matters a lot to my colleagues at the Wilson Center and this international audience that the United States project strong and secure and sure leadership. And the things you were talking about are really central to doing that. So thank you, and thank you also for doing something that I know is unusual so far in your vice presidency, and that is agreeing to take a few questions. And I offer these questions on behalf of myself, but also my colleagues and some in the audience, and they relate specifically to the summit, which is our topic today. So you described what is happening coming out of the summit, which is only a week ago. Time flies. What's new? What are things that you are doing that perhaps the past administrations, all of which talked about Latin America, and most of the leaders visited Latin America. What's different in the approaches you're taking, especially in the Northern Triangle?
Well, thank you, Jane. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you all for making time to be here for this forum today. I think what's new is a new and renewed engagement that combines security and prosperity as co-equal goals in the region, and perhaps especially in the Northern Triangle. Our Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Kelly, in his last assignment, when it was General Kelly, forged extraordinary relationships with leaders in countries across the region. And at the President's direction, he tasked Secretary Kelly and Secretary Tillerson to bring together the nations in the region around a conference that's focused on both of those issues, and to seek ways that we could work with countries in the region to fight insecurity, impunity, lack of opportunity, but also coordinate in ways that would advance public safety in those nations and our national security. I think, as I mentioned in my speech, I think what's also new is a renewed energy that we see, particularly in the Northern Triangle, to advance not only cooperation on security issues, which in the case of almost all the countries has been strong, and other countries in the region, but also, as I described, the discussion of standardizing customs rules, of creating a more attractive business environment. We actually had at the conference last week a significant number of American businesses who have a great interest or would consider investing in the region, and connecting those businesses with those countries, we believe, is a key part of advancing our security and prosperity interests. So I think it's a holistic approach, looking at security and prosperity simultaneously. A great focus on promoting the kind of reforms in the Northern Triangle that we think will advance their prosperity and our interests, and that's what might be fresh.
Well, I applaud you for that, and for sending, and I applaud the administration for sending the A-team down there. And just so you know, Secretary Kelly is no stranger to the Wilson Center. The Homeland Security Department has some offices in this building, and he's already hosted one of his advisory board meetings. I sit on that board here at the Wilson Center, and he does offer unique leadership because of his experience as head of the Southern Command. So congratulations to you, and,
thank you,
and also to him. Let me turn to Mexico. You mentioned Mexico and the fact that Mexico co-chaired the conference. I think that was a brilliant idea, and that Vice President Vita Garay and others were there. There have been a few bumps in the road in terms of the relationship with Mexico in the last months, but there have also been some very good stories. And it's complicated, as they say. The southern border between Mexico and the Northern Triangle is, I think, quite secure now, and that's a great credit to Mexico. The northern border with the U.S., between Mexico and the U.S., as you said, is working better. Bad people are being stopped at the northern border. What are your expectations in the relationship with Mexico? And what do you want them to do to be the best ally for the United States? And what do you think the United States should do to be the best ally for Mexico?
Well, I think it's, thank you for making mention in your remarks and reiterating it. This was a conference that was conceived of when the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security visited Mexico earlier this year, and said, where are ways that we can begin to work together on issues of common interest? Like, I don't want to paper over. Look, we're in the Reagan building, and President Reagan is my second favorite president. He had some memorable lines. One of them is, a nation without borders is not a nation. And people know that President Trump's made it clear. We're going to invest in border security. We're going to build a wall. We're going to secure the southern border of the United States of America. And he's spoken very plainly about that, both in the campaign and in the course of this administration. But that being said, we've also been engaging with Mexico. I know that's created some tension, but we've also been engaging with Mexico on areas where we strongly agree. And we do strongly agree on the issue of transnational migration. And you're right, Mexico has made great progress securing their southern border. We've been providing assistance to them with regard to confronting criminal gangs, and we will continue to. We also just minted a very successful trade agreement on sugar with Mexico. And so we'll where we agree to disagree, where we have differences, our friends will always know where those are. But I can assure all those present that we're going to continue to work with Mexico as a critical partner in the region, critical partner in this hemisphere, and dealing with the issues of promoting security in the region and promoting prosperity in the region is in the interest of the United States of America. And so I appreciate that. It was we saw Miami as a great example of both governments' commitment to find things that we can work on together, and we'll continue to do so.
Well, I'm totally unbiased, but our Mexico Institute here at the Wilson Center is absolutely best in class. And we're really proud. Duncan Wood, where are you? We're really proud of what we add. And we're happy to help you.
That's great.
So turning to a painful subject, drugs. You mentioned it, Mr. Vice President. And this morning I was on Capitol Hill participating in something called the National Security Forum. And John Kelly was there, and he said, quote, "Our drug demand is brutalizing Northern Triangle societies." Our drug demand, the U.S. drug demand, the pull factor. I mentioned that 90% of the cocaine last year that came into our country came in from Central America to Mexico to the U.S. And I don't think it's as big a problem in Indiana as perhaps opioids are, but it's a huge problem in California, my home state of California. You mentioned that we're doing things, but we've spent billions of dollars on this problem. What can this administration do, hopefully, to solve this problem?
Well, I think that the president's view of this is that we've got to deal with this in a multifaceted way. It's the reason why the president's taken decisive action to secure our borders and to prevent the flow of illegal drugs into our country to begin with. We've also, with the Justice Department, working with local law enforcement, we've been taking swift and decisive action against drug gangs across this country. Not just people that are in the country illegally that are involved in these gangs, but we're moving very swiftly to interdict. We announced 12 cities of federal grants just yesterday morning and are encouraging even greater collaboration. But, the president also recognizes that while we must vigorously secure our borders. We must vigorously enforce our laws. We've also got to recognize, particularly when it comes to opiate abuse and addiction, that we've got to lean into this challenge with new and compassionate efforts. I mentioned healthcare reform, which continues to make progress on Capitol Hill, and we remain hopeful that there'll be action in the coming days in the United States Senate. I can tell you that as governor of the state of Indiana, our Medicaid program that we were able to modify through a state waiver plan was enormously important in dealing with opiate abuse and drug abuse and addiction in our state. And we're working with members of Congress to give states greater flexibility to focus resources in Medicaid on the point of the need. I mean, I have to tell you, I've sat at kitchen tables with recovering addicts, great young people, top of their class, promising futures, who found themselves addicted to opiates, oftentimes beginning with prescription medication that then avalanched into heroin abuse. And then I've also sat at kitchen tables with parents who buried their children. And that's one of the reasons why the president tapped Governor Chris Christie, established a commission to confront opiate abuse in the country. And our administration is deeply committed to identifying new approaches, vigorous law enforcement, strong border security, but also finding ways that we can extend health and healing and compassion to people that are caught up in the grip of drug abuse and addiction in this country. That the approach has to be multifaceted, and President Trump is committed to advancing that in our administration.
Well, I appreciate your use of the word compassion. And maybe we could add prevention, too, if there's a way possibly to stop the process before it starts, because it is taking our youngest and best lives. Finally, you mentioned North Korea. I'm not going to ask you about North Korea, but it obviously is an urgent problem, something else that we know a great deal about at the Wilson Center. But North Korea, the problems in Syria, challenges around the world are also commanding U.S. attention. And so my question is, how does this conference last week on security and prosperity in Central America fit into our broader engagement in the region and in the world?
Well, I think the conference this week was an expression of the president's desire to ensure that we are advancing security and prosperity in our neighborhood. Even as we see widening asymmetrical threats developing around the world, we do well to see to Central and South America to ensure that these countries are advancing the kind of reforms that will encourage growth, promote prosperity, and promote security. We also, I was with the president in Miami at the close of our conference when he announced that we were abandoning the last administration's policy on Cuba and implementing new approach, demanding that Cuba live up to the empty promises it made to the last administration about advancing reforms, and we'll hold them to that. And also the issue of Venezuela, which continues to spin out of control. The headlines this morning about even new developments in Venezuela. I think the president will continue to call for real leadership in the region to bring pressure on Venezuela to hold elections as their constitution requires, and to uphold free elections and the rule of law. And so I think it's for us, it's about putting first things first. And the first priority of President Trump and this administration is the safety and security of the American people. That begins with ensuring the security and prosperity of of nations in this region. But also, I think people have seen, as I mentioned in the first part of my speech, this is a president who will always stand for America first. But that doesn't mean America alone. What I've seen this president do in one meeting after another in the Oval Office, what the world saw him do as he traveled around the world, was engage. Engage on behalf of the United States. Engage on behalf of the people of this country and our vital national interests. But the United States is engaging. We're going to continue to engage. I think that involves diplomacy. The president believes strongly that involves rebuilding our military to ensure that we have the readiness and capability as the arsenal of democracy to see to our vital national interests around the world and those of our treaty allies. But it all begins close to home. And I hope as we confront challenges in the Middle East, in the Asia Pacific, and we confront them with firmness and resolve and with clarity, that our neighbors in this hemisphere know that we're also with them, we stand with them, and we are determined to advance the peace and security and prosperity of this hemisphere. So I thank you, Jane. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you all for making time to join us here today. God bless you.
If I just might add one thing, and then we'll applaud you again. You started your comments by talking about Lee Hamilton. And Lee Hamilton was a mentor to me as well as to you. And he was a role model in the United States Congress of the kind of person we need more of. He was well-informed. He was humble. He was bipartisan. He was friendly. And if he were here, he'd be totally embarrassed by these comments. He provided enormous leadership at the Wilson Center for 12 years. And with other Hoosiers like Dick Lugar, showed that bipartisanship can work. So it's just my plea to a town where there is too much partisanship that Lee Hamilton remain as a model not just to the Wilson Center and to me and to Vice President Pence, but to all of us. And in this spirit, thank you so much for coming here. It's a huge honor for us.
Okay, everyone, so that was a conversation with our Vice President, Mike Pence. Earlier, before we took you live to this event, I was showing you the Nancy Pelosi press conference, the House Minority Speaker holding her weekly press conference. We're going to take you back to that now.
Some. We always have this discussion. One is one, two is a couple, three is a few, some. But I feel very confident in the support that I have in my caucus. No, my timing is not about them. My comments is about the issues that we're here to fight, and we're fighting right now on the health care bill. The expansion of opportunity in our caucus has been great for people who want to take advantage and help us win. Maybe they don't want to play in that arena, but I'm very proud of the members who do. They're going around the country listening, our 30-somethings listening to the voices of young people. And my 30th anniversary is this in June, and at my celebrations, I have always featured the young 30-somethings, 30, and they are so impressive. So we're paving a way for a new generation of leadership. And I respect any opinion that my members have, but my decision about how long I stay is not up to them.
Just to follow up, Democrats have lost 60 seats over the past 6 years, so why should you keep it?
Well, look, I'm going to tell you something. We lost 54 seats, something like that, when President Clinton was president. And so history is on our side. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that. When President Clinton was elected in 92, in 94, I think it was 54 seats the Democrats lost with a Democrat in the White House. When President Bush was president, we won the Congress, winning over 30 seats of the nearly double what we needed to win the Congress. When President Obama was president, again, the 60 seats you reference. So again, we have a Republican in the White House. We believe there's real opportunity. Now, it's not a slam dunk. History is on our side, but it takes strategic, unified, and disciplined. We have harmony. It doesn't always mean we have unanimity, but we do have unity when it comes to fighting that fight. So you want me to sing my praises? Is that what you're saying? Why should I? Well, I'm a master legislator. I am a strategic, politically astute leader. I am my leadership is recognized by many around the country, and that is why I'm able to attract the support that I do, which is essential to our election, sad to say. I'm very pleased at the cooperation that we're doing, working with all the social media and small donor community to change how we communicate, but also how we attract resources, intellectual and financial, to the party. I have experience in winning the Congress. When people said to us in 2005, you don't have a chance, be prepared for a Republican permanent majority, I said, Harry Reid and I said, we don't accept that. So we proceeded. We took the president from 58 to 38. President Bush won the election. But the fact is, they will always make a target. Senator Reid was a target. Senator Daschle was a target. Tip O'Neill was a target. I am a target. And they always want to choose our leaders. And usually they go after the most effective leaders because they want to take us, diminish the opportunity that we have. We have a Democratic caucus where members participate in the decisions, and right now the members are putting together our messaging as we go forward. I could have written something down on a page and said, this is what I think, but we don't do things that way. We listen to members. We're very proud of our policy and communications committee, Hakeem Jeffries, David Cicilline, and Sherry Bustos, elected by the members to put this together and work with the Senate so that we can have something ready pretty soon. Yes, sir.
You did get some support from the president this morning. He tweeted he hopes that you stay in that post because he feels that you're helpful to Republicans in these places where they tie you to their Democratic opponents. I mean, how do you respond to the president saying that? And there are other Republicans who believe that you're actually helpful to them.
Well, it's not about me necessarily. They like to target my district, the city of St. Francis. The song of St. Francis is the anthem of our city. Make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there's darkness, may I bring light, hatred, love, fear, hope. You know the song of St. Francis, I'm sure. It's a classic beyond religion, but just in terms of a value statement. I'm very proud to represent San Francisco in the Congress. And for a long time now, since I was elected whip and leader, it was always about, do you support gay marriage? Do you support this? Yes, I do, and I'm proud to do so. So that's what they play off of. Be interesting to see what they would say if I were from some other place. But I take their insult against my city as a bankruptcy of values on their part not to recognize the greatness of the city I represent. I am a progressive, and they use that as well. But I don't think that members of a party should pick up the line of the Republicans, and that's what my members are coming back to me saying, why are these people using their line? But we don't agonize, we organize. So let's get started on winning the races where we really do have a chance, where the numbers are more in our favor. But I think, now this is what I think. When I heard that tweet, I thought, he didn't write that. That's the first one I think he didn't write. I didn't write that. The Republicans gave him that, and then he added the Chuck Schumer line in there as well. He may have added that, but I think that they wrote that for him because it's a classic Republican line. The fact is that we have to redistrict our country. so that when we get the majority of the votes in the country, it is reflected as a majority of the votes in the Congress. And that's what we're setting out to do, as well as, you know, under the leadership of Eric Holder, working with President Obama, the Governors Association, the leadership of Terry McAuliffe, and House Democrats and Senate as well, to end voter suppression. These will be activities largely in the courts to end voter suppression, redistricting, injustices, and the rest. So we know infrastructure-wise what we need to do. We know message-wise what we need to do. And our chairman, in terms of the DCCC, separate from the redistricting, is he understands the value of the mobilization, that mobilization cannot happen without a message. You can't run on empty. You have to have inspiration to do that. And our inspiration was there at the grassroots level, but we have to communicate it to a broader audience. He understands the value of mobilization, message, the money, and to expand the amount of people who are contributing, and the $10 is really having a wholesome effect on politics in general in our country, and I'm proud of that. And then you have the messenger, the recruiting of the candidates. Sometimes they self-recruit and come from their own districts, and sometimes we reach out to say to someone, would you consider running? This is what is at stake. This is a year where people see the urgency, want to take responsibility, and we have a lot more self-recruitment going on. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. 3 weeks ago you said that we need to be responsible stewards of God's creation.
Yes.
And that it dishonors God to pull out of the parents' report.
Yes.
The Heartbeat Protection Act would prohibit aborting a baby with a heartbeat. Does it dishonor God to abort a baby with a beating heart?
I don't, you know, obviously you want to get into that discussion. What I say is I completely respect a woman's right to choose. I'm a mother of 5 children, 9 grandchildren, but my 5 children were born within exactly 6 years of each other. When my baby came home from the hospital, when we brought her home, our oldest child was turning 6. I thought she might be here. She's not allowed in the room, I guess. Turning 6 that week. I come from a very strong Italian Catholic family. And many of my family members do not share my view, but it is my view that it is up to a woman to have her own right to choose the size and timing of her family. God gives us a free will and holds us responsible and accountable for our actions. Yes, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Madam Leader, do you think that former Attorney General Loretta Lynch should be subpoenaed to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee pursuant to Senator Feinstein's comments last week that she wants to explore the matter further?
Well, I'm not so familiar with all of that. I don't think she should be subpoenaed on the strength of the president going by and saying hello, which I think was a mistake, but nonetheless. But here's what I do think about that subject. There's there are meetings going on now to deconflict in terms of if the, what do we call him, Mueller now, Special Counsel Mueller is going to be doing his investigation. At the same time, the House and Senate intelligence committees should, in a parallel time frame, do that, and one doesn't have to wait for the other. And same thing with the Judiciary Committee. But my comment to all of them, and you give me an opportunity to say it here, is that there may be information that the special counsel has that may not be incriminating from the standpoint of the law, but might be useful in terms of the investigations. What might be obstruction of justice, I don't know. They need to get the facts. But abuse of power, it's different. So any information they may have should be made available to the investigative committees in the House and in the Senate, Judiciary, Intelligence. And it shouldn't be a situation, well, we collected this information, so we're not making it available to you, while we curtailed the ability of other entities to give you this same information because it was under a Justice Department investigation. Yeah. Any other? Yes, ma'am?
When the ads come out as Pelosi will become Speaker of the House. Do you have any strategies for how you're going to approach that?
Let me just say this. They've spent over $100 million demonizing me over in the 2010 elections and all the rest. I believe one of the reasons they did it is because I'm an effective leader. I passed the Affordable Care Act. We passed Dodd-Frank, all the things that big money was unhappy about, whatever the role of government is in protecting the consumer, protecting their good health. Having said that, at the same time, the Speaker was a candidate for Vice President of the United States, Speaker Ryan, where hundreds of millions of dollars were spent to promote the ticket of Romney-Ryan. So he's got hundreds of millions spent in his side. I have 100 million or so spent against me, and his numbers are no better than mine. The difference is we don't engage in the politics of personal destruction. The fact is that if we just talk about the issues, for example, I think it would be interesting to people in these districts to know that the Speaker wants to take away the guarantee of Medicare. So I think talking about issues is where we should be. What is the difference in one person being Speaker than another? But I don't think that any party should allow the opposite party to choose their leaders. And I think the analysis is showing that these districts were very hard districts to win, and they were not resolved because of any attack on me. Think of what they did in the last week. He was going great, Ossoff, in the last week. And I leave this for our chairman to present to you, but they had an ad that had Steve Scalise coming in a gurney and saying that the Democrats were responsible for that. I mean, that is so beneath the dignity of the debate in our country. And yet, they had President Obama reading from his book, quoting someone from an earlier time, talking about the black community, and they put that forth as a, shall we say, a suppressor of the vote in the black community. I don't think they succeeded with it, but they were willing to go to that racist, and I'll call it racist, place. So, you know, the Democrats, we have to have the strength of our economic argument, and that's really our power. And to make sure people know, as Martin Luther King said, what legislation means in your life. But I think whoever the leader is going to be their target if the leader is effective. And that's what I said about Tip O'Neill and this or that. And in Georgia, look what they did in Georgia to some of the candidates there. I mean, really, hopefully we'll go down a different path as the public is more aware of it. But the public is very smart. Elections have results. We respect that. But then we get ready for the next fight because nothing less is at stake than the fact that 1 in 5 children in America lives in poverty. And that's okay with them. That God's creation, whether it's our children, whether it's clean air, clean water, the planet, whether it's Medicare as a guarantee for our seniors, whether it's job creation for the middle class with good paying checks and reducing the cost to people of their livelihood by affordable health care, paid leave, child care, things like that. There's a difference between the two parties. That's where we should take the debate. They don't want to go there. They'd rather go to San Francisco in a cable car. And by the way, just in case that wasn't enough, go to New York with 2 hipsters. I didn't see the ad, but they tell me they have 2 hipsters at the end, making it look like Ossoff was, I don't know, a hipster. I don't know how that plays, but it apparently wasn't. It was considered a negative ad. So.
Okay. Is it worth it to try, I guess, like rehab your image in some of these Republican districts, which would sort of present what you've done, or are you guys more focused on districts?
What people say to me all the time, you raise more money than anybody. Maybe not the Obamas and the Clintons, but I've not run for president. Why don't you spend some of your money on yourself? Go out there and say what you did, this, and this. But, you know, it's just not, maybe I should, but the fact is what I want to do is have these members present themselves. Because basically, at the end of the day, that's what people are interested in, their representative and what their representative is going to do for their district. The Republicans are afraid of that contrast in a race because they're going to go there to be involved in trickle-down economics, shutting down hospitals and the rest of it. So they don't want them to see that contrast, so they focus on something else. And it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident. But I think I'm worth the trouble, quite frankly. I love the fray. I'm not disrespectful of people's views. I respect any positive things that people want to say, or even negative, as long as it's constructive. But when it's blatantly self-serving and beyond the normal competition that the press so enjoys focusing on, instead of, wouldn't it be better if all the press were focusing on the Senate heartless, mean-spirited bill that hurt seniors and veterans, working families in our country, terrible damage to our children. So I hope that all the people are concerned about our children, concerned about them in terms of these health care bills. But it is an interesting time. It is an opportunity. It's what campaigns are about. I serve at the pleasure of my caucus. My caucus is overwhelmingly supportive of me, and this is not, the time. At the end of a 2-year time, we'll see what happens then, and every year it is a time. Many times I had not really wanted to run again when they called upon me to do so. This time I did. The election of Donald Trump. I thought this takes the knowledge and experience that I have, says she, immodestly, to make this fight and to unify our members around the facts, the law, progress for the American people, urgency, responsibility, opportunity. I love it. Thank you.
All right, everyone, so that was Nancy Pelosi speaking out. We're now going to take you live to a Capitol stakeout camera waiting for people to react to the new health care bill. This is a live feed, a live camera. It is a little shaky, so viewer discretion is advised. We're streaming this live, the stakeout camera, and that's my friend Jason Donner right there. Oops. I'll have to text him that I just saw his face on the camera. Again, this is the stakeout camera at the Capitol building.
Thank you, Miriam.
Okay, great. Yeah, all night long.
Again, this is a stakeout camera. Not sure why we're just looking at the ceiling, but I do have one other feed coming in. We are monitoring a couple of feeds right now. We have this feed as well as this feed. Let me get some information on what this feed is. All right, so what you're looking at right now is a press conference from the Democrats, the Senate Democrats holding a press conference on Trump Care in conjunction with the American Nurses Association. Again, the Senate Democrats holding a press conference on Trump Care in connection with the American Nurses Association. We're going to watch this and monitor the stakeout camera as well.
Lori, West Virginia.
Nice to meet you, Maggie from New Hampshire. Yeah. We're in the middle of votes, but we voted once and then built hot ones for a while, and at some point we'll get a high sign where we have to go vote, but
We'll cycle in and out.
we'll cycle in and out. So Senator Maggie Hassan, Pam, Lori. Is it Covenant? Yes, Covenant, right? All right. All right, and Jeanette. Thank you so much. No, that's wonderful. So I think we've already got this, so I just need that. And thank you. All right. Great. All right, and we're going to go this order. Jeff, so, okay. All right.
Let's see, I'll take this, I'll go on this side.
Great.
Sure. How about we'll stand like this?
Well, good afternoon. We're so pleased that you're here, and the timing of the press conference couldn't be more important in talking about essential health benefits for patients, what we like to call patient protections that were so important, that were passed, that affect everyone. Not just, certainly we want to protect those on Medicaid, but everyone with private insurance, everyone with insurance is impacted by the essential benefits requirements in the Affordable Care Act. And so I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Merkley and Senator Hassan, for joining with me today, and also Pam Cipriano, who's president of the ANA, who we will hear from. Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah.
Go nurses.
Go nurses. Go nurses, yes. And by the way, I really shouldn't say that. My mom was a nurse for 42 years, director of nursing at a small rural hospital in the community in northern Michigan where I grew up. And when I tell her I did that, she's going to really be mad at me. So ANA. And then Lori Kovanak, right? Okay, who is with us from Ohio, and Jeanette Klemczak from Michigan. So we're so glad, Jeanette, that you are with us. So we all know, first of all, we have nurses with us, all of the nurses that are with us, because we know that nursing is really compassion in action, and that when people are involved with a healthcare provider, my experience is they remember their nurses and are very, very grateful for them. So when someone has a loved one in the hospital, they remember their nurses, or in a nursing home, or an extended care facility, or home health, or in the doctor's office, or the clinic. They remember their nurses. And we are very grateful that you fight hard every day, both for your individual patients, but also stand with us on the policies that affect all of your patients, and frankly, all of us. I want to start. We know that the GOP is wanting to dismantle our current system, and we have a discussion draft this morning on the floor. They couldn't decide among themselves if this was a bill or a discussion draft. It says discussion draft, but here's what's very important on page 41. Sunset of essential health benefits requirement. And so this would say that the essential health benefits requirement shall not apply after December 31, 2019. So without hearings, and I should say I'm the lead on the Health Subcommittee of Finance Committee, where we had 53 hearings and community committee meetings back in 2009. Added with what the Help Committee did, it was 100 hearings and public meetings before we voted it out of committee. This time around, it's not going to committee. I asked the chairman yesterday when we were doing a finance hearing why we couldn't even have one hearing. The committee that is responsible for healthcare financing is not having one hearing. And so this is going directly to the floor. We talk about this being 1/6 of the economy. The latest numbers I saw is it's now 1/5 of the economy in terms of jobs and impact on people. And certainly every single one of us are impacted by all of this. And so this is coming directly to the floor in some form. And we are deeply concerned about many parts of it, but certainly taking away essential benefits that actually guarantee that when you buy a policy, it covers something. You know, how many times before the Affordable Care Act did I hear, even my own family. I got a great deal, a cheap, a copay and deductible, and then they got sick and it covered 24 hours in the hospital as opposed to what they really needed, or 3 cancer treatments as opposed to what they really needed, what the doctor and the nurse was recommending. So yes, you could buy cheap junk plans. That was what you could buy prior to the Affordable Care Act. And because of the essential benefits package, you now know that when you buy something, it actually covers you and your family. Prescription medications that treat or prevent illnesses, maternity care, so moms and babies get a healthy start. And I was tongue-in-cheek saying to my staff that given this requirement of ending essential benefits on maternity care by December 31, 2019, you should have your baby now. So if you're thinking about it, you should do it now. But mental health and substance abuse treatment, how many times have we debated on the Senate floor about opioid addiction and the essential benefit requirement to cover, but not only cover it in a way that provides parity so that you're not paying 50% for opioid addiction treatment and 20% copay on physical health, and even hospitalization or a trip to the ER. We happen to believe these things are essential, and the bottom line is what they are doing is going to raise the cost for everyone with insurance in this country. People are going to lose health care, and the most insulting part of all of this is that the money is going to be used to pay for a tax cut for insurance companies, drug companies, and the wealthiest Americans. This does not represent real American values. So I want to turn to Pam now and thank you so much for being here. American Nurses Association has been on the front lines fighting for the right things for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you, Senators Stabenow, Merkley, and Hassan, for your leadership in protecting our care and putting patients first. As you heard, I'm Pam Cipriano, President of the American Nurses Association, a registered nurse. And just as nurses advocate at the bedside, so too do we advocate in Washington. And that's why I'm joined by nurses from Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, and Virginia with you today. Now, I carry around with me this list of the 10 essential health benefits categories. And why? Because a lot of people don't even know what's on this list. They've just not had a chance to learn about them. But there's benefits like prescription drug coverage. That means that my elderly neighbor doesn't have to go to the pharmacy pickup window and say, I can't afford to get my heart medication today. These benefits provide treatment to families to break the cycle of addiction and avoid the heartbreak and pain of overdose deaths that we know are all too frequent. Guaranteed mental health services means our patients can get the help they need long before their depression spirals into suicide. Maternity and newborn care is no longer a pre-existing means pregnancy is no longer a pre-existing condition. Can you believe that? And that every new mother and her infant is going to get the care they need before and after delivery. Now today, the remote area medical clinic is wrapping up in Wise, Virginia, my home state. And the seating is repeated in poor and underserved communities all across the country. At midnight, the parking lot's open. At 3 a.m., people line up to get a first-come, first-served number. At 6 a.m., the clinic opens. Thousands of people are waiting in line to get health care from volunteers that is free. They come for general medical, dental, vision, and preventive care that otherwise they have no means of acquiring. But the other 364 days of the year, they get nothing. They go without. It's unthinkable that this is what health care looks like in our country in 2017, and it's only going to get worse under this new proposal. In addition to eliminating the benefits that I just described, the Senate Republican draft health care bill's changes to Medicaid would be disastrous for our nation's most vulnerable. Medicaid, as you know, is the safety net for tens of millions of children, as well as the poor and disabled, half of whom are also children. We will not be fooled. This is not a promise kept, it's a promise broken. We're nurses, and we're here because we are very worried about our patients. We won't stop fighting for them. We can do better, and Americans truly deserve a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Jeff Merkley.
The most trusted profession in America is that of nursing. And so, yay. So I am pleased to be here with all of these most trusted healthcare experts. And that expertise comes from every day they're on the job, every bedside they attend, learning the ins and outs of what works and what doesn't work. I should add that my wife is a nurse, and so she has been my top healthcare advisor over the years. And this is what it boils down to. You've heard of the movie Dumb and Dumber, but the Republican healthcare movie is mean and meaner. It starts out with devastating Medicaid cuts, just like the House bill. Oh, they phase it in more slowly so that it won't maybe have as big of impact on the next election. That's politics. That's not kindness. It gets the same damage done. And then in addition, they make in the out years Medicaid compression even more. So there's less funds to provide services to working and struggling families. And it's not just the families, it's also those of our seniors who are in nursing homes. I was in a rural nursing home this weekend, and I asked how many folks here in long-term care are covered by Medicaid. And the administrator said, Senator, almost 100%. Almost 100%. I was in another long-term care facility, and I explained why I had come to learn more about this issue of long-term care. And the woman, Deborah, said to me, she's in a wheelchair, she says, Senator, I'm paid for by Medicaid. If I don't have Medicaid, I'm out on the street. And she said, that's a problem because I can't walk. Well, it's a problem in a whole host of reasons. If you need a lot of medical care and you are thrown out on the street. So if the president wants to find a bill with heart, he won't find it in this Senate bill. If the president wants to find a bill that honors his promise for health care for all, it's not in this bill. That's a promise broken. If he wants to find one that creates better health care for every American, well, the gutting of the essential benefits certainly doesn't honor that promise broken. And if he wants to find one that covers people with pre-existing conditions, that's not here either. In this fashion, this is what they've done. This takes a little bit of explaining. Imagine a health care bill here, example A, that doesn't cover diabetes or cancer. And it's really cheap. But somebody who has diabetes or cancer has to buy a policy which does cover diabetes and cancer, and that one's really expensive, maybe impossible for the person to afford. And in this sense, this absolutely discriminates against people with pre-existing conditions. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The bill is also a 0-0-0 on the important role of a legislature in shaping policy in a democracy. We're not a dictatorship, we're a democracy. We are we the people democracy, which means that when you forge something that affects a lot of people, you turn to the people in a variety of ways. You hold committee hearings, roundtables, and walkthroughs. 8 years ago, we had over 100. This time, 0. You pull in experts to testify in committee. 8 years ago, a lot of experts. This time, 0. You give a lot of time for senators to go home and talk to the citizens back home to see what they feel, and the healthcare experts back home to see what they feel, and most importantly, the nurses back home and see what they feel. And this time, we do not yet even have a bill. We have a discussion draft.
That's right.
But we're going to have 0 time to consult on the actual bill. And then what about days of debate? Well, then we're talking just about a single session rammed through, whereas we had 25 days 8 years ago on the floor of the Senate. This is not the way our founders forged a representative legislature, a democratic republic, to consider policies affecting people in the United States of America. And so that is why we're calling upon our Republican colleagues to take seriously the role, the constitutional framework, and when they are called upon to vote on whether to go to the bill, start considering the bill next week, they vote no and say no because it needs to be in committee, no because we have to talk to experts, no because we want to talk to nurses, and we want to talk to our public back home. Thank
you. Lori Kovanec, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Kovanec, Chief Executive Officer of the Ohio Nurses Association and also a cardiac nurse practitioner. I represent over 10,000 members of our organization, proud members of the American Nurses Association and the AFT's Nurses and Health Professionals. Nurses are by the side of patients every day. We are patient advocates, whether it's at the bedside, at the State House, or here in our nation's capital. We are firsthand witnesses to what happens when patients delay or forgo care because they simply can't afford it. Treatments become more costly, they become less effective, and our patients show up sicker. And we saw the difference when the Affordable Care Act went into place. We saw it in our patients, our communities, and our hospitals. As a nurse, I had a patient prior to the Affordable Care Act who needed cardiac bypass surgery. And he was not worried about his life-saving surgery. He was worried and fearful for the catastrophic financial impact it would have on his family. As I sat with him and talked through his decision, it was one of the hardest things I've ever done as a nurse. Our healthcare system should be about caring for people when they're not sick, when they're healthy, and not just treating them when they're sick. The ACA let us do that by expanding primary care, expanding insurance coverage and Medicaid, and requiring coverage for preventative care, pediatric visits, pregnancy, and other health services. The AHCA will set us back at the cost of lives, the financial health of our patients, the financial health of our hospitals, and a huge health impact on our states. You'll hear statistics that are truly frightening, and they reduce access to affordable care. Specifically in Ohio, the plan would be put more than 654,000 citizens in our state at risk of losing coverage. That's more than 6% of our state. These losses would be felt hardest by our most vulnerable populations. Ohio nurses are also concerned for our hospitals, and the projected loss is 81,000 jobs if this language was passed. The AHCA pulls the rug out from under our rural hospitals and those living in rural communities where our rural hospitals are more often the only hospital in a wide area serving patients. They're already at financial risk, and by being forced to provide uncompensated care, that will just make that problem worse. Patients are receiving treatment now for cancer, chronic conditions, heart disease. It's hard to look at them and know what they need and not be able to provide it. Insured or not, people are still going to get sick, they're still going to come in for care, and we're still going to provide it. The cost of that care will be shifted and cause a huge economic impact. The people of Ohio communities are trying desperately to deal with our opioid crisis. Our Medicaid expansion program has provided addiction services to over 500,000 citizens, and that would not have been possible without the support of the federal funding. If we get rid of that funding, then we have a greater problem in our war against the opioid crisis. The hardest thing for a nurse, when people ask, I can never be a nurse. I can't take care of sick people. I don't like the sight of body fluids. That is the easy part. The hard part is knowing what they need and not being able to provide it. So when nurses, doctors, and the entire healthcare community are calling on our lawmakers to listen to us, to pay attention to the decisions they're making, we're being very serious. Our lives are dedicated to the health of America, and we deserve to be listened to. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Senator Maggie Hassan.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to Senators Stabenow and Merkley and to our wonderful group of nurses and speakers here today, and to everybody who's advocating on behalf of patients across our country. I know a little something about the value of nursing firsthand because our son Ben receives home nursing services in our home so that he can stay at home with his disability. And nurses have been great advocates for him, both at home, in school, and in the community. And I am so grateful for the nurses here today. Nurses serve on the front lines of ensuring that Americans can get the treatment that they need. As Senate Republicans try to push through this new-ish version of the Trump Care bill, your voices are absolutely critical. So thank you all for being here today and for speaking out. A few hours ago, Senate Republicans released their version of Trump Care, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans took a bill that the president called mean and managed to make it even more heartless. Make no mistake, this bill would be a disaster for millions of Americans. Under the Senate Trump Care bill, if you buy your own insurance, you could have to pay more for your coverage. You could face an age tax, which would be especially harmful if you're between the ages of 50 and 64. And Trump Care allows states to undermine the requirements that insurance has to cover essential health benefits. Essential health benefits, as you have heard, have helped consumers get the coverage they need with lower out-of-pocket costs. For example, maternity care is an essential health care benefit. Eliminating this requirement would continue Republican efforts to roll back women's access to health care. Prescription drug coverage is also an essential health benefit. People are already struggling from high costs of prescription drugs. So eliminating prescription drug coverage as an essential health benefit would hurt the ability of granite staters and Americans to get the medications they need. And substance use disorder services are essential health benefits under the Affordable Care Act. But Trump Care undermines that. It would impact efforts, undermining them significantly, to combat the heroin, fentanyl, and opioid crisis, a crisis which has devastated communities, families, and businesses across New Hampshire. And undermining essential health benefits would be further exacerbated when combined with other dangerous portions of Trump Care, particularly by the changes Trump Care makes to Medicaid. The Senate Trump Care bill would cut and cap the Medicaid program with even deeper cuts than the House bill. Those massive funding cuts would force states to choose between slashing benefits, reducing the number of people who can get care, or both. Under Trump Care, states will be faced with cutting services that children, people with disabilities, and seniors in nursing homes depend on. And Trump Care ends Medicaid expansion, which has provided quality, affordable health insurance to over 50,000 hardworking granite staters and to hardworking people in other states as well across our country. With less resources and support from the federal level, states would have fewer means to respond to issues like the substance misuse crisis. Look, there is no doubt that the Affordable Care Act needs to be improved, but Trump Care would make things worse for most Americans, whether they currently get their insurance through their employer, whether they buy it privately, whether they buy it through the exchange, or whether they have Medicaid. Trump Care would raise costs, take away coverage, and hurt people across New Hampshire and our country, all in order to give billions of dollars in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans. So I'll do everything in my power to stop this devastating bill from becoming law. You know, Senate Republicans say they want to vote on this legislation as soon as next week. So the clock is ticking. I will remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and let everyone here know that all of the Democrats on the Health Committee, during a hearing about a week ago on prescription drug prices, asked for a hearing on this bill when it came out. We were all there. We belong to the committee in the United States Senate that is supposed to consider and make deliberative judgments about health care policy. And our chair told us no. That's not the way we should make law that impacts the daily lives of so many and a fifth or a sixth of our economy. So share your stories, make clear how Trump Care would hurt you and your patients, and thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you so much. And Jeanette from Michigan, thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. And before you start, I'm looking at signs that I don't understand here. Has the vote started? How far are we into the vote?
I think the time has, the first 2 minutes have expired.
Of the second vote?
Of the second vote, yes.
Okay, great, all right. So you know what, while you speak, we are going to run upstairs very quickly. I want to hear your words, but I'm going to run upstairs very quickly so I can come right back, so we're not missing a vote. So I think I think my colleagues have done that, so I will be right back. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon. I am Jeanette Klemzak, a registered nurse in Michigan for over 50 years and a member of ANA Michigan. I have cared for patients in emergency rooms, hospitals, community clinics, and as a public health nurse. I am proud to be here with my Senator, Debbie Stabenow, who has been a tireless champion for health care for people and unwavering in her support for the nurses who provide patient care. I want to share with you some of the patients I have served and who I am concerned about. A pregnant mother came to our emergency room ready to deliver her baby, having had no prenatal care. When we asked why she had no care, she told us that she'd called the doctor's office to make an appointment and was told she could not see the doctor because she still owed $10 from her previous pregnancy. This changed under the Affordable Care Act. However, this is a past we don't want to return to under the new Senate Republican draft. For now, under the Affordable Care Act, women have access to prenatal care. In my local health department, a woman called me to make an immunization appointment for her son. For some reason, I felt compelled to ask her about her own health. She paused and then quietly told me that she was a diabetic and that she had not had insulin for 3 years. She said she couldn't afford it. Untreated diabetes takes a huge human toll. It can mean kidney failure, heart disease, blindness for the person. Again, under the Affordable Care Act, the insulin is covered. We can't afford the price, both human and economic, of going backward in these essential benefits. On a personal level, a woman who has helped my family with housekeeping for 15 years was divorced and left with no health insurance. We were able to help her enroll in Michigan's Medicaid expansion program. As a result of her first affordable physical exam, her provider became suspicious about a serious medical problem and referred her to medical specialist. She was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, scleroderma. This disease has no cure, but can be treated and the debilitating aspects delayed. Because of her health care coverage, she receives high-quality specialty care, has her medication covered, and receives the physical and occupational therapies that are allowing her to continue to work. She is terrified she will lose her coverage under the new Senate Republican draft, lose her opportunity to live a functional life. These patients are often invisible to most of us in this room. Our job as nurses today is to shine a light, to bring them into the light so we can do better. Pam challenged us to do better, and we must do better. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, I'm sorry to have missed Jeanette's comments, but she's from Michigan, and I know they were brilliant. So thank you. Thank you. We'd be happy to take a couple of questions if we have any questions. If not, we will go forth and advocate. All right. Thank you very much. Yes. We are just on all, great job.
Remember me, I met you at the NSNA convention. Okay, again, the Republicans revealing their new health care bill. This is the Senate's version of the GOP health care bill that was first proposed by the House Republicans. Because this bill was just released this morning, it was posted online, we will be hearing a lot from both Republicans and Democrats who are reacting today to the new proposal. So again, those were a few Senate Democrats joined by the American Nurses Association holding a press conference on Trump Care in Washington, D.C. Also happening in Washington, D.C., the State Department briefing. We'll be hearing from State Department spokeswoman Heather Nauert momentarily.
What do you like, whatever. And in that time, I felt like I want to go. A lot of them were like, I want to go back to school. I want to go back to school. I think if she'd asked them point blank, would you like to resettle in the U.S., like some of them probably would have said yes. But like, well, and a lot of them, I was in a few of them that were like women only with her, and a lot of the women like told her that they really wanted to be able to go. I think because the school is saying they were like high school, they really want to be able to that in general. Like because they're like, yeah, like they're living in Jordan, like uncertain kind of like immigration status. They don't have a passport, like they don't have a passport to like travel. And I bet a lot of those kids would like to come see
everybody.
Hello.
How's everyone today?
It's Thursday.
Thursday,
so
I know. Hope you all have been having a good week. A couple things I want to start out with today. Two issues of great interest to us. The first is about Ukraine, and the second is about Iraq. The United States is deeply concerned about an alarming pattern of violence and harassment by Russia-led separatists in eastern Ukraine, directed at unarmed civilian members of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission. The latest in a series of threatening and intimidating incidents involved harassment, threats, and ultimately shots being fired at retreating mission vehicles on June the 20th. This follows the tragic death in April of a U.S. citizen who was serving as a paramedic with monitors when his vehicle struck an explosive in separatist-controlled territory. The incidents are part of a broader effort to keep the international community from seeing what is happening in eastern Ukraine. We call on Russia to use its influence to end this campaign of intimidation and honor its commitment to allow free, full, and safe access to the OSCE monitors. More broadly, a lasting and durable ceasefire is urgently needed to relieve human suffering and create space for progress on Minsk implementation. That is the first issue. Second, Iraq. As I'm sure you all saw yesterday, the destruction of the Grand Al-Nuri Mosque yesterday is further evidence of the depravity and the desperation of ISIS and their so-called caliphate, which is rapidly evaporating. We strongly condemn this crime against the people of Mosul, which only further proves that ISIS has no respect for Iraq's identity, culture, or its religions. For nearly 800 years, the Al-Nuri Mosque, with its distinct leaning minaret, Al-Hadba, stood as a testament to the faith and unity of Mosul's residents. ISIS used the historic mosque, an edifice of a great religion, to publicly justify its criminal campaign of genocide, mass rape, institutionalized slavery, child murder, and aggressive territorial conquest. Yesterday, Iraqi security forces pushed forward to liberate Iraqi civilians who are still trapped in Mosul. ISIS destroyed the mosque and the minaret. The despicable act is a crime not only against the people of Mosul in Iraq, but the world. The world has yet again lost an important part of our shared heritage at the hands of ISIS. The Iraqi security forces, with the support of the coalition, have now liberated 70% of the territory that ISIS once controlled and has now freed 2.7 million Iraqis from ISIS's brutal rule. Together, we're accelerating the global campaign against ISIS, taking ISIS leaders off the battlefield and depriving the group of its resources. The United States remains committed to helping Iraq drive ISIS from every inch of the Iraqi soil and ensure that the terror group cannot return. The United States and the international community supports the government of Iraq's efforts to support communities suffering from the effects of the brutal occupation of ISIS. The American people stand with the Iraqi government and the Iraqi people in their efforts to build a future that is filled with peace and prosperity for all Iraqis. With that, I'll take your questions, please.
Thanks.
Matt, go right ahead.
I just want to start because of your Ukraine OSCE statement.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's right. You're saying that this is a broader effort by the separatists to prevent the public from seeing what's going on, and
We believe that. The information from the OSCE monitors is really one of the reliable ways that we and the world can see what is going on and the devastation that's taking place in that part of Ukraine. And we believe that these monitors, it's a repeated history now of harassment against these monitors, we think, to try to prevent them from doing their jobs.
So the administration likes transparency when it comes to.
I think the world wants to see these OSCE monitors be able to report fairly and accurately the reality of the situation on the ground.
I just wanted to make sure that was what I was getting at.
Did you say
And hold on a
Russian-led separatists? Did you mention led
Yes.
or Russian-supported separatists?
Both.
You think they are Russian-led?
Russian, we believe they're Russian-led, Russian-funded, Russian-trained separatists,
Now-
so-called separatists.
Now the Russians say that former Mr. Lavrov and Secretary Tillerson spoke by phone today.
They did.
Did this come up, or was it mainly focused on U.S., Russia?
They talked about a lot of issues, among them Syria. That remains a major issue, but I can't get into the specifics of that conversation that took place today.
Okay. Well, would it be fair to, I don't want to assume because we all know what that does, but would it be fair to say that the cancellation of the Tom Shannon-Ryabkov meeting was a point of discussion?
I would imagine that that was something that was discussed. I mean, we have said to Russia, and we say here today that we were disappointed. This was a channel that was set up by the Secretary and also Foreign Minister Lavrov back in, I believe it was April, when they were in Russia together. And they set up this separate channel, so to speak, to have these conversations, to be able to go over more minor issues, irritants. And that was something that Secretary Shannon was prepared to do, to go there, have a good faith conversation. The Secretary has talked about how we have a low-level relationship at this point with Russia, and we would like to try to find areas of cooperation to work together. And it's difficult to find areas of cooperation to work together while there are some of these irritants that keep coming up at some of the bigger meetings. So this was a separate channel set up to try to address those things. Russia canceled it. So Russia can best explain why they chose to cancel it, but we're disappointed in that.
Do you know if there's discussions going on to try and reschedule? And
that I don't know.
okay.
That I don't know.
And the last thing on this is that the Russians also say that Foreign Minister Lavrov complained about the military strikes in Syria as a violation of Syria's sovereignty, and also complained about the sanctions, which is what they said was the reason, or the latest maintenance of sanctions, which is what they said was the reason for canceling the
So the issue of sanctions was never on the table for this meeting that was canceled. This meeting was about more minor issues. Sanctions can be dealt with a very separate way. Russia knows exactly why sanctions are placed on that country, and it's directly as a result of their actions in Crimea and their actions in the eastern part of Ukraine. If they want those sanctions removed, they have to address those issues. They have to live up to the Minsk Accords.
And on the violation of Syria's sovereignty, you guys obviously reject that charge.
Those were defensive actions that the United States took. And the only reason that the United States is in Syria is to address ISIS. And I think Russia knows that. Okay. Hi, Dave.
Just to follow up on that one directly. So the Shannon-Ryabkov channel was to discuss the minor irritants, and even that was cancelled. So what kind of situation are we in terms of U.S.-Russia ties now?
I mean,
it's already very low. Now what is it?
Well, I'm not going to characterize it exactly, but I certainly can say that we're disappointed in that we wanted to have this dialogue so that we could clear the table, clear the air, so to speak, of some of these smaller issues. This is something that we wanted to see happen. So Russia can best explain why it was canceled. They know why. They know why they canceled it.
Can we stay on Syria?
Yeah.
Okay. Two quick things. First of all, the French President Macron said that Assad was not, it is not a precondition for Assad to go.
I'm sorry, say that again. The French President said what?
Said that Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria, they don't condition the end of the civil war in Syria with the removal of Bashar al-Assad as president of Syria. Do you agree with this, or do you see it as a major?
All right, everyone. They're actually going to take away the State Department briefing because they want to show you Democrats talking about the health care bill. So in the meantime, I'm just going to show you Ted Cruz speaking now.
Would you be willing to make changes to? Would you be willing to make changes on the Medicaid legislation as it currently stands? Because even if you guys turn to yes, there's still the potential that the moderates like Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins could be no's and forth this.
Everyone expects this current draft for there to be significant changes to it. And indeed, the majority leader and the staff in rolling it out, they said this is a discussion draft, this is a first draft, there are going to be significant changes. Of course, we're going to have to continue having a negotiation. Everyone's going to have to give. That's the only way you can get at least 50 out of 52 Republicans. We have a very narrow majority. The only way you can get to yes is if everyone is willing to give some. And I think the keys to it are focusing on issues, on principles that bring us together. And two principles that bring us together that I think are the keys to getting agreement and getting the job accomplished are, number one, lowering premiums. If premiums go down, that's a win for everyone. It's a win for conservatives. It's a win for moderates. It's a win for the men and women we represent. But number two, another principle that unifies everyone is state flexibility. Letting states have far more flexibility. So, for example, with Medicaid, letting each individual state design creative and innovative new plans to care for the most vulnerable. Letting a more moderate governor, like a John Kasich in Ohio, Do what the state of Ohio wants and letting a more conservative governor, like a Greg Abbott in Texas, do what the state of Texas does. The beauty of a principle like more state flexibility is that it unifies our conference. It gives a win for everyone. And if we come out of this with premiums going down, with consumers having more choices, more options, lower prices, and states having more flexibility for creative, innovative solutions to caring for the most vulnerable, that is a big win.
But on Medicaid, though, you'd be willing to make changes.
Why couldn't you give what you wanted?
Of course.
Does that go back live?
Yeah, they took it live.
Great.
Dept took it live.
Great. Good work. Thanks, Dave. Good hustle. Good work.
I recorded it.
Okay. Can you? Why don't we do this? So let's do this. Let's do this. Let me call and see if anybody got involved. Okay. So that they were closer, so that this was wrapped up. So they called the desk and reassessed.
Hey, thanks for showing up.
Tell me what's.
I have like 15 minutes worth of
Okay, you do it. Okay. Let's do this.
They kicked us out. They were outside. I haven't heard anything from them. The only thing I can say is have someone shoot them up.
Why don't we have the two speakers the whole time with the speaker or something? Okay, we're not going to worry about Cambridge on the house side.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me see if before we do this, let me see if anybody logged this. If not, I'm going to have you go back to your data.
No, I got it.
You got it?
Out of my phone.
But you got a bunch of things to hold.
This is including this.
Hey, it's Chad. I need
I'll
to
do
speak
Cruz
to
first.
Zion.
But they both opposed him for different reasons. Randy was talking about how it's too much like Obamacare. He talked about sort of the way it might still be too expensive. Ted Cruz still doesn't get lower premiums. He said they're
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have Megan by the end of next week, and what you just heard Tom Ted Cruz. And let me reassess about a bunch of stuff here. You know what would be helpful? Could we put a
yeah, it could be days. Closely over the weekend. Republicans aren't rushing out to embrace this. They're looking at it very, very cautiously and very, very carefully. Okay. So
can she help you in a minute?
No, I got all that. I got all of it.
Go to Steph Holden Rogers here.
Okay, does it have to be live?
Probably not.
Okay. I got battery for a while.
That's fine. Yeah, head there now.
I can be live for a while.
All right, everybody. Well, as you can see, we are live at the White House right now, giving you kind of a behind-the-scenes look as reporters are moving about. You've just heard Ted Cruz speaking. Let's take you now to the Democrats who are speaking about health care.
We will hear 3 stories from people who understand what this means to them and to their families. There are millions of people living in this country with pre-existing conditions, and you can bet that they have been following the bill as it emerged from the House, which was really devastating, and then to see what's in store in the Senate bill. So today also happens to be World Kidney Cancer Day, and that's why many of us are wearing these orange items and ribbons. And I just want to mention that, my own experience tells me that we are only one diagnosis away from a major illness. I was always healthy. I'd never been hospitalized except when I was 17, and that was a false alarm. And I have recently been diagnosed with a stage 4 kidney cancer, and I am dealing with that. I feel well, but not out of the woods. So I can certainly relate to the millions of people in our country who are very concerned about what this bill has in store for so many of us. So I want to start with Ian. Come on over, Ian. Ian Locke. Ian Locke was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a form of bone cancer, when he was a sophomore in high school. Ian hits his 5-year mark as a survivor in 2016. Ian recently graduated from McAllister, College in Minnesota, and wants to pursue a career in medical research, in large part because of his own experience. Ian, thank you so much for joining us from Utah, and please tell us your story.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. So it used to be every month, and then it was every 3 months, and then it was every 6 months, and now it's every year. I sat opposite my parents in a waiting room at the Children's Hospital of Wisconsin, and I've been in this exact position many times before, even this exact room. But each checkup was difficult, just as difficult as the one before it. Finally, the doctors come into the room, and the first thing they say is, there are some things we want to talk about, but first, your scans are clean. A sigh of relief, my parents sit back in their chairs, but there's something lingering in the back of my mind. So maybe not this time, but what about next month or next year? I'm 6 years out of treatment, and that doesn't mean that I don't constantly think about what it would mean to be diagnosed again. Because you see, I have a pre-existing condition. At 16 years old, when I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a rare form of bone cancer, I had no idea what cancer was. I didn't know what chemo felt like. I didn't know what it felt like to spend weeks in the hospital. I didn't know what it felt like to be completely dependent on those people around you. And after 7 surgeries and 16 chemotherapy treatments, I know all too well the impact that cancer can have on a family and a community. But all things considered, I was lucky. My parents had excellent health care coverage, and I had the support of a community. Now, 6 years later, what scares me the most is what happens when I turn 26 and I'm not covered by my parents' health insurance anymore. 3 weeks ago, I started a position at a lab at the University of Utah studying sarcomas, or primarily childhood bone and tissue cancers. I'm doing everything in my power to see the end to the fight against cancer as an advocate, a fundraiser, and hopefully a researcher. Cancer has affected my life in so many ways. I cannot stand by as cancer has devastated my life in the past, and it continues to haunt me, not only in the possibility of it coming back, but also being placed in a group with pre-existing conditions. And I'm not alone. There are over 15 million cancer survivors alive today in the United States, each of us with a pre-existing condition. Each of us is vulnerable to high insurance costs, and that's what's going to happen if Congress passes a law allowing insurers to rate people like me based on their health status. Unaffordable health care is terrifying. It's terrifying to think about there's always the possibility that I and so many other childhood cancer survivors may hear those 3 words, "You have cancer," again.
Thank you very much, Ian. Next, I want to introduce Marcus Jones. He is a resident of Richmond, Virginia. At age 27, Marcus was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, an unpredictable, often disabling disease of the central nervous system. Marcus is a proud MS activist and chair of the National MS Society's Government Relations Advisory Committee in Virginia. Marcus is here to share more about how MS has impacted his life and the coverage and care that's vital to him as someone who lives with a chronic, expensive disease. Marcus.
Thank you. 8 years ago, I found myself sitting in a doctor's office, holding my wife's hand, waiting for the doctor to come back. After seeing 5 neurologists, a cardiologist, and just for good measure, an ear, nose, and throat doctor, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, a diagnosis that changed my life forever. I was lucky. My disease was caught early, and with the help of cutting-edge immunotherapy drugs, I've done well. But those drugs cost $7,000 per month, and that keeps my MS at bay. But now I have a pre-existing condition, a condition that will require comprehensive care and treatment for the rest of my life. Before the Affordable Care Act, every decision that I would make would have to be made based on health insurance, not on passion, not on ambition, but health insurance, limiting my career choices and limiting my opportunity to pursue the American dream. Now, because insurance companies can't deny those of us living with MS insurance coverage, I've done something that I never thought I'd be able to do. Just this week, I filed paperwork with the state of Virginia to start my own business, a home health care business to provide care to the elderly and the disabled. None of this would have been possible without the ACA guaranteeing me health care coverage. If the Senate votes to take away that protection and allows me to be charged more for health insurance, or allows states to waive comprehensive coverage, my dreams will be dead before they even have a chance to live. And while I don't need Medicaid yet, I live with an expensive chronic health condition, and one day I might not have anywhere else to go. I'm very concerned about capping Medicaid, which will certainly lead to reduced eligibility for those like me and others with other conditions. A couple months after my diagnosis, at 2:30 a.m., I rolled over and woke up my wife. She looked at me with a frown because we had a 2-month-old at the time, and she was sleeping better than she'd slept in a couple months. I looked in her eyes, and I told her that if she wanted a divorce, I was okay. She was 25 years old. I didn't want to be a drag on her. I did not want my medical condition and the uncertainty with my health to prevent her from living her dream. She looked at me, she gave me a hug, and she promised she would never leave me. Then she reared back and she punched me and said she was mad that I ever thought that she would. If the Senate votes to repeal the protections gained with the ACA, all the hard work I've done to fight this terrible illness, start my own business, and keep living my life to the fullest for my family, and most of all, for my family, will be lost. Because of the Affordable Care Act, I'm able to pursue the American dream and make sure that my life is better, my wife's life is better, and my daughter's lives, Kaylee, Zoe, and Ainsley, are better as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Next, I'd like to introduce Jill Heil from Hilliard, Ohio. Jill's 16-year-old daughter, Allison, has cystic fibrosis, a life-threatening genetic disease that makes the body produce thick, sticky mucus that clogs the lungs and requires hours of therapy and handfuls of medicines every single day. Jill is in D.C. with Allison's twin sister, Abby, and friend Megan to advocate for people with cystic fibrosis and make sure that Allison's voice is heard. She will share how cystic fibrosis has impacted Allison's life and why adequate, affordable insurance is critical to making sure Allison gets the treatment and care she needs. Please, come on up, Jill.
Thank you so much. We'd like to tell you just a little bit about Allison, or Allie as she's known to us. As you know, she has cystic fibrosis, but to us, she's just way more than that. You know, hearing her diagnosis 16 years ago was a bit like we had packed for a trip to the beach, but when we got off the plane, we were standing on a snowy mountaintop. It was still a pretty beautiful place, but we had not prepared for the weather. CF changed everything for our new family. Allie is a twin, Abby's here with me, and her friend Megan are here advocating today for people with cystic fibrosis and other complex chronic diseases. CF affects our family, and Allie in particular, in many, many ways. She takes between 40 and 50 pills a day. Every time she eats, a handful of pills go in her mouth. She does 3 to 4 hours of respiratory treatments and therapies every single day. There's no vacation from CF. She's trying to be a teenager too, right? That's pretty tough stuff. She's been in and out of the hospital since birth, and in fact spent the first 4 months of her life at Nationwide Children's Hospital in Columbus, Ohio. And at age 7, she underwent a lobectomy, removing part of her lung because of the tremendous damage that CF did to her very young lungs. That's pretty tough stuff at 7. She's a rock star though, right? We were constantly worried about what was next. What was the next clinic appointment going to tell us? But as Allie got older, treatments got a lot better. You know, the research that's out there for cystic fibrosis is simply amazing, and she started a new medication almost 2 years ago that has changed her life. Today, she's an active 16-year-old ready to start her junior year of high school. She's an accomplished dancer, pretty much lives at the dance studio if I'd let her. She's received academic honors at school and has a lot of friends, like Megan. For the first time since her diagnosis, my husband Doug and I were pretty optimistic about Allie's future. High school graduation, college, she says she wants to be a teacher and go to OU. That's great. Maybe even a family one day. And the girls get to grow old together, right? But recent actions, as you all know, in healthcare reform have brought back all those old fears and worries for Allie's future. There are many important, very important protections in place today that are just at risk, like the pre-existing condition protections, prohibition of annual and lifetime caps. If those things go away, or come back to us, I should say, life changes again. You know, without insurance, we would be looking at upwards of $350,000 annually for Allison's treatment and care. You know, we work hard and have good jobs, but that's outside our reach. That's not going, I can't imagine looking at my 16-year-old who thinks the future is laying in front of her and saying, not sure you're going to have what you need. That drug you have right now that's changing everything for you, we might have to not take that anymore. That's not okay. And I won't do that. And we can't do that to kids like Allie. My daughter and others with chronic complex diseases need access to affordable health care that meets all of their needs, not just this one or that one, all of their needs. And I hope lawmakers, including Senator Portman from my home state of Ohio, keep Allie in mind while they're making these critical decisions over the coming days. Thank you so much for letting us talk to you today.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the two young advocates here for their part in calling attention to the literally hundreds of thousands of people in our country who are living with pre-existing conditions. And now I'm really pleased and proud to be joined here by two of the biggest voices making sure that we do consider healthcare to be a right, not a privilege in this country. And Patty Murray Senator Murray from Washington State has been one of the biggest voices and leaders in the Senate, and in fact, she routinely gets all of us together to speak on the floor of the Senate about the concerns that we have. So before I call him, I also want to introduce Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, who I served with in the U.S. House for 6 years before he came and joined us. Thank you so much. You have been a tremendous voice, of course, in making sure that health care is affordable and available to all of us. So we'll start with you, Patty.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Senator Rono for her tremendous courage and her leadership and her willingness to share her story of a pre-existing condition that she never imagined she'd have just a few weeks ago. So thank you. Courage, stay on. And to Marcus and Allie and Ian and Allie's mom and friend, thank you for sharing your stories. You make this real for everybody who just talked from pieces of paper. Your lives are at stake here. Thank you all. And thank you to all the patients and families and advocates who have stood strong against Trump care. You know, people across the country have been demanding for weeks, even months, to just see what the Senate Republicans have in store for their health care. But instead of working with us in a bipartisan way to actually really help people, instead of holding hearings or debating this bill on the floor or giving people the opportunity, like all of you, to weigh in, they've kept their version of Trump care under lock and key. An all-male group of 13 senators negotiated this bill in secret. They drafted it in a back room. They cut deals behind closed doors, and only today With just days to go before they plan to vote on it, did they think it might be a good idea to bring it out? I think it's a bill. They called it a draft, which would impact the health and well-being of so many people in this country. Now, I think that's because they are actually ashamed of what's in this bill, and it's pretty easy to see why. The Senate version of Trump Care that they showed us this morning is nothing less than an attack on brave patients like those we just heard from. It completely undermines the protections for people with pre-existing conditions. It exposes people across the country to unlimited medical expenses, even if you get your insurance through an employer. And just like the House version of Trump Care, it dramatically increases health care costs for families and kicks tens of million people off of coverage. If I was a Senate Republican, I would not want to have to explain my support for this bill either. But with days to go now until a vote that Senator McConnell plans to hold on this bill next week, here are just a few of the many questions Senate Republicans should have to answer. How do you tell a child with a pre-existing condition that she will be burdened with unlimited medical expenses all her life? What do you say to her parents? Can you look at a brave cancer survivor in the eye after you voted to spike his premiums and really believe you did the right thing for the people that you represent? And because many rank-and-file Senate Republicans didn't even see the bill till today, are you really ready to vote on a bill that would impact a sixth of our economy and the lives of people across the states with just a few days to review it? I know that many Senate Republicans have said they are not happy with this secret process, and my message to them is pretty simple. If you can't answer the questions like I just gave you, saying you're just unhappy about the process is not enough. I hope that those Republicans join all of us in telling Senator McConnell that patients and families like the ones here today deserve the opportunity to fully scrutinize this bill and weigh in so they can tell their elected representative what their feelings are about his or her vote. This is their health and their financial security on the line, and the least that Senate Republicans can do is hear them out.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Van Hollen.
Well, I want to thank Senator Hirono for bringing this all together, and as Senator Murray said, both for her incredible leadership on health care issues and for her own example of personal strength and courage. Thank you for all of that. And to Senator Murray, who's been leading the charge as the ranking member on the Health Committee, we're gonna do everything we can to make sure the votes are not there to pass this unconscionable piece of legislation. So thank all of you for being here today to offer your personal testimony, because I do believe at the end of the day, that's what will change hearts and minds. We know that when the House passed its bill, Trump Care 2.0, that there was a great celebration in the White House. So in public, they said everything was great. But when they went behind closed doors, President Trump is on record saying that what the House passed was a mean bill. Mean. That's what he called it behind closed doors. And I can tell you the bill that Senate Republicans have been putting together behind closed doors is meaner in many respects. They're going to come out in the public and they're going to try and dress it up. They're going to try and say we made some important changes to the House bill. But at the end of the day, as I said, in many cases, it's much worse. Marcus Jones mentioned Medicaid. The reality is that the Senate bill will do even greater damage to Medicaid and all the people who ultimately rely on Medicaid than the House bill. And that impacts people with disabilities, it impacts seniors, and it impacts lower-income American families. It will also wreak havoc on people with pre-existing conditions. And I think as we go through this debate, it's really important to understand that the Senate bill, in addition to being meaner in many respects, is more deceptive in many ways. What you think they're giving with one hand, they take away with another hand. There's been a lot of talk about pre-existing conditions. Bottom line, this Senate bill will harm people with pre-existing conditions and certainly mean that many people are no longer protected by the annual and lifetime caps. So watch carefully, because what was said in public about the House bill did not reveal the reality of what they admitted in private, that it was mean. And we're going to hear a lot of flim-flam from our Republican senators, because they know how unpopular that House bill was. Only 17% of the American public supported it at the time. And so they're going to try and present this new one as something pretty different. In some ways it's worse, and in other ways it is just as bad, including with respect to the ultimate result for people with pre-existing conditions.
There's a word in Hawaii that we apply to this kind of flim-flammery. It's called shibai, meaning that you put something out and you call it something when it's really the opposite. This is not a health care bill that's going to help the people in our country. And let's not forget that there is a huge tax cut for the richest people in our country with both the House and the Senate versions of these bills. And this tax cut is on the backs of the poorest, sickest, oldest people in our country. It is unconscionable. So now we'd like to open up for any questions that you all may have. Yes?
Why hasn't the disappointment on both sides of the aisle translated to some sort of bipartisan cooperation to turn out some sort of other bill?
Happy to do that.
Oh.
So I think it's important to remember on the very second day of session, January 4th, Republicans put forward a process to do this bill alone with 50 Republicans, no Democrats. And they have made it clear the entire way along. I've sat next to Senator Alexander in committee hearing after committee hearing on health, asking for to be part of the process, asking to give our input, asking for hearings, asking for the ability to have input on this, and we were told no over and over and over again. They started it day one, and they have continued it to today. Democrats have said actually for 7 years now, since Obamacare was passed, that we thought it was a good step in the right direction, but certainly didn't solve all problems. And we've invited Republicans every step of the way to work with us to increase access and lower costs. And they said no before because they wanted to repeal Obamacare. They said no this year because they told us from day one they were going to do it without any Democrats. So we have been pretty clear. We'd like to be a part of making the healthcare system in this country better, but we have been denied that every step of the way.
And remember, before the Affordable Care Act was passed, there were literally dozens of hearings. I know I served in the U.S. House at that time. Chris was very involved in that. Also, we spent months and months and months talking about it, debating it, listening to advocates and others as to how we can provide more health care to the people in our country. That was a long process. So whenever I hear the Republicans here saying that we're just doing what you guys did, that is just such a crock. I cannot even tell you.
Yes.
You guys said that you're going to do everything you can to stop this bill, but what procedures do you have available to do that? And also, are you confident that there are any Republicans who will actually not vote for this bill? I know there are 4 conservatives who said that they don't support it right now, but they're open to changes. I mean, do you believe them when they say they're not going to vote for that? Do you think that maybe Senator Collins or Senator Murkowski might not vote for it over Planned Parenthood?
Well, I think what we can tell you is there are 48 assured no votes on this bill. They're all Democrats. And I can tell you what we need is 3 Republicans to say they, as well, will not vote for this plan. That's what we need.
And that's why we're having rallies and press conferences and op-eds and all kinds of things all across our country, because it's really important that for these Republican senators to hear from their own constituents as to their concerns. The hope is that they will actually listen to the voices of their constituents and vote no.
I was going to say, at the end of the day, the people who are going to be able to stop Republicans from doing this are going to be constituents. We just want to make sure that Senate Republicans are actually listening, and so we want to make sure that these voices are elevated as much as possible so that they can break through, because we had them put together the bill in hiding. Many of those Republican senators are in hiding now. They don't want to answer questions. They need to hear from their constituents, and that's part of what this is all about.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. You're always
No, thank you. All right, keep.
Okay, everybody, that was Democrats speaking out on the Senate GOP's new health care bill. You're watching live on the Fox News Now stream. If any other breaking news comes up before 1 o'clock, we'll be sure to take you there. If not, we will be back on at 1 o'clock to continue streaming with you. Stick with us live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I will be taking you into the next few hours of the show here today. Really, the big story today is the health care bill. So we've been hearing a lot from Democrats about this. They've been speaking out against it. So we're going to be hearing probably some more live feeds from that or going throughout the day and from earlier today. I know we have some that we haven't shown you. So I'm going to pull up the first event that I want to take you guys to. Now, this was Paul Ryan who was speaking earlier. So let's hear what the House Speaker had to say. Again, this just came out today. They finally revealed the health care bill, and even some Republicans are against this. You know, Ted Cruz is against this, coming out saying that this still hasn't been changed enough and that he cannot stand by this bill, and he doesn't believe it's going to have enough votes to pass the Senate. So we'll hear more from both sides throughout the day, but right now let's hear what Paul Ryan had to say. Here we go.
As grueling and emotional. The juror who agreed to speak to us on the condition
First off, I want to begrudgingly congratulate members of our press corps on their victory last night in the Congressional Women's Softball game. This one was a pretty close one, right? 2-1? Who played? Come on. None of you played? All right, well, congratulations anyway. You know what? It was really cool to see Special Agent Crystal Griner throw out the first pitch last night. So I don't know if you went and watched it, but she had just gotten out of the hospital yesterday, and to see Crystal come out and throw the first pitch was a very, very, very cool thing to see. I saw Steve this morning. His spirits are up. He's talking. He's doing well, and he sends his regards and his thanks for everyone's thoughts and prayers. This has been a busy week, delivering on our agenda for the country. Yesterday, for those of you who may have missed it, Republicans and Democrats came together to send important Veterans Administration reform legislation to the president's desk. We've all seen the scandals of the last few years. We saw the waiting list. We saw the scandals. Things clearly need to change at the Veterans Administration, and this bill is going to help deliver the kind of fundamental reform that is needed to solve those problems. It will help our veterans get the world-class care and treatment that they deserve and that they have earned. We still have a lot of work to do, but we're going to keep at it until we as a country can say that we are really and honestly keeping our promises that we have made to our veterans. And then later today we expect a big bipartisan vote for Glenn Thompson's bill to improve career and technical education. This initiative is going to make it easier for people to get the skills they need to fill better, higher quality, higher paying jobs. A good technical skills job can mean everything. It can be the foundation of a successful career and a great future. I see this everywhere I look in my own home state of Wisconsin. This bill can make a real difference for American workers. So, bottom line, every day here, we are working to address the problems that people face in their daily lives. These are just two more examples of us coming together and delivering on our agenda. Questions? Kristen? I have not. I've been briefed on the Senate version. I've been a little busy myself. I've been briefed on the Senate version of the health care bill. Yeah, look, believe me, I know how hard this process is from personal experience. From what I understand, their bill tracks in many ways along the lines of the House bill. I think that's very good. I'm not going to opine on their process. They gave us the space to go through our deliberative process. The last thing I want to do is be disrespectful of their process. They have a lengthy process ahead of them. I think the bottom line is I want them to pass the bill so we can all get on with keeping our promise. You got to remember, the system's collapsing. It's a real look. Anthem Blue Cross yesterday pulled out of Wisconsin. That's one of the most flagship health insurers we've had in our state for many, many years. So this system is in a tailspin. We made a promise that we would repeal and replace this law. I'm very happy that the Senate has gone through the work of putting together a bill that keeps that promise. And so, yeah, I'm eager for them to pass it, but I'm not going to opine on the details as they go along. Yeah, you don't. You release legislation after you've drafted legislation, not while you draft legislation. I think this is sort of a talking point in search of a problem. You don't release a bill before you finish writing the bill. You write the bill, then you release the bill. That's what the Senate's done. Andy. Yeah, if you're asking for if we have a cap adjustment, should we have offsets and mandatory? I think the answer is yes. The question is quality and quantity. Juan.
Because you said the health care bill in the Senate does track so closely with the House bill, do you anticipate that the House would take up the Senate bill?
Oh, it's premature to say how we haven't made that decision yet. They're just beginning their process, so we're just not at that point of making that kind of a decision yet. The bonus. Yeah. How many of you know what the blue slip problem is? All right, so like 4 of you. So this is a very technical issue, but it's the Constitution, so we take that very seriously. My understanding is Ways and Means is giving the technical assistance that the Senate needs to make sure that they conform with the Constitution, the origination clause, and the blue slip. Ed Royce, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, has indicated that he's very eager to move this bill. So we want to get this bill cleaned up. We need Foreign Affairs to do their scrub of this legislation, which is what we do on every time a bill comes over from the Senate. But Chairman Royce has indicated he wants to get moving on this quickly, and we want to honor that. Don't know the answer to that. We just want to get moving on it, but we've got to honor the blue slip, which is a constitutional origination clause issue. That's why we asked Ways and Means, which is in charge of this, to make sure that they give Senate Foreign Affairs or Foreign Relations the technical work they need so they can get this right. Yeah, I support sanctions. You know, I've always supported sanctions. I'm going to let HVAC, Foreign Affairs, do their scrub to make sure that the bill is written the right way, that it's in good shape. But Ed wants to get moving on this bill, and I support doing that. Yeah. Who are you with? I apologize. Who are you with?
I'm CNS News.
CNS. All right.
So President Trump's 2018 budget calls for eliminating the federal funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Do you support that proposal, and will you follow the funding elimination of the CBP outlined in the President's budget?
I'm going to have to refer you to the appropriators. They are just getting ready. They're just getting started on their bills. So I don't get too deep into the micro details like that. I just refer you to the appropriators. Rachel. Yeah, deja vu all over again. I served as budget chair or ranking member for 8 years. I had these kinds of conversations each and every year with the other authorizing chairs. She is doing a fantastic job of getting consensus on the kinds of instructions we need to make sure that we get some savings out of the budget. Every budget should have savings, and Diane Black is doing that just like any other year and any other budget chair should. And so she's just basically going through and talking to each authorizer about the kind of savings targets they can hit. That's the way the budget process works. So I'm confident she'll get that done, that she'll find consensus with our other chairs, and that's how you put a budget together. Yeah. I'm not going to comment on what they're doing. That's not even. He wanted a brief.
I apologize, you guys. It does look like that is frozen there.
For also, by the way,
looks like we got it back
blood
though.
drives here. He's very thankful for that. He's very thankful for the outpouring of support that he's received from friends and colleagues and people from Louisiana. And so he was just very, very taken and moved. And just to hear him talk about, Bailey and Crystal and his affection for them and his thankfulness for them, it's really something. But he seemed like he was doing well. Thanks. Bye.
All right, you guys, moving on to the next top story here in the show. It did look like it got a little glitchy towards the end there and froze for a little bit, but that was House Speaker Paul Ryan just updating us on the latest health care bill news as well as the veterans bill news as well. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. I want to pull this up for you guys. Let me get this up and going here. So there have been a lot of press conferences about weather. Obviously, yesterday we had some press conferences out of New Orleans where they were talking about, flooding issues. They were under tornado watch until 7 o'clock last night. This weather presser is coming out of Alabama. So let's hear what they have to say there.
So with that, I will turn it over to the governor of the state of Alabama, Governor Kay Ivey. Governor.
Thank you, Director Faulkner, and thank y'all for being here today. Members of the press, if you've never been here today, this staff that's here at the EOC, Emergency Operations Center, is first class, well prepared, and they are totally dedicated to the professional work that they do. So I'm honored to be a part of their team as well. As the director said, last Tuesday morning I issued the declaration of emergency so that agencies and resources could be positioned and staged to get prepared to provide the state of Alabama the greatest protection going forward in case and be prepared for the emergency that was sure to come. Fortunately, Alabama dodged the brunt of the storm. Our neighbors to the west, our friends in Louisiana, did not, and certainly we think about them as they are now trying to come out and participate in the recovery process. But here in Alabama, we have been and are being significantly impacted by effects of Cindy. And the first difficult effect we've had was the loss of life of a 10-year-old. Nolan was his first name. And we regret that so much, and our prayers and our thoughts are certainly with his family in this especially difficult time. Our state continues to be heavily impacted by the floods, rising floods, and the rains that's coming. And I heard this morning a report that more rains are on the way. So the threat of flooding continues, and the number of counties continues to increase going north that have been, EOC offices in those counties have been activated. So this is not just a coastal issue, for goodness sake. This is about inland as well. So everybody needs to have heads up and be alert to the rising water that can affect them in flooding. And also our rivers and our lakes are rising. So wherever there's water, our citizens need to be careful and cautious, and we all need to be weather alert. It's also my understanding that our farmers are being heavily impacted, and in fact some are reporting significant losses. I'm going to be making some calls today to USDA officials to ask them to include us in their disaster assistance program to help us pay back our farmers, because the folks that farm for a living and make their livelihood off the land are totally dependent upon the weather and its unpredictability. So we'll be contacting those officials at USDA and asking for some assistance there. In April, as the director mentioned, shortly after becoming governor, I came up here to the EOC with a number of my cabinet officers, and we participated in a lengthy hurricane planning process and orientation. And at the time, I knew I'd be coming back at some point to implement those plans that we had talked about and rehearsed so well that day. So making sure that the state of Alabama is well prepared at the state and local level to be ready to respond to whatever emergency may come will continue to be a very, very high priority for me during the time that I serve as governor. It is important to be prepared, and I am so pleased to work with the fine staff here at EOC and also to work with my cabinet officers. And I thank you very much for being here today. We are prepared.
Thank you, Governor. At this time, we'll have a few remarks from the state meteorologist here for the Alabama Emergency Management Agency, Jim Stuckovich.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Jim.
My pleasure. So what we've had so far is widespread 3 to 6 inch amounts along the coast in extreme South Alabama with isolated 12-inch amounts. An additional 2 to 4 inches of rain is likely today with isolated amounts approaching 8 inches already over what's already fallen. And as we go farther north, if we get up towards the I-20 corridor, we've had 2 to 4 inches in the last day and a half, and we're expecting another 1 to 3 with possibly 6-inch total. So as the governor mentioned, I want to echo, we're not done with the threat yet. We have flash flood watches, and we have a tornado watch in effect for portions of Alabama. Those watches for both flash flood and tornadoes will likely continue into tonight, and even tomorrow there's a threat of both tornadoes and flash flooding during the day on Friday. Now, unfortunately, we're not done. Even though the system is going to move into the Tennessee and Ohio Valley over the weekend, there's going to be a frontal boundary that comes into Alabama, and ahead of that front, there will be scattered showers and thunderstorms that will occur statewide, again, producing very heavy rain. It's not going to be widespread like we're seeing now, but it's still going to be out there. And that won't clear North Alabama until probably Sunday and down along the coast as late as Tuesday morning. So there's still a lot of rain yet to come. We still want people to be prepared to be able to get the warnings, tornado warnings, flash flood warnings. There's a saying, turn around, don't drown, especially at night when you can't tell the depth of the water over the road. And then finally, for conditions, road conditions, you can go to algotraffic.com. That is ALGO traffic, all one word, .com to get your latest road conditions. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you so much.
At this time, the governor and her staff will take questions related to the response in Alabama for Tropical Storm Cindy.
I wanted to ask what the what rivers will be rising and so forth, even if the rain slacks off a little bit. What's the threat over the next couple of days for flooding in rivers?
So we're very concerned in South Alabama, areas like the Styx River, the Perdido River, Fish River, those areas, and then the surrounding creeks around that. Fortunately, we're getting some breaks in the rain, so that's starting to help. So we're not expecting catastrophic type floods, but major floods that could cause some issues for those living in and around those the rivers.
Okay. What are some of the communities that will be affected by that?
I would have to defer to, I'm not exactly sure at the top of my head.
Yeah, most of those areas are along and south of I-10, from around Magnolia Springs, Bon Secure, over to Wolf Bay and the Alberta area over there. Those would be the ones that probably would see the most significant. Anything that's south of County Road 32 in Baldwin County would be the area that we would be the most focused on.
Okay. What about Elba? Are they any risk?
Well, we've been in constant contact with the Choctahatchee and Pea River water organization there. So a lot of rain has fallen, but fortunately we've not seen widespread heavy rainfall that can cause the kind of issues that we have over in the Wiregrass there in Coffee County and Elba, like we have there in Geneva County, like we saw around New Year's of 2016. Fortunately, we've not had that issue, but we just have to monitor those situations, stay ahead of them, and we will continue to do that through the weekend until the threat's diminished.
Knowing that the storm is mainly affecting South Alabama, obviously with the coast,
What about still here in central Alabama? I know that rain is something we're concerned about. What areas, I hear that west of 65 later on this evening, which will be given a lot. What is that going to look like for central Alabama?
Right, good question. There's still a question about where these specific, what are called feeder bands, rain bands set up around the low pressure area. But right now, the focus seems to be focusing towards the west of I-65, as you mentioned. So that's the big area, not only for flooding rains, but also the tornado potential.
Any other questions for the governor or anyone else here? Okay. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you, Governor.
Thank y'all.
All right, everybody. That was a press conference out of Alabama where they're discussing their emergency operations. Taking you to a live look of the White House right now while I pull up the next top story for you here in the show. We appreciate you joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Taking you to Vice President Mike Pence, who was speaking at the Association of Builders today. Let's hear what he had to say.
And training programs across the country. I saw them firsthand back in the Hoosier State, the difference that they're making in opening professional doors of opportunities to people for great, good-paying jobs and great careers. But we must do more, much more. That's why just last Thursday, President Trump signed an executive order to, in his words, expand apprenticeships and vocational training to help all Americans find rewarding careers in our building trades, in construction, and in every form of vocation in America. This president truly believes that we need to get back to a time when our students see the skilled trades for what they are, which is a foundation for a great life and a boundless future. An amazing 90% of apprentices get jobs after they finish their program, and the average salary is an impressive.
All right, everybody, we're actually going to take you to Mike Pence a little bit later, but we do want to alert you to some breaking news. There's a brush fire here locally in Phoenix. Let's take you to the scene as we stream this live from the News Chopper on Fox News Now. All right, everybody, as you can see, this is a fire happening right now. Emergency crews there to work on putting out this brush fire. We appreciate you watching with us live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. We are working on getting more details for you into the newsroom. Bear with us, guys. It does look like the feed has frozen, but that's pretty typical with the news chopper. He's just moving around. The camera shot should go back to normal in just a few seconds here. We appreciate your patience. All right, everybody, so we are getting some more information into the newsroom right now. We do know this is a brush fire that has closed Loop 303 westbound at Interstate 17 in North Phoenix. That's according to the Arizona Department of Transportation. Drivers should use different routes, including State Route 74. There's no estimated time to reopen the L303 westbound, and eastbound L303 remains open right now. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. It is about 105 degrees out right now, and you can see this brush fire still going strong as emergency crews are working to put it out. All right, everybody, we are taking you to some breaking news now. You're seeing a brush fire in Phoenix, Arizona right now. This is coming live from our Fox chopper at the scene. This brush fire has closed Loop 303 westbound at Interstate 17 in North Phoenix right now. That's coming from the Arizona Department of Transportation. Drivers should use alternate routes, including State Route 74. There is no estimated time to reopen L303 westbound. Eastbound L303, though, remains open. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, we are taking you to some breaking news here. This is a brush fire in Phoenix, Arizona right now. We're being told that it has closed the Loop 303 westbound at Interstate 17 in North Phoenix right now. We're getting more information into the newsroom from the Arizona Department of Transportation. Drivers should use alternate routes, including State Route 74. And there's no estimated time to reopen L303 westbound, but eastbound L303 remains open. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Bear with us here, guys. It does look like the shot has momentarily frozen. It should come back to normal in just a few seconds here. We're getting a live look right now as fire crews are working to put out this blaze here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 105 degrees here, and we know this fire's still going strong as fire crews are working to put this out. We do know the L303 westbound at Interstate 17 is shut down due to this fire. We'll keep you updated on when that will be reopening as we stream this live here for you on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you guys are just joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream, a brush fire has closed Loop 303 westbound at Interstate 17 in North Phoenix today. Drivers should use alternate routes, including State Route 74. There's no estimated time right now to reopen the L303 westbound, but we do know eastbound L303 remains open. We'll keep you updated live here as we continue to stream this brush fire for you here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have gotten an update into the newsroom. Phoenix Fire has called out additional support right now from State Fire due to the manpower and resources needed for this brush fire. Crews are aggressively working to establish cutoff points for this fire and do not have any exposures at this time. We'll keep you updated. Again, you guys are still watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. This brush fire here in Phoenix, smoke has completely covered up our cameras here from the news chopper as we're continuing to show you this blaze. It looks like it's going to take several hours for fire crew members to put out this fire here today. We do know the L303 westbound at Interstate 17 has been shut down due to this fire. We'll keep you updated on that and when it will reopen. But we do want to let you know that eastbound L303 is open right now. It's just the L303 westbound that is shut down. Drivers should use State Route 74 as the alternate route. We're keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Also, this is not the only brush fire going on. We also have a brush fire in California. Take a look at this one. So we'll definitely be streaming that for you a little bit later in the show. But that's another brush fire going on in LA. Let's take you back to the one here in Phoenix, though. Again, it's 105 degrees here today, so it's going to take a while for these fire crew members to put out this blaze. We'll keep you updated live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, it does look like Chopper is leaving the scene. We appreciate you watching with us live on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. All right, everybody, now taking you to a brush fire in California. Let's take you to the news chopper there. Second brush fire of the day that we're covering for you guys. Again, record heat is causing these fires to happen, and fire crews members have to go out there in that heavy equipment, wear those, all of that coverage that they have to wear in order to put out this fire must be very difficult for them. We'll see how they handle this blaze as we stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream.
Hello everyone, Samia here. You're looking at live aerials coming in from Northern California, specifically the East Bay, just across the bay from San Francisco, Oakland, California, where a brush fire is happening now. We'll bring you continuous coverage here on News Now. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at live aerials coming in from Northern California. Another fire in California. It has been quite a week as far as brush fires are concerned. Obviously, with these extra hot temperatures, this heat wave affecting the western United States, this is also resulting in brush fires. I know we had some brush fires here in Arizona, brush fires as well as California. We know that California, Arizona, Nevada, all affected by this heat wave this week, sweeping the western United States. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and cut away from this Oakland fire because we want to go ahead and focus on a brush fire that's happening right here in Arizona. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you.
No, the other stream, I'm cutting it to subtext.
Give me a second while I cue this up for you. We are learning again about a brush fire here in Arizona. We have an ADOT camera. You can see from the freeway all that smoke out there. Breaking news, again, this heat causing a lot of fires in the western United States. All right, everyone. So as a result of this fire, Interstate 17 is closed from State Route 74 to Happy Valley due to the heavy smoke from this wildfire. You are looking at an ADOT camera now of I-17 northbound at the Loop 303 freeway. Again, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at our live feed courtesy of ADOT. This is the I-17 looking northbound at Loop 303. Now, we know that the freeway is shut down entirely between State Route 74 and Happy Valley Road. So for those of you who aren't too familiar with this area, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a map for you so you have an idea of where exactly, what part of town rather, is affected by this fire.
No, I go.
All right, here is a map. You have the Interstate 17 freeway right here, the route you would take to Flagstaff, to Sedona, to Prescott, basically when you're heading north from Phoenix. Here's Interstate 17. We were looking northbound at 303, and we know that it is closed from State Route 74, which is right here, all the way down to Happy Valley Road, which is, so you can see right here. So it's from State Route 74 to Happy Valley Road. That stretch is shut down because of this fire in the North Valley. Again, for those of you just joining us, this is a live feed courtesy of our ADOT camera. This camera positioned at I-17 northbound at the 303 loop. You're looking northbound on I-17. As you can tell, the freeway completely shut down between Happy Valley Road and State Route 74, also known as the Carefree Highway. So this is that North Phoenix area currently affected by this fire. Again, this is the area just south of Anthem, considered North Phoenix, north of the Norterra neighborhood. This fire north of Loop 303. Again, the freeway shut down between Happy Valley Road and the Carefree Highway. We will show you a map once again in just a couple minutes. All right, I know some of you wondering exactly where this is relative to the rest of Phoenix. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my Google map once again so you guys can get an idea of exactly what you're looking at. So I'm going to zoom out for a second. You have downtown Phoenix right here. So this is North Phoenix. Take Route 17 up, and here is State Route 74. The fire is right in this area. This is Loop 303. This is exactly where that camera, that live camera, is positioned on I-17 at Loop 303. We know the freeway completely shut down between State Route 74, which is the Carefree Highway, and Happy Valley Road, which is right about here. So let's just go ahead and show you. This is Happy Valley Road, and this is the Carefree Highway. So shut down right in this area. For some people, those who need context, Anthem, those Anthem outlets right here, New River here, and this is Loop 101. Looks like they have switched feeds on the ADOT camera. We're going to go ahead and give you guys another look at the traffic that has resulted because of this shutdown. So this looks like it is... This is I-17 northbound, I believe. I-17 northbound. Excuse me, it might be I-17 southbound at Dixie-Letta. This is where vehicles are forced to exit. They're forced to get onto the Loop 303 because they cannot continue on the freeway due to the fire. Where's the fire, though? All right, there it is. There's the fire. You can see the traffic completely backed up. This ADOT cam spinning around. Again, that is I-17 northbound. All right, there is another look at the smoke. So it looks like they keep switching cameras on the ADOT cam. Now you're looking at our camera that's positioned at I-17 northbound in State Route 74. So this is the intersection of Interstate 17 and the Carefree Highway. You're looking at that camera positioned there. You can see the smoke. On the other side of the freeway, you can see the Dove Valley Road exit. Again, this is right there, State Route 74 and I-17. All right, everyone, we are getting some updates from ADOT. We now know that the northbound closure has been moved to Happy Valley Road. The southbound is closed at State Route 74. So if you're traveling northbound on Interstate 17, you will not be able to continue past Happy Valley Road. Meanwhile, if you're traveling south on I-17, you will not be able to get past State Route 74. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the map once again so you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. So here is that map. If you're traveling southbound on Interstate 17, the freeway is going to shut down right here. Carefree Highway, State Route 74. So you will not be able to get through. You're going to have to exit prior to then, or exit here, and you'll be able to perhaps bypass that fire by going eastbound on the Carefree Highway and taking North 27th Drive down, which turns into North Valley Parkway, and that might be a way to get around this closure. Meanwhile, if you're traveling northbound from downtown Phoenix, perhaps you're taking 17 northbound, you will not be able to go further than Happy Valley Road. Again, you can exit Happy Valley Road, and you too can travel northbound by going east on Happy Valley Road, then going north on 19th Ave, which turns into North Valley Parkway. Maybe it'll take this all the way up to the Carefree Highway, and you should be able to get back on 17. I imagine, though, there's a lot of traffic, so if you don't have to travel in this direction, try to avoid it for now because of that fire. We're going to take you back now to the live images coming in from the fire. This is the ADOT camera. Just a quick heads up that our Skyfox chopper will be going back in the air in a few minutes, so we will get aerials courtesy of Skyfox of this fire as well. Stay tuned for that. We are also being told by our assignment editor, JD, that this fire is a second alarm fire. Again, a wildfire, a brush fire in North Phoenix has resulted in a shutdown of Interstate 17. Interstate 17, the major thoroughfare between Phoenix and Flagstaff. And I know many of the viewers tuning in on Facebook asking, do I need to evacuate? I live in the area. As of right now, there are no mandatory evacuations. We have not gotten word that any residents in the area need to evacuate. But if we do get any updates, of course, we'll let you know right here on Fox News Now. I noticed some of you on Facebook say that you're living in the area. You can see smoke in the area. If you do have pictures that you want to share with us, you can post it on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix, or you can tweet us at Fox10Phoenix, and we'll share your pictures from the ground. If you can go ahead and send those to us now. I know many of our viewers on YouTube wondering if this fire affects us here at Fox 10 Phoenix. I'm going to go ahead and show you the map again so you have an idea of exactly where this fire is. So you see you have this fire in this area right here, right? Fox 10 Phoenix is down here. So you have this map, you have downtown Phoenix here, this is where Fox 10 is, and this fire up in this area. So, as of right now, no likelihood that this fire will affect those people in downtown. Don't worry. I know some of you are asking me why I'm not evacuating. It's because this fire is not anywhere near the station, guys. I know a lot of people on Facebook asking what exactly is closed, what detours can I take. So let's go back now to the map. I want to go through this. So here is Interstate 17, right? Now if you're coming up from up north and you're traveling southbound on I-17, the closure is right here at State Route 74, which is also known as the Carefree Highway. So you can exit at the Carefree Highway, and what you can do is travel you can travel eastbound or westbound depending on which direction you need to go. If you travel westbound, of course, then you can take the Lake Pleasant Parkway to continue south. But that could be a little out of the way for you. So I would probably suggest going eastbound on the Carefree Highway and making a right on 27th Drive, taking that all the way down, turns into North Valley Parkway. You can take that all the way down till you get to Happy Valley Road, and then eventually you can get back on the southbound 17 at Happy Valley Road, we believe. If you want to be safe, you can keep going down 19th Avenue and hop on the freeway at Pinnacle Peak Road. Now, if you are traveling northbound, that means you're leaving the central Phoenix area and traveling northbound on 17, you will be forced to exit Happy Valley Road. This is where the closure is, so you might want to exit at Pinnacle Peak or Deer Valley Road, because it's safe to assume that if you hit Happy Valley Road, there's going to be a huge rush of traffic there since everyone is forced to detour. So if I were you, I would take the 17, maybe switch to Loop 101, and find my way around this closure. Again, the roads are closed at Happy Valley Road. If you get off, at Deer Valley, you can take 19th Avenue all the way up. It'll turn into North Valley Parkway. It'll then turn into 27th Drive, and you can hop back on at the Carefree Highway. So this is my personal recommendation as far as how to get around this closure. Obviously, there will be traffic. Just giving you guys the heads up to think before you hit the road. We're going to go back now to these live images, courtesy of our ADOT cam. Again, we are hoping that our Skyfox chopper will be in the air soon, so you guys will get an aerial look at this fire as well. Again, for those of you just joining us, Interstate 17 is closed in both directions. We've just gotten an update from officials. Interstate 17 closed in both directions in North Phoenix due to the heavy smoke drifting from a nearby brush fire. Southbound I-17 is closed at State Route 74. Just an update, guys. Northbound 17 now closed at Loop 101. Loop 101. Again, according to this update that we got just moments ago, northbound I-17 is now closed at Loop 101. There is no estimated reopening time at this point. Motorists need to take alternate routes or delay travel if possible. Again, I'm going to go ahead and update the lower third as we're getting this new information, and I'll go ahead and show you a map and we can talk more about detours in just a couple minutes. Again, the I-17 completely shut down because of the smoke that resulted from a nearby brush fire. We're going to go back to the map now because I know a lot of people tuning in because they just want to figure out how to get home, how to leave work, which route to go given that there are closures. Okay, so we're looking at the map and you can see if you're traveling southbound from the Anthem or New River area and you're trying to get to Phoenix, you're not going to be able to go past the Carefree Highway. This is exactly where the freeway is shut down, so you'll be forced to exit here. Again, you can take the Carefree Highway eastbound and then take 27th Drive, which turns into North Valley Parkway. If you want to get around this, basically you would take that all the way down North Valley Parkway, which then turns into 19th Avenue, and then really you could take 19th Avenue down all the way to Loop 101 and then go from there, or even further down to Union Hills, Bell, and then you can, if you go down to Bell, then you can actually hop back on the 17th there at that point. And for those of you traveling northbound, trying to get up to the North Phoenix or Anthem area, you will not be able to go past Loop 101, so you'll be forced to get onto the Loop 101 in one direction. Otherwise, you can exit at Bell Road and you can travel northbound on 19th Avenue. You can take 35th Avenue and then cut across. So there are a few routes you can take. I think 19th Avenue is the most direct way to get all the way back up to the Carefree Highway. But keep in mind, traffic is going to be backed up quite a bit. And anytime you exit right at the right where the closure is, you're going to expect a lot of traffic. So my personal recommendation is to exit before the closure so you're not stuck in a whole bunch of traffic. So that means if you're traveling southbound on I-17, keep in mind that the shutdown is at State Route 74, the Carefree Highway. So if I were you, if you can, if possible, exit at the outlets in Anthem. You know, exit there and then find your way around accordingly. Perhaps you can just take this road that goes along 17. If possible, again, smoke has affected this area, so you want to be careful. Perhaps you can go around this way and then take 27th, or just go around here. But again, the freeway officially closes right here. So yes, you can take the exit at the outlets and then drive parallel to Interstate 17. Again, the freeway shuts down at State Route 74 when you're traveling southbound on I-17, so it's safe to assume that a lot of traffic will build up as everyone will be forced to exit the freeway then. For those of you traveling northbound, everyone will be forced to exit at Loop 101. That's where the freeway is closed at this point because the smoke is spreading. So it's in your best interest to exit. If you don't need to use Loop 101, it's in your best interest to exit before you hit Loop 101, perhaps at Bell, and then travel north on surface streets. We're going to go back now to those live pictures, courtesy of our A.Dot Cam. A lot of smoke out there on I-17. The freeway completely shut down as smoke builds due to a nearby brush fire. So again, many of you guys confused. I know in our earlier article said that the Loop 303 was closed. We know that I-17 is closed in both directions, northbound and southbound, between State Route 74 and Loop 101. All right, everyone. We also have a look now at our chopper feed. Skyfox is in the air. Here is a look at that smoke from an aerial vantage point. All right, so our chopper feed is a little staticky right now. I'm going to go ahead and take you back to our ADOT cam in the meantime while we get our chopper cam signal back. And you're looking at that smoke that shut down Interstate 17. All that smoke coming from a nearby brush fire. Again, you can see I-17 completely empty, a very rare sight. No cars at all, just a fire truck right there on I-17. All right, everyone, so it looks like we have that Skyfox signal back, so I'm going to take you back to the flames of this brush fire. Again, this brush fire in North Phoenix is the reason I-17 has shut down. Now, the fire isn't actually on I-17, but you can see how much smoke has resulted because of this fire, and that smoke has forced the shutdown of this major Arizona thoroughfare. Again, we are looking at that I-17 feed. Loop 303 also affected because of this fire. Again, we're going to show you a map if you need a rough idea, a clear visual as to where this fire is. We'll go ahead and show you guys a map in a few minutes. In the meantime, we're showing you this ADOT cam. You can see the smoke in the air. All right, everyone, we are getting an update from ADOT, another closure. We now have learned the transition ramp from Loop 101 to I-17 is also now closed, which makes sense considering that I-17 northbound was already shut down at the Loop 101. So we'll go back to the map. Here is I-17 northbound. You can't go past the 101. Freeway shuts down here, so you're going to have to transition to the 101 eastbound or westbound or exit at Bell Road. Now, in addition to that closure, anyone traveling westbound on Loop 101 hoping to get on I-17 North will not be able to because this transition road from Loop 101 to the I-17 North is also closed. And for those travelers on Loop 303, you will not be able to get onto the I-17 from 303. So that is something to also keep in mind. We're going to take you back now to all that smoke because of this brush fire in North Phoenix. I want to go ahead and pull up a tweet from Fox 10 reporter Matt Galka, who is sitting in traffic. He posted this tweet: traffic backed up on I-17 near Happy Valley thanks to the brush fire. You can see smoke in the distance. So this is from his perspective on the ground. Meanwhile, we have this feed from our ADOT camera. This is an ADOT camera position at I-17 northbound at the Loop 303. You can see that smoke. We also have a feed from our Skyfox chopper. Skyfox chopper giving you a better look at the flames. As soon as I get a shot of the flames, I'm going to go ahead and take you guys to the Skyfox feed. This is the ground feed from the ADOT camera. This is the Skyfox feed. You can see there is a small little brush fire burning right next to the freeway, but look at all that smoke. Again, this is the North Phoenix area. I-17 shut down in both directions. No word on when it will reopen. All right, everyone, you are looking at live aerials courtesy of Sky Fox. We now have Fox 10's very own Matt Galka on the phone, who just sat in a lot of traffic because of this freeway closure. Matt, what's going on?
Yeah, we were on the I-17 heading toward this brush fire, and we sat in traffic for what was about 25 or 30 minutes. We could see the smoke in the distance right at Happy Valley Road as they were trying to funnel people off the exit. As you can imagine, there was a lot of people on the highway at the time, so getting over to that exit wasn't exactly the easiest task to accomplish, but we're heading closer to the fire now. We should be getting some information in a little bit from a PIO who's on scene there. But, of course, because everybody got off this exit,
right,
all the regular roads are very congested right now, too. So I'm sure if anybody's planning on heading this direction in either way on I-17, they're probably making alternative plans, but just remember the other side roads are going to be very congested as well.
Right. I know I was mentioning to the viewers, don't try to exit where the freeway shuts down because everyone will be exiting there. If you can exit at a exit, 1 or 2 stops before, you'll at least experience less traffic.
Oh, exactly right. I mean, it was just imagine taking every car on the freeway and trying to funnel them into the 2-lane exit, and everybody's trying to get in and move over to the right side of the lane. It was not easy to do. Like I said, we were there for about 30 minutes. We traveled maybe a mile.
Wow.
Yeah, in about 30 minutes. So it's if you need to head that way, it'd probably be best to avoid the highway entirely for the time being, as it's, there's no ETA about when it'll be reopened right now either. So I think what is it up to now, like a 5 or 7 mile stretch. So there's no ETA about when it will be open. So again, we just sat in the traffic. The advice to anybody who's listening and all the viewers, just make an alternative route because it's not going to be easy to get anywhere near the area right now.
Right. Now, Mark Martinez is asking me a question for you. He's asking, do you see any emergency vehicles or any of the water drops in the area? Where exactly are you? You're off of Happy Valley Road?
Yeah, so right now, where are we, Robert? We're just south of the North Valley Parkway right now.
Got it.
When we were on the road, we saw plenty of emergency vehicles passing us in the HOV lane. From where we are, we can't. I haven't seen. Have you been able to see any aerial, Robert?
We do see a chopper in the air. I know we're showing the Skyfox aerials right now, so we're looking at the chopper. I don't know if you can see that in the air from where you're standing, though.
From our vantage point, okay, I do see one of the planes right now flying over the area. And we see an Air Command plane, and I don't see the chopper itself. From where we are, we can still see kind of the hazy smoke billowing up.
So that chopper is the DPS Ranger helicopter, just for the viewers tuning in. That is a DPS Ranger that looks like it's going to land on the freeway.
Well, it's got plenty of room to do it. Because I just saw when I'm sitting in the passenger seat, and I was looking at some of the pictures that Mark Martinez was actually tweeting out, and it is a little eerie to see that the highway just completely empty.
It's so crazy.
At that stretch of road there. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we can still see the smoke. It's a little better now than when we were first on the highway. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that's any indication of how they're doing with being able to fight this fire.
Right.
But yeah, we can still see the smoke billowing up in the distance.
Right. So what we're looking at on the screen for viewers that are watching with us are some Skyfox aerials. That is the DPS Ranger helicopter. We're seeing some water drops in the area now. And just a heads up, Matt, you were able to exit on Happy Valley Road because that was the initial closure. In the 30 minutes that you were sitting in traffic, they actually have now decided to shut down the freeway even earlier on I-17 northbound. You actually can't get past the Loop 101 at this point. So now they're diverting traffic at Loop 101.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter, and we must have just made the cut.
Right.
Because they pushed that exit area back. We had just passed. I think we just passed the 101 when everything started really to get real bottlenecked there.
Right. Well, Matt, I know you need to go meet with the public information officer and gather information, because that's your job. You're a reporter out in the field. But feel free to call us as soon as you get an update. If you get any additional information, we'll put you back on the show, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone, that was Fox 10's very own Matt Galka, who is live in the field. He had to sit in that traffic for quite a while. Like he said, because he was forced to exit right at the closure, he had to sit in a very long line at Happy Valley Road, and it took him and his photographer about 30 minutes just to get off the freeway. So again, if you are going in this direction, we highly recommend that you exit before the road closure. We actually recommend that you just find alternate plans. If you don't have to travel northbound, don't travel northbound, you know? Kill time, get happy hour after work, figure it out, you know? Mark Martinez joining me now. We have been following this fire, these road closures for over an hour now here on News Now. And, you know,
Yeah.
it's just
And-
so smoky.
And you're seeing some of these. Look at these pictures coming in where the fire is right up next to the freeway. In some of these photos,
Right.
some of these videos, rather, coming in from Skyfox. This live picture, so you can see why it is closed down. It's not just because of the smoke going across the highway. It's because of the flames getting literally on the roadway
Right.
here.
Well, the flames have started jumping, and that's what happens oftentimes with these brush fires because of the winds. Part of that firework jump, and next thing you know, the fire, like you said, is adjacent, directly adjacent to that freeway.
As we've seen too, it's not necessarily a really dense popular area of brush. It's a lot of brush that's kind of spread out,
Right. And the heat
a lot
doesn't help.
It doesn't help. And what you can't really see here, but there's a lot of grasses. Very low-lying grass that is really dried out because of the heat, and that is what's causing this fire to creep along. So it's not one of these raging brush fires, but it's just creeping along. A lot of that dead grass that's along the side of the freeway, just sage, other things, the brush that's been so dried out from our hot temperatures, and then it's causing all of that lowered visibility right now in the thick smoke that's moving across the highway.
Right.
And we did see the...
We'll go back to the Skyfox vantage point.
The pictures from Skyfox where we were seeing the DPS Ranger helicopter. We've seen a couple of, we've seen some water drops. We've also seen some fire retardant drop down there. The bucket that they had on the bottom of that DPS Ranger helicopter, the orange bucket, it's called a Bambi bucket. And the way that it works is they will, they stay in the air, and they lower that bucket into the water low enough to fill it up, and it can carry hundreds of gallons of water, even though it looks small. It's got a lot of water in it, and they will then fly to some of these hot spots, and then they'll pour that water out. But it's a one-shot deal. You pour the water out, and then you head back to get more water. But it can help, especially early on when these the fires are just starting.
Right.
So if they can get a handle on some of these hot spots, they can then keep the embers from jumping to other areas and keeping it from growing. And they'll use whatever water they can. I mean, I've seen them use swimming pools. They'll go into people's if they
Do
need
they ask
to.
permission?
No, they do not. No, they do not. I mean, they have actually what they will do. I will say this: they have a loudspeaker in the helicopter, and they will alert if anyone's around. They'll alert that they're about to dip in and get some water, so that people don't run out and get in the way.
Right.
But they'll take it from reservoirs, canals, swimming pools, if there's any lakes in the area. I mean, we're up here near a lot of lakes up in that part.
Right.
They'd be going to some of the lakes up there to get water and dropping it down, trying to really get a handle on it as soon as they can.
Right. Lake Pleasant isn't too far. So I can go actually.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and pull up a map again for viewers.
And I'm
just
guessing
showing you
that that is the nearest body of water. It looks like there's
Right.
a few little canal areas there as well.
But this is the guaranteed water right here. You have
Yeah.
Lake Pleasant here, and this fire right along in this area.
Yeah, not a far trip for the Ranger helicopter to go and grab some more water and get
Right.
over there. But the shots that we're seeing come in from the freeway, where you're seeing a lot of this smoke just going right across the road. Take a look at that shot right there.
So crazy.
And it's actually it has gotten worse.
It has
since we've
gotten
been
worse because
following this.
before, when we were looking at the smoke, you could still see quite a distance away. Now it feels like a heavy fog where there's very little visibility.
And take a look at the winds. The winds
Right.
are really pushing that across the I-17 right now as well. And as Matt was telling us, just the gridlock now of people trying to exit. You've got to close down in both directions. I-17 is never, it's always hit or miss when you're heading up north with traffic or car accidents. But in this case, it's going to be a bad situation for quite a while until they get this thing, at least get a handle on it and get that smoke from stop the smoke from going over the freeway.
Right.
Look, see that black smoke right there too. That means they've just hit some new brush.
Right. And you just mentioned the winds. I just checked my weather app, and the winds are traveling west-southwest at 13 miles per hour. So that is pretty windy for Phoenix standards.
Look at this too. From this, if you take, I'm sorry, we got so many camera angles here, but look at the shot from Skyfox. So we did just see that just blew up right there. That area right there just they hit something where it just. That's the most I think we've seen so far as far as the amount of smoke.
And it looks like that right there, that thoroughfare on the left-hand side of your screen is I-17 north and southbound, I believe.
Well, I think what we're looking at, that's Loop 303. That was 303.
You're right.
The one that's...
You're right.
That was 303. That was the interchange there. So now look at, we're talking a big area. Okay, so that's
it's spread quite a bit.
It has. So that on the left-hand side, that plume of that column there, that is the 303 interchange. Skyfox is repositioning here, but that's a big stretch. So it's spreading quite a bit. Now the good news, let's talk about the good news here, is that there are no structures on that side of the freeway.
Right.
And you get onto the other side of the I-17, and it takes a while before you're going to get to any kind of buildings or anything that could be affected by this. So looks like...
Skyfox is leaving the scene just to refuel, but Skyfox will be out there as soon as it refuels. In the meantime, though, we do still have this ADOT camera. So we do have this view from Interstate 17 at State Route 74. That is the angle we're looking at right now.
And, Deer Valley Airport's not too far away from here. I'm not sure if that's where Skyfox is going, but I was going to bring up the question, too. I'm not sure if it's affecting any of the flight schools in that area, but they really didn't. Some people early on when I put this on Twitter, some of the reaction was that ADOT was being too hasty and shutting down the freeway.
Too early.
Doing it too early.
Overcautious.
Right, but we're seeing now this was the right thing to do.
Right. And it's better to be safe than sorry. JR just messaged me at the assignment desk. You remember the fire in Southern California in the Cajon Pass back in 2015 where all those cars burned on the freeway. Later on they said that the California Highway Patrol, CHP, had waited too long to shut down the roads, and that's what happened because they didn't shut down the roads early enough. So kudos to ADOT, kudos to our officials here in Arizona for getting cars off the road so that no one was threatened.
Exactly, and it could have caused car accidents with the reduced visibility, especially when we're seeing. Look, we're still seeing a lot of these areas that are just kind of popping up. You're seeing black smoke. You're seeing flames. Right, I saw some just right underneath the freeway sign there. So there's definitely some active fire still going on here, and the looks like from what we're getting from, I think, is this Incident Command, this update here.
We're getting an update from Southwest Coordination Center.
Okay, and so they're still ordering some more resources. They're ordering a Type 2 helicopter to the scene.
Wow.
Which will be in addition to the DPS Ranger helicopter and also a Type 1 crew for these kind of brush fires. This is getting bigger, Samia.
Yeah, it is.
Now, take a look, though. Here's what we're seeing. This is why it's getting bigger. Look in the foreground. That is a lot more brush than we saw.
There's so much to burn there that it just...
That's more than we saw on the northern end of this fire as you were getting up closer to State Route 74, past the 101. Past the 303. So that's the stretch basically between the 303 on the south end and then 74 on the north end of I-17. So this is what we're looking at. This is the 303 interchange here. And there's active flame. Look at this right in the middle of your screen. And a lot more brush to burn right there. And we don't have a... I'm
going to go ahead and drop the lower third for just a second so you can see some vehicles in the foreground.
And I don't know if we have I don't want to take away from this screen at all, but have you seen an updated, like a Google Earth of this to show if there's any buildings or any other type of thing?
We haven't done that quite yet.
Just keep that one up, but just to see if we just for a reference to see if there's anything, because from what I recall last time I've been there, there's really nothing developed out there at this point.
Right, well.
And it doesn't.
What's this right here?
That should be, I think there's the Ben Avery shooting range there. Yeah, there it is. That's the shooting range that's off the 74. So they may be affected by this, but where this is, the 303 and Sonoran Desert and the 17, there are homes and buildings on the east side of this, but that's still quite a ways away. But let's hope that it's still got a ways to go if we're to make a leap across the 17. If that happens, there are some buildings over there, but
right. I know
that's what they're trying to keep from happening. And the freeway is a huge. Let's think about this. That's a lot. So many lanes of traffic for this fire to be able to jump across. I don't see that happening, but you never know with these fires when they get like this.
Right, and again, it is 109 degrees outside. The heat doesn't help. We've been seeing wildfires here in Arizona, California, both states affected by this heat wave. The winds don't help.
No.
The excessive brush out there doesn't help.
So many factors that were ripe for this to happen.
Right.
Question is, how did it happen? Was this human caused? It has to have been. We've had no lightning or anything in the area that could have caused it. So, the DPS and the fire investigators will be looking into that. But it doesn't take much at all. It could, a cigarette out the window, a chain dragging behind a car. We've even seen them that have started, with target shooting. So it doesn't take much to spark this kind of fire with the conditions that we've been having out here.
I do want to check in with a lot of our viewers, especially our viewers on Facebook, most of them local viewers. One of our viewers, Steve, says, wife is at Carefree Highway and lives in Surprise. She hasn't found a way around this closure yet.
Well, and that's a good point because we've got, 17, 74, 303 all affected by this.
Right.
The northbound lanes to the 17 closed down, but from the 101. But the 101 is open except for that northbound transition to the 17. But still a pretty big section of area here where you just can't really. There's nowhere to go.
Right,
you
so
get off the freeway and you're going to have to wait.
If you're southbound I-17, Carefree Highway, that's where you're forced to exit. The only thing you can really do is what I'm telling viewers, you travel eastbound on Carefree Highway, you could possibly take 27th Drive
I'm sorry,
down.
can we go back to this real quick? Look at this.
Sure.
And do we don't have access to this camera, can we?
Not
well,
personally.
You're seeing this thing is just blowing up. The black smoke, it's hitting now that brush we were just talking about a few seconds ago, and it's active line of flame right there that is now pushing, for everyone who's watching this and who's not familiar with the area, the fire is burning from west to east is the way it's being pushed. And you see that vehicle that's traveling on the road, that's got to be an emergency vehicle of some sort because this is all closed down. But that vehicle is heading toward the east, and that's the way that this fire is moving.
Right.
There we go. They're panning over a little bit. So that's the image that shows you all of that brush that's in the foreground. And Sammy, a lot of it's you're seeing a lot of what looks to be green brush. There's a whole layer of grasses underneath that are brown and dead and dry.
Right.
Tons of fuel. And even the stuff that's green, these are our desert plants that even though they look like they're still, very healthy, they're very, very dry as well. And when those things go up, that's when you're seeing these big plumes of black smoke and the flames because they kind of almost explode. Some of them, they've got like creosote in them.
Right.
And they just, as soon as that flame hits them, they just go boom. And then you're seeing the black flames, or black smoke rather, bursting up. And that's what's going on right here. In this area, I don't remember the last time this is actually burned like this. We've had smaller brush fires in the area. I don't know if we've seen one like this in years. I can't recall the last time.
Right. I do want to go ahead and go to the map once again. One of the viewers just said, stay away from 27th Avenue South as traffic is a disaster. And that, earlier we were telling people that's really the way to get around the closure at the Carefree Highway, State Route 74, is just going eastbound and taking 27th Drive. But according to this viewer, traffic, a disaster there. Really, any alternate route at this point is going to be a disaster. If you don't have to go in this direction, if you're not already in it, avoid it. Make alternate plans. Do whatever you can.
Well, yeah, and now it's growing again. Look at that huge column just to the right of what we were just watching. And look, there's another. Do you see this off to the right of that? Huge black column of smoke just popping up. So the stuff on the left now looks like it's already kind of burned through, and then we've got a whole fresh batch of brush over to the right of what we're seeing on the screen that is also just now going up. And then we're getting closer and closer to the freeway. What you're seeing here, this where it loops around on the screen, that road, that is what would lead you to the 17 if you were going to go to the on-ramp there. And all these flames off on the very right-hand side. So I'm assuming that who's ever got control of this camera is going to start panning. I think it's ADOT, right?
Right.
They'll start to pan over to the right now as we've got this area to the left, which is kind of burned through for the most part. And then now off to the right is where it's getting active. So we've got more resources on the way, which indicates that they're taking this very seriously, trying to get a handle on it. But the problem is with the fire like this, it's tough to get in any ground crews because you don't want to put them in any danger. And there's just, where would you even start? You can't start going through and chopping down these the brush. You kind of do need to let it burn through,
Right.
but you got to stop it at some point. So before it gets to the freeway or is able to jump the freeway. So I'm assuming what they're going to try to do is they're not going to be able to do any hand lines. They're going to have to come in and basically fight it from the air and knock down one by one these hot spots with the extra chopper coming in and another crew coming in. That'll give them at least some more resources to help in that on that front. But we've been seeing so many active fires around the state lately,
Right.
and it is that time of year. But we've
Right.
just, with the intense heat that we've been having, it's tough on the crews especially. They can't be out as long as they probably would like to because they've
Right.
got to make sure they don't end up getting into trouble.
Right.
So this is, of course, we have Matt Galka on the scene. I don't know if we've heard anything more from Matt as far as... I'm going to check his Twitter real quick while we're keeping an eye on this.
Yeah, I did tell him, go talk to the PIO, get your information, and then call us back whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, and they were trying to work their way around
Right.
to get to the scene.
It took him half an hour just to get off the freeway because
Yeah.
he was stuck, at the off-ramp where everyone else was getting off.
Yep, and he just posted another one 19 seconds ago, still plenty of smoke. They're getting closer, and if you want to follow Matt's Twitter, by the way, it's at Matt Galka, Galka, Fox 10, and he's going to be, he's on his way with his photographer out there to the scene. It looks like they're on some sort of frontage road there with 40-mile-an-hour speed limit sign that I'm seeing, trying to work their way up to as close as they can get safely to where the public information officer is going to be briefing and letting them know what the plan is. And you could even see in that picture from Matt, you can see all the brush and the debris that we're talking about. Not
Right.
debris, rather, but the brush and all the dense vegetation that is the same stuff that's on the other side of the freeway. That's what's burning right now.
It's interesting to read the comments coming in on Facebook as well because most of the viewers tuning in on Facebook are local and they all have their own ideas as far as what route people should take, what detour is best. Again, just a reminder that at this point, if people are already on the road, they are trying to figure out those detours and they are significantly backed up in the area. So again, if you haven't hit the road yet in this direction, we highly advise you to make alternate plans, wait it out, try to figure out a way so you're not stuck in this traffic.
Yeah, and it's right now ADOT has updated from the Department of Forestry reporting that the fire, it's about 50 acres.
50 acres.
And that was as of 8 minutes ago, so it's still growing, but that was the estimate. And they're calling it the 303 fire. There's a hashtag now, 303 fire. So you may be able to get a little, more information there as far as, or different, at least some more photos and perhaps road closures. But yeah, so that shows you how close it is to the road and how dark that smoke is there as it was just eating through that vegetation, which are on both sides of the freeway, really. So it's just it's continuing to grow. We haven't seen if there's been more water drops at this point. Those are the best to see usually from the helicopter, which is just refueling and then heading back over to that scene. So it should hopefully be back up with some aerial shots from Skyfox soon.
And Mark, I know it's too early to speculate, but I did see a comment from one of our viewers tuning in, Blake, who appears, it looks like he lives in Flagstaff, he was saying, great, I was going to try to come to Phoenix tomorrow morning. Do you think this is something that would be resolved by the end of today?
Yeah, well, I say that, and then I look on the screen and I see more of this stuff kind of going up. Well,
yeah.
it's just, it's kind of blowing up here and there. So there's a lot of this vegetation to get through, but I would think that by tomorrow it should be done with, just because it doesn't have that far to go to get to the freeway, and once it's there, that should provide a fire break really for them to kind of just put it out there, and hopefully without any embers or anything jumping to the east side of I-17. That freeway with as many lanes as it is should give them that break when it hits that, for them to be able to go through and put out the hot spots. But we will, of course, we're keeping an eye on all of that. But if you're trying to get northbound right now or southbound on the I-17, it's going to be tough going.
And one of our viewers, Morgan Alexander, asking, how far is the traffic backed up need to get from New River to Cottonwood? This does not affect the area in New River.
It doesn't, but if you're trying to get there
if you're
trying to get there from northbound I-17, you're not going to get there. There's some ways around there, but
Morgan was saying I need to get to New River from Cottonwood.
Oh,
so
yeah,
if you're
you
coming
should be
up from
fine.
Cottonwood, you'll be fine. You'll get to New River. But if you needed to go south of New River, if you needed to go past Anthem and into Phoenix, you would not be able to really get through without dealing with a lot of traffic.
Stopping at the Rock Springs Cafe and have a piece of pie while you're waiting. This could be a while.
So again, I'm just going to show you guys the map, show you guys the closures. For those of you just joining us, you may not have seen exactly where the closures are. If you're going northbound on I-17, the closure is at Loop 101. You can't go north of Loop 101 at this point. If you're traveling southbound on I-17, really you can just get to the Anthem area because the closure starts at State Route 74, the Carefree Highway. So 17 closed down from here to here. And this area in between, lots of traffic. This
Why
whole
don't
area,
we
just quite a mess, I hear.
Let's work on getting Matt back on the phone if we can, just to see if he's seeing anything different now that he's getting a little bit closer.
Yeah.
We talked to him earlier, I don't know, 15 minutes ago or so, when he was trying to exit. Let's see if he's able to give us an update.
Again, we are getting an update for the Loop 303 closure as well. I know a lot of people were interested in knowing where exactly Loop 303 was closed. If you are going on Loop 303 eastbound, you're traveling eastbound on Loop 303 towards Interstate 17, you will be forced to exit at Lake Pleasant Parkway. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the map once again. For those of you traveling on Loop 303 here, you can get up to this point right here, but you will be forced to exit at Lake Pleasant Parkway. So again, Lake Pleasant Parkway might be the best route for you to get around this closure if you want to hop on the 303, since you won't be able to get to the 303 off of the 17.
And I just talked to Matt. He's going to be calling in a second with an update for us on what he's saying, because there's Matt.
Our old school vintage.
Yes, it is.
All right, joining us once again is Fox 10's Matt Galka. Matt, you're in the thick of this. What's going on?
Yeah, still a lot of smoke, and actually what me and our video journalist Robert Hernandez are looking at right now is there's a DC-10 plane that looks like it's getting ready to drop a lot of flame and fire retardant on this brush fire. Robert seems to know a lot more about this than I do, but he's been kind of guiding me through it. And it looks like the plane is about to make a run and drop that fire suppressant on this brush fire that is still burning. We're still backed up in traffic. Where are we right now? We're just right on North Valley Parkway right now, south of Dove Valley.
Hey, Matt, I wanted to ask you real quick. Would you be able to put Robert on the phone real quick? I've worked a couple of these brush fires with him. I just want to ask if he has some idea about that plane itself.
Oh, sure, yeah. Here,
okay.
So Robert, if you want to tell people about the... what we're seeing right now is the VLAT, the very large air tanker that they have out of Williams Gateway is one of the fueling points where they can refuel it. And it just dropped a large amount of fire retardant in front of this fire. Now, I did a story on this, and they can carry up to 10,000 pounds of this retardant that they can drop down here. And with the type of brush that we're talking about down here, that's actually very good because it can stop the forward progress of the fire pretty easily. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to make a line in front of the fire to kind of a defensive line to give the fire crews on the ground time to get in and start working and hitting the brush fire here.
Wow, so Robert, you saw that that DC-10, you saw it drop the flame retardant there. Could you tell on which end of the fire it was dropping?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but yeah, it just made one run. I can't tell if it dropped all of it, if it's going to set up to do another run. The advantage of having these very large air tankers is they can carry lots of slurry, so they can drop this slurry, this fire retardant, over a long area, make a very large line, whereas opposed if you're using the single-engine air tankers, they don't have as much return to make that line, so they can make a larger line and do it quickly to help the firefighters on the ground.
All right, Robert, thanks. I know you got the pictures, Fox 10 photojournalist Robert Hernandez there. Can you pass it back over to Matt? We'll let you do your job out there. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Robert.
All right, once again, we have Matt Galka on the phone. Matt, have you had a chance to speak with any personnel out there, at least over the phone?
No, not yet. We haven't been able to get with anybody yet. We're still on our way to where we should be meeting the public information officer, and that we haven't been able to. We'll kind of get more information as soon as we get there, but we have not been able to speak with anybody yet.
All right, we are getting an update from our assignment desk. The size of this fire now 80 acres, 100 personnel out there. That's all we have right now. Matt, we will check in with you once again once you're able to speak with that public information officer then.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Some great information there from Matt and from his photographer Robert out there. Which we had not seen yet because Skyfox is refueling, but the DC-10 we've done stories on this. In fact, Robert was telling us he's been inside of it. This thing is huge. As Robert was telling us, it's called a VLAT, very large air tanker, and it holds it. It's a commercial passenger plane that has been converted into a fire retardant airdropping plane, and.
I know viewer Nick Emter just posted on our live Facebook feed that he just posted a video of the airdrop. So I want to go ahead and pull this up.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Nick, thank you for sharing this with us. I'll go ahead and show this to the viewers now.
Yeah. And that's not that's a different one. That's not the DC-10, but that is one of the single-engine air tankers. They call them a seat, and those are the smaller ones. As you can see, it's going to come around, and those are really good. They're kind of the first line of defense. They get out there really quickly because they can load up quickly. They don't carry as much, but the DC-10, with as much as it can hold, that thing can drop. This may be it here. I think this is the one. That's it.
We can zoom in, get it better. Oops.
Well, it looks like we missed that drop. Okay, we were going back on that?
Yeah, we're going to rewind.
So these are the ones. These are the big boys. They fuel up out at Williams Gateway Airport.
There it is.
And they can tackle in one drop what it would take those smaller ones many, many drops to do. And it looks like we're going to see it right here. If they fly really low, and then there it goes. Look at all of that fire retardant that they're putting down. That's the DC-10 that they put that line down in front of the fire path. The goal being that as soon as the fire gets there, it will hit that retardant and will stop spreading. But now they do one drop, they'll head back to Williams Gateway and Mesa, and they'll reload and come back out.
So thank you, viewer Nick Emter, for sharing that video. Again, viewers, if you have any video, photos that you want to share, if you're there on the scene, you can post it on our Facebook page, and we will be able to share that with all the viewers here. Here is a photo being shared with us by Anna, one of our other viewers, Anna Hollen, sharing this photo, saying this was when it started, I guess, around 12:50. She saw just very little smoke, relatively speaking. Look at that. It's small compared to what it is now.
Right. It has just gotten so quick. It's grown so quickly. Because of the conditions out there, we're so ready for something like this to happen.
Right.
And as we're looking at it, it's not getting any better. That's the interesting thing. I mean, they're putting the retardant down and dropping water on it as they can, and they got the resources on their way. But it's kind of a wide open area for this thing to keep spreading.
And we have another video posted from viewer Rebecca Hare. I'm gonna go ahead and play this one as well, from the point of view of a driver.
That's the DC-10 again as it's coming in. This is a great angle. Thank you for sharing this with us, Rebecca. And it's going to do its drop right about here. We're not sure if we're going to see the whole thing, but there it goes. Great shot. Wow.
Thank you, Rebecca, for sharing this video.
And just to give you perspective, these things, these tankers carry up to 12,000 gallons. They can either, depending on the situation, either use water or fire retardant. They can carry either. This is fire retardant, obviously, but if it needed to, it can also reload with water. I'm not sure the time it takes to reload one of these tankers with all of that retardant, because it's got to fly all the way back out to Mesa and get loaded back up. But, you know, a great line of defense, especially as you're trying to keep it from getting to the freeway.
Right, and there was oops, don't know what that is. Here is, I wonder if this is another video. It's something else posted by Rebecca. I'm not sure if she did post another video. Wow, look at that, on the ground. She posted this about 45 minutes ago.
And these are cars that are, I'm assuming this is the I-17. I'm not, yes, it is I-17 and Carefree Highway from what she is riding here, but so you could see the ground crews there.
So she's traveling, obviously, southbound on I-17, shooting this.
Showing you those flames is just a couple hundred feet away from the side of the road. So there are ground crews out there trying to I guess either work on the hot spots or dig out some of the brush that's ready to go. But so much of it out there it's really a daunting job, because it's everywhere you look out there. It's just filled with all of the flammable brush and the different types of native bushes and brush that we have out here in the desert, which they're very hardy plants, but when they go up, they're loaded with a lot of that creosote, and that stuff's so flammable.
So this was another video shared with us by Rebecca Hare. I want to go back to our ADOT camera now, so you can see that smoke out there. Again, this is from the vantage point of I-17.
Yeah, this looks like it's I-17. I can't tell if it's looking north. I think it's looking, it's got to be looking north, right, toward the fire.
Right.
I'm wondering if we should try to work on getting someone from ADOT maybe on the phone with us just to tell us what the plan is. I'll see if I can get a number for that. I'm going to step away real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, okay.
Well, we did just get an update from our assignment desk. They're trying to get in touch with the public information officer with the fire department. Our team has already reached out to both DPS and ADOT. So, Mark, they're on it. They're thinking like you. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, we've got what's great about News Now is we're in our little area over here,
right,
where we broadcast, and then the newsroom's right not too far away from us, but we got kind of we're in our own little world, watching all of these monitors coming in, and got a whole team of people behind the scenes working to get more information for us
Right.
as well.
Supporting
You know,
us.
and Samia, it's amazing to me. We have to thank everyone out there who is sending these
Right.
videos and these photos to us, because you really are. We've got Cruz out there, but you're our eyes and ears out there as well.
You were there first.
And
you
you're
may have
there,
been stuck
and
in that traffic.
you're driving past this, and you're giving us your perspective, which we, you know, those pictures from Rebecca showing us at how close it was to the side of the road. That's a perspective that we hadn't seen until then. So we really do appreciate the updates and the videos and the photos and information. You're out there, you're dealing with this, and you're putting it on your social media, and we're able to get through you more information about exactly what's going on. All the vehicles that you're seeing now on the freeway, it looks like there are some that are coming southbound. Those are probably just south of the closure, I would imagine, and they're heading south on the I-17 from what would be, I think, the 303.
And now ADOT camera has switched. So now you're looking at I-17 northbound at Loop 303. So this is that vantage point now. Again, this is I-17 northbound at Loop 303. You can see that fire. In addition to I-17 being shut down, Loop 303 is also affected. If you are traveling eastbound on Loop 303, you will be forced to exit at Lake Pleasant. You will not be able to continue. You cannot access Interstate 17 from Loop 303. Again, you will be forced to exit at Lake Pleasant Parkway.
And Matt has also posted a video of the Matt Galka of Fox 10 reporter. He posted a video of the another shot of the airdrop. I think that was when we were talking to him on the phone, showing that the line of defense that they were trying to create, basically hoping that they can stop it from spreading. It's kind of lost in the buildings there, but you'll probably see it come out just on the other side of this building, and there it is. And there's the drop. It's a little bit far away, but they're tackling this from different angles. And, it's still dropping. That shows you how much it's got in there. And but look at all the brush in the foreground. That was also part of the story that we're talking about. Is just all of this stuff, all of this brush is just, it's a tinderbox out there right now. We've been dealing with so many days of record-setting temperatures, and we haven't had rain in a long time, so this stuff is just, it's basically just a matchbox kind of ready to go up, and that's what crews have been afraid of. So they're ready for this. I mean, the good thing is that
We could really use a monsoon storm
we
right
really
now.
could. But all the resources that we're seeing that jumped on this so quickly, it's because they've been ready for this. They've been,
So now we're getting another look. So our ADOT camera keeps switching it up. This is I-17 northbound at Bell Road. As you can see, lots of traffic there on I-17. Everyone, being forced to exit. This is just the exit at Union Hills. This isn't even Loop 101. As you can see, even the exit at Union Hills, very backed up. So again, if you're traveling on I-17 northbound, you don't want to get in this mess. You might not want to travel all the way to 101 if you don't need Loop 101 to get home. You might not want to get all the way up to Union Hills. If I were in that position, I would try to exit Bell or Thunderbird or really any. I actually would just try not to even head north at this point.
That's what I'm thinking, and I'm hoping that a lot of people got enough heads up before heading out that they didn't even try to go this far.
Right.
That there's just, the problem is not a lot of alternate routes when you're talking about I-17 getting around it, but this may be even the day where you just you do something else before you head home.
Run some errands.
Go see a movie.
Go see a movie. Happy hour with coworkers. You decide.
Yeah, just
find a way to kill a couple hours.
Because you're going to be stuck in this for a while from the pictures that we've been seeing.
Right.
And I'm going to see if State Forestry's got any recent updates on this. The acreage again has grown.
And Sheila asking, is this fire west of I-17 or east of I-17? This is west of I-17.
Yeah, it's west, and that's where they're trying to...
I'm going to go ahead and pull up the map once again so viewers know where the
trying
fire
to
is.
keep it from...
The fire's right in this area.
Yeah,
right here.
Exactly, and they're trying to keep it now from
really
going to the east
this
side of the
right.
freeway.
Because again, there are, once you get into this area, it's a very, residential area.
Yeah, and
on
then
this side of the freeway.
we do have some of our canals there, which so there's a water source. There's some other things that could work in the favor, but they don't even want to even imagine that possibility at this point.
All right, we're going to go back to these live pictures from ADOT, and it looks like Chopper is back up in the air. Our Skyfox Chopper is in the air. Skyfox back on its way to the scene. So we'll have images from Skyfox coming up in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. So just to recap, you are looking at one of the ADOT cameras. This is the ADOT camera that's positioned at I-17 northbound, Loop 303. Again, this fire really looks different depending on where you're positioned, because you see in the background a huge plume of smoke back there. I mean, this is, this is just some smoke near the freeway. Really, this brush fire's kind of bounced around.
Because if you look back there on the far left, you'll see way back there as you're making your way toward Lake Pleasant, even some fire there, or some smoke there from the fire.
And then you go all the way back to the right, and there's a huge plume of smoke there.
The good news is I'm looking at this ADOT camera. So we're talking about the freeway being that natural break.
All right, everyone, we are getting a phone call. Stand by. All right, joining us on the phone is Tiffany Davila from the Department of Forestry. Tiffany, do you have an update on what is going on with this fire?
Yeah, I do. So it's actually the 303 fire, and it's burning along I-17 just at the 303 interchange there. So the fire is estimated to be about 100 acres. It's burning through dry fuels in the area. Luckily, it's a lot of just open space. So it's burning through some dry fuels in the area. It has been secured along the interstate, so fire crews have that portion of the fire well away from the interstate. But the roadways are still closed in that area for the Arizona Department of Transportation, just as a precaution.
All right, Tiffany, and do you see this getting any bigger? I know we're at 100 acres now. Does it really just depend on the weather conditions at this point?
It does. It really does just depend on the weather conditions. It is a little gusty out there, so crews are having to deal with the wind. It's hot outside. We do have some air resources. We have a DC-10 that has been making drops on the fire along with some heavy air tankers. So that is obviously helping slow the fire a bit, but the winds are going to be a challenge for the firefighters on the ground.
Right. And just to recap, we know that the roads are closed, traveling northbound on I-17 at Loop 101, and then southbound I-17 at State Route 74, correct?
And it's shut down at the 303 as well.
Right, shut down at the 303, so anyone traveling eastbound on 303 will be forced to exit at Lake Pleasant Parkway.
Right. We just want to make sure that people kind of stay out of the area if they can because of one of the traffic delays. One, the crews are trying to access that area to help suppress the fire. And then 3, the smoke is inhibiting traffic. So the smoke's blowing over the interstate, and that's just causing a little bit of problem. So we just want people to stay out of the area if they can.
Hey, Tiffany, it's Mark Martinez with Fox 10 and News Now. I was wondering, as far as the DC-10 drop, we saw that happening. Do you know if that DC-10 is refueling and coming back? I'm not sure if you mentioned that, or was it just a one drop and then heading back to Mesa?
Oh, no, we're utilizing those air resources to the fullest, so they are dropping their retardant and they're refueling and coming back.
Okay, great. And then as far as, we're looking at this and all of that dry brush, and of course we've had record high temperatures and this stuff looks like it's been out there for a while. As far as from a fire management perspective, I mean, is this something that's actually good to happen when we're not looking at any buildings or people being threatened by this fire? Did we need for something like this to happen to get that dry brush and fuel out of there?
Yeah, and that's a good question, Mark. So not all fire is bad. And so right now what this is doing, obviously there's not a lot of structures being threatened. It is open desert. There are dry fuels out in that area. The fire is just right now basically moving through that area. As long as firefighters keep an eye on it, it can, go through there and just kind of clean up the landscape in that area.
And let's talk real quickly. We've seen the crews out there, both in the air and on the ground, doing a really great job in really tough conditions. It's 111 degrees right now. What's being done to make sure those crews are taken care of, don't have heat exhaustion, get out of there when they need to? What's going on that front?
Right, and obviously safety is the number one concern for the fire crews on the ground. And the fire managers, take every measure to make sure that the firefighters stay hydrated. They refuel their bodies with electrolytes, and they get a little bit of rest when they can, and obviously those are, the rest is more for when they're on, a fire longer than, a few hours. But in this heat, you said it was 111. Even in the heat, they just need to make sure that the firefighters are taking care of themselves, drinking a lot of water, and just being safe.
All right, Tiffany, we appreciate you calling in and giving us the update, and we'll continue to monitor this fire here on News Now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got another tanker coming in for a drop. This is not the DC-10. This is a propeller plane that's coming in. Not sure if this one was also based out of Mesa, but you could tell this one's coming in for a drop, coming in, getting to low level, watching this one from Skyfox. And this one will most likely drop in front of the fire as well. It's a larger plane, so it's got a lot more to lay down. So I'm assuming this is going to be retardant and not water, because they want to lay down a large line in front of that fire. But I guess we'll see in just a second to see what exactly this plane's dropping. Unless it looks too big to be a spotter plane. Usually there's a smaller ones, so this will most likely be a drop unless they are just doing a flyover to maybe get a better idea of exactly where they need to lay that line.
And I want to check in with our Facebook viewers once again. Liliana Martinez asking, does this affect traffic coming from Flagstaff? Yes, Liliana, if you are coming from Flagstaff and your intention is to get to Phoenix, it will affect you because I-17 southbound is shut down at State Route 74, the Carefree Highway. So basically, from Flagstaff, really you can get to Anthem before you really experience the effects of this fire. So if you want to stop in Anthem and go to those outlets, you can do that. But
anywhere where you can get inside some air conditioning and not have to be stuck in your car on the freeway for any length of time.
Right. You had mentioned the Pie in New River.
Yeah, always a great place to stop if you can. I'm sure they would appreciate
Rock
it
Springs
too.
Cafe.
Nice folks up there. They'll make sure you have a great time while you're waiting for this to all clear up. So here comes the plane again, making another round. So we'll see if they drop here or if they were just trying to spot out exactly where they need to put this. And Tiffany with the State Department of Forestry did tell us that that DC-10's coming back. It's going to be getting out there to get some more fuel, flame retardant on board, loading up with 12,000 gallons of it, and then heading back out to fight this thing from above, which is really, we saw the ground crews down below to make sure it doesn't spread across the freeway, but as far as in this open desert area where we're seeing most of the burning happening right now, from above is the best way to get a handle on it. And they're not messing around here either. They brought out the big planes on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we've got Matt out there who's probably at this point getting some information from not only the fire managers but also people who are kind of affected by this, which is the whole other story. I mean, you've got people who are now kind of not able to get home, sort of stuck out in the middle of this, and hopefully they will be rerouted. I don't see this freeway opening up anytime soon based on what we've heard. All right, here comes the plane banking to the left. And look at that body of water back there. So that may have been where the DPS chopper was fueling up. There it goes. There's the fire retardant. That is a great drop. You see all that retardant? That is a long line there that will give those firefighters a big buffer. As we pan over, you'll see. And it looks like it's coming on top of the other, or just to the other side. Do you see the other pinkish color there? Mm-hmm. It looks like that is where they're deciding that's the line. I'm not sure if that's from the DC-10. It looks like it is, because look how long that line is. Do you see? Mm-hmm. So that's where they're deciding this is the line that they're going to draw. And the active fire looks like it has died down quite a bit as far as in this part of the area. What's interesting is those drops, Samia, appear to be on the west side of the fire itself. I'm not sure why they would, unless they're thinking the winds may shift and it could come back that way.
I'm just reading a lot of the comments coming in on our Facebook feed. I know a lot of our YouTube viewers are from all over the country and the world, but most of our viewers watching on Facebook are local, and some of them have their own stories of sitting in traffic. Mary Childers posting just minutes ago, it just took me 40 minutes to go 2 miles. Again, like we've mentioned before, those of you who are just joining, if you don't have to travel in this area, we highly advise you to avoid it. If you do need to eventually go this way, try to run some errands wherever you are. Try to avoid the big traffic backup that's being caused because of this freeway.
Yeah, and that's, the other big part of this is just while we're not seeing a lot of structures or anything like that being threatened, thankfully, it's just the effect that it's having on all the commuters and people trying to get home. You don't want to be stuck out in this. And one thing, we were talking about this earlier in the week, so many cars have been overheating in this heat in the past few days with our record heat. And if you're kind of stuck in a long line of cars, you're not moving, and your car begins to overheat, it's going to be a problem for you. And that's why we were just hoping people could be able to either wait this out or find another way around. And we're going to be hearing more soon about all the traffic problems that this fire has been causing.
Right. And for those viewers who are talking about family members or their own experiences on the freeway, when you're posting on Facebook, if you could let us know maybe where you were traveling from, where you exited, how long it took, that would be really helpful for all the viewers out there that haven't hit the road yet. Yeah, that's the main thing. Just if you've got, you're finding some streets that are a nightmare, just as bad as being on the freeway because everyone's trying to exit, let us know about that, and we can pass that along so other people don't get caught in that same situation. What's interesting and great is with everyone having their phones with them, they're kind of updating us as we get more information. Right.
And
they're watching the live stream while they're out there in the field. I do want to check in with Diana De Leon. One of the options as far as traveling northbound, she recommended 19th Avenue North Valley Parkway, which is what we were suggesting earlier, but she's calling it a nightmare. She does say, however, that's your best bet if you're trying to get to the Anthem area.
Okay, so yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. 19th Ave to North Valley Parkway.
Right.
Nightmare, but your best bet. And I think on a day like this, that's about as good as we're going to get.
Right. If you really need to get through there, if there's something that needs to get done and you have to get up there, that's the best route. If you don't have to go anywhere, if you can change your plans, maybe cancel your dinner plans, move it to later on in the week, I suggest you do that.
I want to
sit tight.
Let everyone into our bat phone is going to be ringing here in a few minutes, and we're going to get ADOT on the phone. And they've been good about updating on their Twitter. Mm-hmm. So that may help you as well if you're out and about, if you want to check ADOT's Twitter. But we're going to be hearing from Doug Nintzel from ADOT in a few minutes, who will kind of lay out in real time what's happening as far as if there's what the plan is, too. I mean, we had that guy asking about coming to Phoenix tomorrow morning. is this going to be done by
Right.
tonight?
That is a good
Fire
question.
behavior is really hard or impossible sometimes to predict.
Right.
But they may have an idea of just how good a handle on this the fire crews are getting. And it seems to be laying down a lot from just about half an hour ago. But as I'm saying that, we're still seeing some flare-ups as well.
Right, and for those of you traveling southbound on I-17, we have talked a lot about taking 27th Drive from the Carefree Highway, but Sean Matthew saying that it's also a nightmare. He can't leave his house because it's bumper to bumper there. So he's saying 27th Drive southbound, which eventually turns into 19th Avenue, is also bumper to bumper.
And that's going to be something we'll be seeing all night long through the evening. Is bumper-to-bumper traffic.
Right, so if you were to exit Carefree Highway, this is the logical route to get around the 17 freeway, but the logical route is also the route that's completely backed up bumper to bumper.
Everyone's doing it.
Right.
Can we take this shot real quick to show just some of the traffic we're talking about?
This is I-17 southbound, Daisy Mountain.
And so look at the top of the screen, that's the fire, and it looks to me like they've got you at some point here, moving all the way over. I think there may be cones out, moving all the way over into the far west lanes, the slow lanes, and then that's where you're going to have to exit.
Right, so this is north of the outlets in Anthem. So really, this traffic backed up quite a bit. Again, if you're traveling southbound on I-17, if you're already on your way, you're stuck in traffic. There aren't a lot of exits in this area is the problem.
No.
You get to, in this area, you really just have, Black Canyon City, New River, but again, not a lot of exits. So once you're in it, you're really stuck.
Yeah, and they've been working on trying to fix this problem on I-17 for a long time, not just for brush fires, which we have seen in the past. It also shuts down the entire freeway, causes chaos, but also if there's crashes, usually it's a little farther up north on the 17, but still it's one of those things where not a lot of good ways to get around it.
And I know a lot of the viewers tuning in on Facebook keep asking about alternate routes. So we will be speaking with the spokesperson at ADOT, the Arizona Department of Transportation, momentarily. Hopefully he'll be able to give you guys some alternate route updates. Our guess is whatever the alternate route is, it's going to be backed up.
Right, and the nice things that we're seeing now from Skyfox, now that it's back up in the air, it seems like a lot of the active fire has died down quite a bit as far as kind of rushing its way towards the freeway. So the water drops, the fire retardant looks like what they've done has worked out so far as kind of limiting the spread of this fire.
Right. I want to go ahead and show viewers the traffic also. Another viewpoint. This is I-17 northbound at Bell. As you can see, traffic completely backed up. This is the camera at Bell. You're looking northbound. You can see all the traffic there at Union Hills as people try to exit at Union Hills. Again, if you're traveling on I-17 northbound and you need to continue going north, really try to exit before you get to that Union Hills exit, before you get to Bell. I would recommend even Thunderbird. At this point, I don't even know if Thunderbird's backed up.
Yeah, I would imagine it is. I just can't. There's so many people trying to get to that part of the valley. I would imagine that everything in this area is going to be a long line.
Right, and for those of you who are in the Phoenix area, maybe you're not in Phoenix, but traffic is really intense basically from rush hour traffic, at least between 3:30 up until about 6 is when things are busy on the roads here.
And it starts earlier and it ends later nowadays too. So
Right.
it's one of those things where it's kind of getting, sometimes it's almost like Los Angeles traffic, and then you add this into the mix.
Right. People stagger their work hours when it's this hot outside.
Yeah.
All right, looks like our Skyfox camera went out for just a second, but we do have those Skyfox images back. The connection, the signal is a little spotty.
Kind of keeps going in and out a little bit there.
So I'll go back to the
North
freeway
Valley
shot in the meantime. Again, this is the freeway, I-17 northbound at Bell. You can see just so much traffic. I mean, there's always traffic on I-17 around this time just because people are going home, but this is worse than one would expect, especially for the exit ramps themselves. You know, you don't normally see that many cars lined up to exit Union Hills Drive.
No,
on
and you know,
I-17.
the other thing, it's really not, up north right now is not as cool as it normally is as far as a getaway from the valley heat, but still a lot of people do head up north on the weekends and take an early weekend, leave on a Thursday after work, go Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, they head up north.
Always 30 degrees cooler than Phoenix in the summer.
Right, so this could be a factor too, just a lot of people hoping to get out of town and then running into this. But I think a good thing about this is there was such an early push on social media, here on News Now, to let people know what was going on.
Right.
It's a better than the technology is so great now as far as being able to get the word out right away. So maybe even before you hit the road, you're hearing about what's going on Twitter, on social media, and you're knowing what's happening. Now, here's another helicopter. That's not a DPS Ranger. That's with the fire attack. That is carrying that Bambi bucket that we talked about. It's full of water, hundreds of gallons. I don't know the exact amount. Could be up even to 1,000 gallons of water that they are going to drop over some of the hot spots on this fire.
And I'm checking in with the viewers once again. A lot of people sharing their stories as far as what they experienced on the road or their loved ones. Jessica Hayes saying, hubby still isn't home. Coming from Yorkshire in 17 to Carefree in 17 has been 2 hours already. Sean Moore Jr. said he was on Thunderbird heading westbound about 20 minutes ago. It wasn't that bad at that point. So maybe Thunderbird hasn't had to deal with the traffic yet.
Yeah, hopefully Thunderbird is a good place for them
But the more people start taking Thunderbird, the more likely it will get backed up.
That's true. So here comes this helicopter that's making its way back towards the fire lines, full of water to drop on some of these, probably the brush that's actually on fire right now to keep it from spreading.
Lydia sharing her experience from Yorkshire and I-17 heading north. It took me 55 minutes to reach Carefree Highway and 27th Drive.
And that's not a long drive. That's showing you what we're dealing with.
Yeah, how many miles is that?
So this helicopter that they brought in, this was part of the fire attack helicopter. We saw DPS Ranger earlier on. They were just they were kind of, again, not like the first responder, really, just getting a handle on it, and then which is great that they did that. And then the state has all these fire resources available, including that DC-10 that we saw, and this Huey helicopter that is just now approaching, as you can tell by the smoke coming into view, is just now approaching the fire over the I-17. And still shows you, the smoky conditions out there.
So smoky. Again, viewers, a lot of people asking, how did this fire start? We don't know that at this point. And Daniel asking, any word of evacuation? At this point, there have been no evacuations ordered.
So it's not loaded with water. What it's going to do now, they set up a portable, almost like a swimming pool. And the green thing there, the green container, they're going to dip into that, and that's where they're going to get their water from. We were talking about how they can use all kinds of resources to get the water. This pilot, really great pilot, look at that, going to dip this bucket right into the water, just filling it up like it's a well, and they move these things around. They're portable units. He just got a full load of water there, and then he's going to take back off with that thing. And then what happens is when they get over the scene, the buckets are engineered where the bottom opens up and just dumps it right out. And it's a great way to get into little isolated pockets of this thing where it's going, because as we saw, it was kind of spreading sporadically here and there, and they can just kind of douse one spot, come back, douse another. So they really are doing a great job as far as getting a handle on this. And you can see there's still a lot of active fire, too. It's not all done yet. There's still areas still left to burn, but most of it, it's the low-lying dry grasses, it looks like, that it's burning in now, so it almost becomes that kind of campfire effect. You can see the areas where it's already burned too, so it's a pretty good swath of area that fire has passed on through. A little bit of trouble with our Skyfox signal, which is not uncommon when they're out there in this kind of terrain.
All right, here's a quick look at the ADOT cam. Looks like we have the Skyfox cam back though, so we'll go back to those Skyfox aerials. All right, joining us on the phone once again, Fox 10's very own Matt Galka with an update on this fire.
Yeah, actually, we finally made it to the scene, or as close as we can get to the scene, and we just spoke with Phoenix Fire Captain Rita Bigler. Now, she tells us that they do have a handle on the fire, but that's kind of a broad term. They have a handle on it, and it's not threatening any structures, but that doesn't mean it's out, and it's definitely not out. We still see a lot of plumes of smoke. And when we see a new plume of smoke, that basically means this brush fire is catching new vegetation that is then being lit up by the fire. So Cruz still fighting the fire, but their biggest problem right now is the shifting wind. That's why they had to close the interstates and whatnot. So that's basically what they're doing right now. Still, like I said, plenty of smoke out here.
Wow. Yeah, we can actually hear the winds with you on the phone right now.
Oh, well, believe me, at 5 o'clock when you see me on TV, you'll see my hair shifting in the wind too. It is definitely quite windy out here, and it provides a big problem for these firefighters who are out here trying to really put this entire thing out. Now, it stretches it's pretty expansive to the point where Captain Bigler said they're pretty much fighting a north fire and a south fire. So they're kind of stretched all across the area, and it's about 80 acres now.
Yeah. I know we got an update. We got an update just moments ago that it was 100 acres now. So
okay.
Either way, it's a lot of burning.
Lot of land to cover, and basically it's just it's very dry vegetation, obviously, and the fire, whenever it picks up non-burnt vegetation, it just goes up like that. So that's what they're battling right now. And the wind is it's blowing at my face right now, but the floor is blowing at my back, and it's kind of all over the place. These swirling winds are causing their big problem here.
Matt, have you gotten any word as to how this might have started?
They do not know yet. Captain Bigler said they have no idea how it started. They got the initial call around 12:30 this afternoon, and obviously it took off from there.
Right, and a lot of viewers on Facebook, people who live in the area, wondering, will they need to evacuate? Now, it doesn't seem like this fire is affecting any structures in the area.
No, that's the good news. No structures, no evacuations. They don't see that developing. So that's the good news. But the bad news, obviously, still a big headache for traffic and people traveling in the area.
All right, Matt. Well, we appreciate you calling in, and if you get any other updates, feel free to call us once again. Thanks.
Will do. Thank you.
Yeah, so some good information from Matt there as far as talking to Captain Bigler as the firefight itself. And, we were seeing the fire on both ends, north and south, and earlier on, and that's what we were talking about, how it was blowing up on both ends, and that was, indeed, one of the challenges that she was talking about.
And everyone, we are going to be switching hosts now. I am going to be signing off, your host Samia Khan, and Mary Kate Gaffney will be joining you in just a couple minutes to continue with this live coverage here on News Now. In the meantime, we will continue showing you the Skyfox aerials, and Mary Kate will be back with more News Now. She'll be able to speak with a spokesperson from the Arizona Department of Transportation, so you guys will be updated as far as road closures and potential detours. Stay tuned for that. Non-stop coverage here on News Now. All right, joining us now is Doug Ninsel with Arizona's Department of Transportation. Doug, you have all the information that everyone online wants to know. Road closures, detours, so many viewers asking us just what exactly they can do given the situation here.
Yeah, and there's for some of these drivers who are already in the line of traffic, it's not going to be good news because, for example, southbound drivers who are approaching the area near Carefree Highway as well as Pioneer Road, which is the interchange just north of there, they are exiting, but they're running into the heavy traffic, of course, at the interchange and then trying to make their way. So a couple of things we can talk about, and it'll be that, first of all, the number one thing that we're going to tell viewers and anyone who's listening in, that really if you can delay travel into the area, it's going to be better to be patient and wait for the all clear rather than try to head even onto some of these detour routes. But to the east of I-17, I know that you've been talking about the area such as Norterra Parkway turning into the North Valley Parkway and the heavy traffic that is there. Drivers might want to consider using Cave Creek Road north to Carefree Highway as one way, but I can imagine, and we're not seeing what the conditions are there, but you can imagine that there's going to be heavier traffic on Cave Creek Road heading into the North Valley. Now, we're also going to probably reach a point where we would also talk to folks who are west of I-17, and if you're in a situation where you're saying, I need to get north, you might start thinking about using Grand Avenue, US 60, on up into the Wickenburg area, because that would then lead you to Highway 89, which then heads toward Prescott, and the highways from Prescott, 69 and 169, can take you on over to I-17. But again, our number one recommendation right now is going to be to delay travel. Know that we're going to be working as hard as we can with DPS to continue to move the traffic to the best of our ability. But the sooner you get away from the area where the freeway I-17 is actually closed, and technically that is in between Loop 101 on up to State Route 74, Carefree Highway, the better off you're going to wind up being.
Right, and right now the viewers that are watching at home, they're looking at Skyfox images of I-17 southbound, and really just the traffic is so backed up there. It's down to that right-hand lane, everyone just being forced to exit that freeway. How far back is that traffic backed up on I-17 southbound? Is it Anthem? Is it New River? I mean, is it Black Canyon City at this point? Do you know?
I'm not in a location where I can actually see something that would tell us exactly how far, but several miles for certain. And so again, if you know of someone who might be in that situation, they've phoned in, hey, what's going on? If you can communicate with them that they're going to have to be patient and hang in there, because this is going to be the same type of scenario as if we had another very serious incident, say a serious crash that has closed the freeway. The same rules are going to apply here, that we can't get the traffic moving again until we're given the all clear. We're going to be working very closely, of course, with the fire team that's out there, the Department of Public Safety as well, but we're going to have to wait for the all clear as well on this type of situation.
Right, and one of our viewers on Facebook had asked about an hour ago if this would affect him. He lives in Flagstaff, and he was hoping to get to Phoenix tomorrow morning. Do you think this situation will be all wrapped up this evening, or could this go into tomorrow?
Yeah, and I can't speak for the fire team as far as what challenges they are still facing. I certainly would say that we're going to be hopeful in that we are seeing signs of improved visibility from our ADOT cameras, which would mean that a lot of the fire has burned itself out. And we're also hopeful that the highways in the area, including I-17 and State Route 74, the Loop 303, in their own way, they act as the fire break.
Right.
In other words, the fire goes up to the highway, then we keep our fingers crossed that there would be no, say, embers in the air that could cross through there. And that looks like the way things are going. But again, the firefighters, the fire team, they have a very important and a very difficult job to do, and we have to hang in there with them while they look to make sure that things are under control. But again, the improved visibility would keep us hopeful that at some point they're going to be able to give the all clear. Now, when that will time out, I'm just not able to say. Whether it's an hour from now, 4 hours from now, because I know that folks are talking about those types of things. It's just a very difficult thing to predict.
Right, especially with the weather. We don't know if the winds are going to pick up and the fire is going to spread. It is interesting that you mentioned, though, the way the three highways sort of contain the fire in a way.
Well, there's no doubt about that. That's one of the positives here in that
It's located right there between, like you said, State Route 74, the 17, and 303.
correct. And then you just you look for it to be something where, with the highways acting as a fire break, that the firefighters are standing by, even the planes and the decisions that are made on where to drop the fire retardant. Those types of things, all come into play here. But again, you can still see that there are flames burning within this area, and those flames are still sending up smoke, and that's why we have to hang in there and recommend that folks have the patience, and if you can delay travel into this region, that's our number one recommendation.
All right, Doug. Well, I appreciate you calling in, and I guess the final reminder, viewers, if you don't have to travel up here, don't.
That's
Run some
exactly
errands.
right. Yep, no doubt about it. That will be it. Stay tuned, and we'll continue to work to keep you up to date.
All right, Doug. We appreciate you calling in. Thanks.
You bet. Thanks.
All right, everyone. So that was Doug Ninsel with the Arizona Department of Transportation. As I mentioned before, we will continue with this nonstop fire coverage. Again, I am wrapping up for the day, but you guys will be joined by Mary Kate Gaffney in just a moment. She'll have more coverage of this 303 fire.
All right, everybody, you're still watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. This massive brush fire has taken over here in North Phoenix. I-17 northbound and southbound have been shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. We've had our traffic guy, Doug, from ADOT calling in and giving us the latest information about this. We do know that even if you're coming into Phoenix tomorrow, we still can't confirm that this will be completely out of the way. We're still waiting on getting more details on how long it should take for this fire to be put out and how long the backups will have to be. Again, I-17 northbound and southbound shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, you're still able to see as these firefighting aircrafts are responding to the scene here, this brush fire that has closed down I-17 in North Phoenix. And according to a statement by the Arizona Department of Fire Management, southbound I-17 is closed at State Route 74 and northbound I-17 is closed at Loop 101. And according to a tweet made by the Arizona Department of Fire, the fire has charred an estimated 80 acres of land, and air tankers are reportedly being utilized to fight the fire. And as you can see, that's what we've been streaming for you throughout the day here, these air tankers working to put out this blaze. It's about 111 degrees here in Phoenix today. We can also show you just a portion of how it's being closed down here in this area between 74, 17, and 303. So we're keeping you guys updated as these road closures. We cannot predict how long these roads will be shut down. Again, we were just speaking with the Doug from ADOT, who was giving us the latest information. He can't confirm yet how long these roads will be shut down, but we'll be sure to keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let's take you back again to the graphic here so we can just show you where this fire is in North Phoenix right now. Again, I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. We'll be sure to keep you guys updated. We've been streaming this for the past 3 or so hours now, and it looks like they've made some headway, but again, still a lot of flames burning. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You can see as the chopper zooms in here that just those little bit of flames can make everything worse. They have to put out every little bit here, and it's been taking hours for these fire crews to put out this blaze. Again, this is a massive brush fire in North Phoenix. We started streaming this about 2 o'clock here today, and I can tell you that I-17 northbound and southbound have been shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. We are continuing to stream this live for you here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox Team Phoenix Facebook Live. We've been speaking to our traffic experts at ADOT, and they can't confirm at this time when those closures will be reopening. We are still working on getting more details on how long the roads will be shut down. As you can see, there's clearly still parts of this area burning here, so we'll keep you updated live on the Fox News Now stream. Now you're getting a pretty good look of just how far it's backed up here today in North Phoenix. Take a look at that. That is bumper to bumper traffic right now, as I-17 northbound and southbound have been shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. And again, earlier we were reporting for you that if you don't need to go out in this, don't, because you can see traffic is not loosening up anytime soon. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. But again, this is a brush fire today in North Phoenix. I-17 shut down. We appreciate you watching with us live on the Fox and Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Here's another helpful look at the backups here. Oh, it looks like the chopper just went dark. Give me just a few seconds here while we are working to get that chopper camera up and going again. Here we go. So let's take you to the scene here. Again, you're able to really see now these backups. Robert asking in the chat, this is still happening. Yeah, Robert, we've been streaming this for about 3 hours now here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. This massive brush fire in Phoenix. It doesn't look like much right now, but when the chopper zooms in, you're able to see the flames still burning down there. I mean, obviously they have to put out every single flame or it's just going to start all over again. So I-17 northbound and southbound are still shut down, so that's causing major backups here in North Phoenix. People are, wanting to know, when can we get home? How long do we have to sit in our cars? Keep in mind as well, it's 111 degrees out right now, so I feel for anybody that, does not have air conditioning in their car, or they're just sitting there in the heat, as well as these fire crew members that are working diligently to put out this blaze in the heavy equipment that they have to wear in temperatures like this. So we're definitely trying to keep you guys updated as much as we can on these road closures here. Stick with us live on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. If you're just joining us here live on the Fox News Now stream, we're able to show you live pictures still of this brush fire. If you're just now coming in, you're probably wondering, well, where's the fire? Well, they've been working on putting out these flames for the past 3 hours now. And when Chopper zooms in, you can actually see there's still a lot burning there. It's just tiny little flames on different parts of this brush fire here that they have to be able to put out everything, or it's going to just start all over again and continue burning throughout North Phoenix here. This fire has shut down I-17 northbound and southbound between State Route 74 and Loop 101. So if I pull up this map for you here, let me just get this up. You can see this is just about where the fire is. So all of this is shut down. If we scroll up, we can't confirm how far it goes back. We were speaking with our traffic expert, Doug Ninsel, a little bit earlier, and he was able to tell us, you know, obviously these road closures have to be in place while they're working to put out these flames. So there you go. See, Chopper zooms in, and then you can see, you know, from far away, it doesn't look like much is going on, but when you zoom in, there's just these little flames all around this area here that they have to work to put out, or they're just going to continue to spread. Keep in mind as well, it's 111 degrees out right now, so that doesn't help with putting this fire out. They've been using air tankers, firefighting aircrafts to try and throw water on these flames, and lots of fire crew members responding as well. But those road closures still in place, as they don't want anybody to get hurt as they're driving through these flames here, so they've got to keep the road closed. I feel for anybody that's driving right now that does not have air conditioning, because I know that these temperatures are pretty terrible out there right now, 111 degrees, and you're sitting in your car waiting to get home. So as the traffic expert from ADOT was telling us, you know, if you don't need to go out in this, do not go out in this, because these road closures could last for a few more hours. We can't confirm how long the roads will be shut down. We'll be sure to keep you updated as we get more information into the newsroom here. We appreciate you watching with us live on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Let's give you a different image of the smoke still in the air here that we can show you from our traffic cam. So again, if you don't need to go out in this, you really shouldn't, because you don't want to be breathing in any of that smoke anyway. And, you know, the backup's still in place. I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. You can see one of those firefighting aircrafts there right now using those air tanks. You know, they can only pick up so much water at a time. They have to go back and forth, to pick up water out of these pools, and then go all the way back and drop it off and hope that it hits the flames as they drive over it. So here we go. You can see it right now. So, you know, they don't get to pick up much water. That's about as much as they can pick up, and then hopefully be able to drop it off in, you know, right on top of those flames. So it looks like it did put out a significant amount of flames there. Now he's got to go back, pick up more. It's a long process, and they're working diligently in these 111 degree temperatures to put out this blaze. So we appreciate your patience, and thanks for watching with us live on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. So there you're getting a better look at just how long this backup goes. Bumper to bumper right now looks like it's barely moving, completely shut down. Let me give you another look here from our traffic camera. You can see the smoke still in the air from this brush fire. I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. So again, if I pull up the map here, you can just see this is about where the fire is. So this is where the backup is. We don't know how long it could be, but hopefully these road closures won't go on for too long. But again, if you don't have to go out in this, you really shouldn't, because this is going to be a long night for these fire crew members. We'll keep you updated, though, live on the Fox News Now stream. So we do know that our chopper has headed back to refuel, and we'll be back to give us continued coverage of this fire. But right now we're going to stick on this camera shot where you can still see a lot of the smoke in the air and all of the backups right now. I-17 northbound and southbound shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. Still streaming for you this brush fire in North Phoenix today. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. And for those of you that are just coming in and saying, where's the fire? It doesn't seem that big. Head to the video section on our YouTube page, Fox 10 Phoenix. You can see from the beginning what the fire looked like. And actually, I'll pull that up for you guys right now, so you guys can see. If you're just now coming into the stream here and you're wondering, why doesn't it look like a very big fire? It doesn't look like it now, but a little bit earlier in the day when we first began streaming this, it was much bigger. So let me pull that up for you guys so you can see just the beginning of our coverage. So here you can see when we first had that fire come into us, into the newsroom, and we took this stream immediately. You can see how many fire crew members were on the scene and just how big this fire was just a few hours ago. So they're still working very hard right now to put out this blaze. But this is what it looked like about 2 hours ago. You can see, let me scroll through just a little bit more. So that is what it looked like. And again, it's 111 degrees here today, and they were working to put out these flames. That's when they had to call in extra backup. They eventually did have firefighting aircrafts come in, dropping air tankers, to work out to put this the blaze out. So let's show you just a little bit more here as we zoom in. This is what it looked like again just a few hours ago. Let's take you back to the live pictures now. So they have made some progress, but you can still see heavy smoke in the air right now as they're continuing to work to put out this fire. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Again, we do want to let you know that our chopper will be heading back after it refuels. We had our chopper up in the air for several hours today as we were just trying to show you the seriousness of these flames here. You can see smoke still in the air right now, and let me give you a look of our map here so you can just see where exactly this fire is. It's right between 74 and 17 there. You can see I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. So we're working to keep you updated. Again, you can still see smoke in the air right now as we're continuing this coverage live on the Fox News Now stream. But let me pull up again for you just of what the flames looked like just a few hours ago. This is what fire crews had to deal with around 2 o'clock today. So they're still working to put out the flames even a few hours later. But this is what it looked like at the beginning of the fire. So some of you that are coming in wondering, okay, what is the issue here? It doesn't look like a big fire. This is what it looked like earlier in the day. Now it looks like we do have something going on our traffic cam here. Let's see if we can see exactly where this closure is. Looks like a all right, yes, you're able to really see some of the fire crew members just pulling up to the scene here. And again, they're working very hard in 111 degree temperatures, so you got to give it up to these guys who are working so hard for us out here to put out these flames. So let's take you back again to the map that we have here just to show you guys where it's being shut down. Again, if you don't have to go out in this, you really shouldn't. That's what Doug from ADOT is telling us, that, you know, they can't confirm how long these roads will be shut down. So if you don't feel like you really need to go out in this, you really shouldn't, because those backups are still happening right now in North Phoenix. I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. And we do have our chopper heading back up soon. It's refueling right now. It's going to be heading back to the scene, so we'll be able to give you guys another look of this fire here. But here's exactly where the closure is. We can show you right now. So they are working to continue to put out these flames, and this is what it looked like at the very beginning of this blaze just two to 3 hours ago when we first started this stream. This is what it looked like. So it did take firefighters quite a long time to get it down to what it is now, and 111 degree temperatures. We'll continue to keep you guys updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. So we're just giving you a live look at where exactly this is shut down right now, but we can show you again the map here that we're pulling up for you guys right now where exactly this is taking place. Again, I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. So that's the map that we built here that we can show you guys where exactly this fire is. We'll be sure to take you back to our chopper feed as soon as it gets back up in the air, but I do want to take you to some video where we were streaming for you. This was earlier today. Again, we've got to show you this. This is how bad the flames were burning earlier. You can see winds picking up, and it was just getting worse as fire crews were heading out there trying to put out this blaze, and 111-degree temperatures. 111 degrees, I should say, temperatures out there. Pretty hot today as they're working to put out these flames. Again, we're still waiting for our chopper to get back up in the air, and you can see right now exactly where this road closure is from our traffic cam, so we'll be sure to keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let's take you back to our traffic cam here so you can see more aircrafts working to put out this fire. You can see in the bottom left corner of your screen using those air tanks to pick up water and go over the flames and drop that water down. It's a long process, but it's what they need to do to put out these flames here. Again, we can report that I-17 northbound and southbound is still shut down. Again, hopefully our chopper will be back up in just a few minutes as we continue to stream this live. We want to be able to give you that view from our Skyfox chopper as well. As you can see, there's still smoke in the air. It's still burning out there right now. This brush fire in North Phoenix we've been covering for the last 3 hours here in 111 degree temperatures that these fire crew members have been out there working, and people have been sitting in their cars for hours as I-17 northbound and southbound have been shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. So we're continuing this coverage for you. Again, we can pull up the map right now and just show you where exactly this fire is burning. It's right between the 17 and 74, so hopefully fire crew members will be able to get this fire out as quickly as possible. You can see flames still burning, smoke still in the air, but they've made a lot of headway because earlier, I mean, we were showing you just how extreme it was. Let's pull that up for you again. This was video from earlier, and that's how bad the flames were when we were streaming it for you just a few hours ago. So hopefully they'll be able to put out these flames. They've made a lot of progress since this, just 2 hours ago. They've used those air tanks. They've been dropping water all throughout the day. It's a very long process of having to go back and forth, picking up more water and dropping it off and hoping it lands on those flames, but they've done an excellent job today. And we still have footage from our traffic camera here where we can show you the smoke still in the air. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Again, we appreciate you watching with us live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You can still see smoke in the air as the road is still closed. I-17 northbound and southbound shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. I'm checking in right now with ADOT. Let me see if we can get any more information, as crews are still battling this hot, windy, dry fire that you're seeing right now. We're keeping you updated, though. Let me make sure that this is... Let me get up the traffic report here. So about an hour ago, they were still saying that the L101 westbound at 7th Avenue was also shut down because of a crash blocking the left lane. So a lot happening with the traffic right now. Again, about 80 acres have been burning. As you can still see, it's still burning right now. We can show you exactly where this is happening, right between the 74 and 17, I-17 northbound and southbound shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. So we'll continue to stream this for you live here on the Fox News Now stream. We should have our chopper heading back to the scene as well to give you some more images of the flames. Again, let's show you what it looked like just a little bit earlier today, just about 3 hours ago when we were streaming this for you. This is how serious the fire was just a few hours ago, around 2 o'clock when we first started streaming this. How many flames that the fire crews have put out since then. You've really been able to see a difference. If you've been here with us the entire show, you can see that they've made a lot of headway as we continue to stream this coverage for you live on Fox News Now. Now let's pull up again live from our traffic camera here. You can still see a lot of smoke in the air as they continue to keep the road shut down. I-17 northbound and southbound completely shut down between State Route 74 and Loop 101. Again, we are waiting for our chopper to head back up to the scene. They just had to refuel because they were out for a few hours today showing us this fire. So we'll be sure to keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Sylvia saying that's just 5 miles north of my neighborhood. Nick saying I had to go around this mess off of Lake Pleasant Parkway to New River Road. Ayla saying my cousin is near the fire. Yeah, we appreciate you guys commenting live here on our Facebook page, Fox 10 Phoenix, as well as in the live chat section of our YouTube stream, Fox News Now. as we continue this coverage. Robert saying hashtag free the drivers. Yeah, you got to feel for these drivers that are out there just sitting in their cars right now, especially the ones without air conditioning. I can't imagine what that would feel like in 111-degree temperatures. So we're going to keep you guys updated as we continue to stream this live on Fox News Now and Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. Let's again take you back to coverage from earlier today so you can see just how much progress they've made with this fire that has completely shut down I-17 northbound and southbound between State Route 74 and Loop 101 here in Phoenix. Again, this massive brush fire today in 111-degree temperatures. Jessica asking how many acres. We were last told up to 80 acres were burning. So we'll keep you updated on that number as well. Nancy saying all roads north are at a standstill. Yeah, again, if you don't have to go out in this, definitely don't, because you don't want to be sitting in traffic like that, especially in 111-degree temperatures. So just trying to keep you guys updated in case any of you are kind of waiting to get out or trying to get home from work. So let's see what our traffic cam is trying to show us here. We're zooming around. We're trying to look for this fire that's still burning. There we go. There's some of the smoke you can still see. And even on the side of the road here, if you look closely, you can see some of the fire crew members just using the hose right there to, I mean, there's tiny little flames all over this area here, and it might seem small, but if they don't put it out immediately, it's just going to continue to spread and start all over. So they have to really work hard to put out every tiny little flame here that has caused this fire today, and you can see so much smoke still happening over there. So hopefully our news chopper can get up soon and fly over that and show us how much is actually burning over there as well. All right, everybody, we are going to end this feed, but we do appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. For more information about this fire, just head to fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody, taking you to the Senate floor now, where politicians were debating the new health care bill all day. Let's hear what they had to say.
4 counties are projected to have no choice at all, meaning, yet again, Americans could be thrown off their plans in states like Missouri and Ohio and Wisconsin. Does it sound like Obamacare is working? Now Democrats would tell us it'd be wrong for the Senate to actually address these problems in a serious way, while the law they've defended for 7 years teeters, literally teeters on the edge of total collapse. They were wrong before, they're wrong again now. Because Obamacare isn't working, by nearly any measure it has failed, and no amount of 11th hour reality denying or buck passing by Democrats is going to change the fact that more Americans are going to get hurt unless we do something. I regret that our Democratic friends made clear early on that they did not want to work with us in a serious bipartisan way to address the Obamacare status quo. But Republicans believe we have a responsibility to act, and we are, for our constituents, for our states, and for our country. We've long called for a better way forward, and we've been engaged in intensive talks on how to get there. Through dozens of meetings open to each and every member of the conference, we've had the opportunity to offer and consider many ideas for confronting the Obamacare status quo. We debated many policy proposals. We considered many different viewpoints. In the end, we found that we share many ideas about what needs to be achieved and how we can achieve it. These shared policy objectives and the solutions to help achieve them are what made up the health care discussion draft that we finished talking through this morning. We agreed on the need to free Americans from Obamacare's mandates, and policies contained in the discussion draft will repeal the individual mandate so Americans are no longer forced to buy insurance they don't need or can't afford. We'll repeal the employer mandate so Americans no longer see their hours and take-home pay cut by employers because of it. We agreed on the need to improve the affordability of health insurance, and policies contained in the discussion draft will do that. It will eliminate costly Obamacare taxes that are passed on to consumers so we can put downward pressure on premiums, expand tax-free health savings accounts, and deploy targeted tax credits so we can help defray out-of-pocket costs, and shift power from Washington to the states so they have more flexibility to provide more Americans with the kind of affordable insurance options they actually want. We agree on the need to stabilize the insurance markets that are collapsing under Obamacare as well, and policies contained in the discussion draft will implement stabilization policies so we can bring financial certainty to insurance markets and hope to Americans who face the possibility of limited or zero options next year under Obamacare, and ultimately transition away from Obamacare's collapsing system entirely so more Americans will not be hurt. We also agree on the need to strengthen Medicaid, preserve access to care for patients with pre-existing conditions, and allow children to stay on their parents' health insurance through the age of 26. I'm pleased that we were able to arrive at a draft that incorporates input from so many different members who represent so many different constituents who are facing so many different challenges. The draft containing the solutions I mentioned, along with many others, is posted online, and I encourage everyone to carefully review it. There will be ample time to analyze, discuss, and provide thoughts before legislation comes to the floor, and I hope every senator takes that opportunity. Next week, we expect the Congressional Budget Office to release a score. After that, we will proceed with a robust debate and an open amendment process here on the Senate floor, a process that I would encourage each of our 100 senators to participate in. When legislation does come to the floor, it will present Senate Democrats with another opportunity to do what's right for the American people. They can choose to keep standing by as their failing law continues to collapse and hurt more Americans, but I hope they will join us instead to bring relief to the families who've struggled under Obamacare for far too long. Either way, it's time to act, because Obamacare is a direct attack on the middle class, and American families deserve better than its failing status quo. They deserve better care. That's just what we're going to continue to work to bring them.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the executive session to resume consideration of the Billingsley nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Marshall Billingsley of Virginia to be Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Well, we're beginning to receive the first bits of information about the Senate Republican health care bill, which has until now been shrouded in absolute secrecy. I can see why. Even as we continue to get more details, the broad outlines are clear. This is a bill designed to strip away health care benefits and protections from Americans who need it most, in order to give a tax break to the folks who need it least. This is a bill that would end Medicaid as we know it, rolling back Medicaid expansion, cutting federal support for the program even more than the House bill, which cut Medicaid by $800 billion. Let me remind everyone in this chamber, Medicaid is not just a health insurance program for Americans struggling in poverty, though that is an important and necessary part of it. Medicaid is increasingly a middle-class program. Medicaid is how many Americans are able to access opioid abuse treatment. Medicaid foots the bill for 2/3 of all Americans living in nursing homes. And Medicaid provides the cushion, particularly in rural areas, so hospitals can survive and give top-notch health care to all of us. From what is reported, in just 3 short years, under the Senate bill, Republicans will kick millions off their Medicaid coverage. And then, starting in 2025, the plan will institute even more Medicaid cuts. And each year, those cuts get deeper than the year before. Within 10 years of this new funding system, the cuts to Medicaid could total hundreds of billions of dollars above the more than $800 billion the House bill already cuts from the program. And every senior in America should read the fine print of this bill. It looks like American seniors could be paying way more. Why do this? Looking at the bill, the answer is because the Republicans want to give a tax break to the wealthiest Americans, those making over $200,000 a year, and set themselves up to give these folks another, even larger tax cut in their tax bill. Even though much of the early reporting says the bill will keep certain protections for Americans with pre-existing conditions, the truth is it may well not guarantee them the coverage they need. By allowing states to waive essential health benefits, what the bill is saying to those Americans is insurance still has to cover you, but it doesn't have to cover what you may actually need. It doesn't have to cover all or even most of your costs. If you need treatment for opioid addiction, your plan may no longer cover it. If you're pregnant and need maternity care, your plan may have decided that's too expensive. The coverage that Americans with pre-existing conditions actually need may well become either unaffordable or even non-existent under this bill. Simply put, this bill will result, not right now, at the end of my remarks. Simply put, this bill will result in higher costs, less care, and millions of Americans will lose their health insurance, particularly through Medicaid. It's every bit as bad as the House bill. In some ways, it's even worse. The President said the Senate bill needed heart. The way this bill cuts health care is heartless. The President said the House bill was mean. The Senate bill may be meaner. The Senate Republican health care bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Only this wolf has even sharper teeth than the House bill. It's clear that Republicans know that cutting Medicaid will hurt so many people in the middle class, so many in my home state of New York. Republicans know that people want essential health benefits. So they've created a disguise by saying these changes won't occur for a year. But in reality, the Senate Republican bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Only this wolf has even sharper teeth than the House bill. And we're potentially voting on it in a week. No committee hearings, no amendments in committee, no debate on the floor, save for 10 measly hours on one of the most important bills we're dealing with in decades. That brings shame on this body. We won't even know the full cost or consequence of the bill until CBO scores it. And that could take a few days more. How can my friend, the majority leader, expect this body to fairly consider this legislation, prepare amendments, and debate it in 1 week with only 10 hours of debate? How can he expect his own members to do the same? Many of them on the Republican side are learning the details of the bill the same way we Democrats are. They're reading it today. Now listen to what the majority leader had to say in 2009 when we were debating health care. His words: "This is a very important issue. We shouldn't try to do it in the dark. And whatever final bill is produced should be available to the American public and to members of the Senate, certainly for enough time to come to grips with it. And we're going to insist, and the American people are going to insist, that it be done in a transparent, fair, and open way." Is 5 or 6 days enough time for the American people and members of the Senate to come to grips with a bill that affects 1/6 of the economy and the lives of every American in this country? I don't think so. Neither do the American people, and neither do a whole bunch of Republican senators. Senator Cassidy, would I have preferred a more open process? The answer is yes. Senator Collins, I don't think it gives enough time to thoroughly analyze the bill, but we'll see when it comes out. There's member after member, Rand Paul, Lindsey Graham, Jerry Moran, Marco Rubio, Bob Corker, who repeatedly have said this process, in their words and now in mine, is unfair, is truncated, is rushed. For my dear friend, the majority leader, to say we're going to have an open amendment process is turning truth upside down. I would ask our leader, rhetorically, because I know the answer, can we allow at least 1 hour on each amendment, not 2 minutes? Will we have more time than 10 hours to debate the bill? I hope so. But if not, please don't call this an open and fair process. If you want to rush it through, admit the consequences. Now, Mr. President, the debate over health care has been fierce. We know that the Republicans and Democrats had differences when we debated the Affordable Care Act. At least we had a debate. At least we had committee hearings and a process. And more broadly than that, at least we Democrats were trying to pass a health care bill that helped more Americans afford insurance and tried to bring costs down and end some of the most egregious practices of the health care industry. What is this bill, Trump Care, trying to achieve? It seems designed to slash support for health care programs in order to give tax breaks to the very wealthy. And when the CBO score comes out, I believe it will verify that millions of Americans in this great country will be unable to afford insurance, or the insurance they can afford won't cover the services they need. Somewhere in America, Mr. President, there's a family who takes a trip each Friday to visit grandma or grandpa at a nursing home, who sacrificed all of their savings to pay for their health care until they had no more savings, and now relies on Medicaid to help pay the cost of long-term care in the nursing home. Somewhere in America, there's a father who is eaten up inside watching his son struggle with opioid addiction, who knows in his heart that his son would be able to go on and live a healthy and fulfilling life if he could only afford treatment to get him out from under his devastating addiction. Somewhere in America, there's a parent whose child has cancer, a mother and father who stay up late at night, worried that their insurance will either not be available or run out when the family needs it most. In the America that my Republican friends envision with this health care bill, those Americans, and many more beside, might not get the coverage and care they need. We live in the wealthiest country on earth. Surely, we can do better than what the Republican health care bill promises. And now I have a unanimous consent request. I'm going to have to delay my friend from asking questions until we finish our unanimous consent requests. I ask unanimous consent that any substitute or perfecting amendment offered to calendar number 120, H.R. 1628, not be in order if the text of the amendment has not been filed at the desk and made available on a public website for at least 72 hours, along with an analysis by the Congressional Budget Office of the bill's budgetary, coverage, and cost implications.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, my colleague, Senator Cornyn, was going to ask the question, which I will answer, which was the majority leader is referring to a bill that he hadn't seen a copy of because it hadn't yet been released. So the speech you just heard was about a bill that he hasn't seen. With regard to his consent, I object.
Mr. President, is heard. Mr. President, parliamentary privilege, not parliamentary privilege, leader time. Well, I would ask,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you. 142 pages thus far of the supposed bill have been printed online, and that's what I have used.
Mr. President.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, several weeks ago, the House of Representatives passed a bill to repeal the Affordable Care Act and to replace it. It was passed without hearings. It was passed without an amendment process, and it was passed before the Congressional Budget Office provided the traditional analysis which we count on before we take up a measure of such magnitude. That measure passed with a party line vote, all Republicans. Had 2 Republican senators voted the other way, it would not have moved forward. After it passed, the President of the United States decided to have a celebration at the White House. We saw him on television gathering the Republican members of the House of Representatives and celebrating the fact that this measure had passed. And finally, they were going to repeal the Affordable Care Act. But then the American people took a close look, and the Congressional Budget Office issued its analysis. And it turns out that 23 million Americans would lose their health insurance because of this Republican measure that passed the House of Representatives. It turns out as well there'd be a dramatic increase in health insurance premiums for people between the ages of 50 and 64. It turned out that in my state and many other states, hospitals were in danger. The Illinois Hospital Association says they would lose 60,000 jobs in Illinois with the dramatic cutbacks in Medicaid, endangering hospitals in rural areas and inner city areas. The facts started coming out about this repeal bill passed by the House of Representatives, and the President of the United States had a change of heart and announced to the American people it was a mean bill. A mean bill. The President was right. It was mean legislation. Mean to the millions who lost their health care, mean to seniors who would find their premiums going up dramatically, mean to the people living in rural areas and small towns who count on those hospitals. Well, the President was right. It was mean. And then the responsibility shifts to the United States Senate. The Majority Leader, Senator McConnell, and his Republican followers had a chance to do a bill that was not mean. They had a chance to sit down on a bipartisan basis and to have the same process we used to create the Affordable Care Act. That would have involved public hearings. We had 50 public hearings on the Affordable Care Act. It would have involved a real amendment process. The Affordable Care Act had 300 amendments. How many were offered by the Republicans? Over 150 offered and adopted in a bipartisan process when we passed the Affordable Care Act. The American people got a good look at the bill. The Congressional Budget Office issued their analysis before we voted on it. And we passed it, and I'm glad we did, and I'm proud of that vote. But what happened in the Senate when it came to the Republicans? They went into secrecy. 13 chosen Republican senators all sat in a room and wrote the alternative, or so we're told. They met in secret and never once had a public hearing, never once disclosed to the American people what was being debated, never once gave an opportunity for real bipartisan cooperation to strengthen our existing health care system. Not at all. So all we have at this moment is truly press accounts of what's been announced to the Republican Senate caucus, what they're going to get a chance to read and see. But it's enough to see that when it comes down to the basics, there's not much of a change between the House of Representatives effort and the Senate effort. You know, Mr. President, you can put a lace collar on a pit bull and it's still a mean dog. What we have with the Republicans in the Senate here is an attempt to dust off the edges of the House bill and say, this is not as mean. I'll tell you, at the end of the day, from the reports we have, this is still a mean dog, and one that the people of the United States don't want to see happen. There isn't a single medical advocacy group, not one in my state, and I don't know any nationwide, that endorsed what the Republicans in the House have accomplished with the passage of their bill. And this bill mirrors it as well, and we can expect the same result. So the only thing we can offer the American people is a chance to be part of the conversation on a bill that will literally change health care for millions of Americans. And if they're going to be part of the conversation, there's got to be a chance for amendment and debate at least, and a chance for the American people to see what's in the Senate Republican measure. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that any substitute or perfecting amendment offered to calendar number 120, H.R. 1628, be subjected to a point of order if the text of the amendment has not been filed at the desk and made available on public website for at least 72 hours, along with an analysis by the Congressional Budget Office of the bill's budgetary coverage and cost implications, and that a motion to waive the point of order be in order, and if a motion to waive is made, an affirmative 3/5 vote of those duly chosen and sworn is required to waive the point of order.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. I want to thank my friend, the Assistant Democratic Leader, for confirming that the Majority Leader's remarks obviously were made on the basis of news accounts. The bill has only been posted online for the last 20 minutes.
Would the majority leader yield to? I am the minority leader at this point. Anyway.
I'll yield for a question.
Yeah, the question is, does the majority leader know that online, a half hour before we came to the floor, were 142 pages of the bill listed online, and that's what we used in our report? And I would ask the majority leader a further question. If there's anything I said that is not going to be in the bill, could he clarify?
Object.
Objection, sir.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, what we are seeing today is just the latest broken promise from President Trump and his Republican Party. After weeks of secret negotiations, backroom deals, shutting out patients and families and Democrats, and even many Republicans from this process, Senate Republican leaders are now just days away from putting a bill on the floor that could not be more impactful or more devastating to families' bank accounts and their health. As even Republicans are pointing out, there has not been a single hearing, no robust debate, no opportunity for the people who will really suffer under this bill to see exactly how bad it would be. Mr. President, this disastrous Trump Care bill deserves full scrutiny under an open process, like the process that Democrats conducted when we passed the Affordable Care Act. We held hearings, we took amendments from both sides, and we certainly didn't leave the fate of women's health care up to a few Republican men. Senate Republicans are right to be ashamed of this mean and heartless legislation. Just like the House Trump Care bill, it will increase premiums, it will undermine protections for people with pre-existing conditions, it will defund Planned Parenthood and allow insurance companies to charge women more. It's going to gut Medicaid. It will take away care for our seniors, for pregnant women, people with disabilities, and it will take health insurance coverage away for millions of people across the country. And for what? To give another massive tax cut for the wealthy and well-connected. Mr. President, I'd be ashamed, too, if I had to defend a bill this cruel. I can certainly understand why Republican leaders do not want to give people time to see what's in this bill, and why they don't even want to give their own members time to see how much their constituents hate it. But that's the bed Senate Republicans have now made. And if they're going to try and pass this disastrous version of Trump Care, at the very least, they shouldn't get to jam it through without the public knowing good and well what they're up to. So, Mr. President, I ask a parliamentary inquiry, is the chair able to confirm that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions considered S-1679, the Affordable Health Choices Act, which was ultimately incorporated into the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, in executive session on 13 calendar days prior to reporting the bill favorably?
The Secretary of the Senate's office through the Senate Library can confirm that.
That is confirmed. So I ask unanimous consent today that any substitute or perfecting amendment offered to calendar number 120, H.R. 1628, not be in order if the text of the amendment has not been subject of a hearing, subject of an executive session during which amendments from both the majority and minority were considered and reported favorably by the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, none of these senators have read the bill. I have the floor, Mr. President. The bill's 142 pages long compared to the 2,700-page long Obamacare bill. They can read the bill. If they have objections to the provisions, we can debate them, but what they're talking about is a bill that does not exist, which they have not read. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Would my dear colleague from Texas yield to a question?
Senator from Texas does not have the floor. You have the floor.
I would like to just then tell my friend from Texas, this is the bill. It was posted online a half hour before we came online. And I'd ask a page to come over and bring it to my dear friend and ask him if this is the bill, which we have read.
Mr. President, all senators have a copy of this discussion draft bill. It is a discussion draft which will be open to an amendment process with unlimited amendments that can be offered by both sides following before which we'll have a fulsome debate. Our colleagues here are complaining about secrecy that doesn't exist. This bill's online. The American people can read it. You can read it. And I would suggest that they do read it before they start criticizing it.
I would ask my friend from Texas to yield for another question.
I will.
Will we get more than 2 minutes to debate each amendment we ask for? Or will we be under reconciliation process where we have simply 10 hours of debate and then every amendment only gets 2 minutes? And does he consider that, 2 minutes, if that's the case, a full and fair debate on each amendment?
Mr. President, I would say in response to my friend from New York, the fact that we are having to conduct this under the reconciliation rules is a result of their refusal to participate in the process, thus necessitating Republicans doing this under budget reconciliation rules. If they would do this in a true bipartisan way, where we could get 60 votes to get on the bill and open it to amendment process, we could have a better bill. But given the refusal of our Democratic colleagues to participate in the process, this is the only way we can come to the rescue of the people who are being hurt by the meltdown of Obamacare today.
Mr. President.
Just to clarify, did the senator from Texas object to the senator from Washington?
I do object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I heard the objection. I just have to say, the exchange we just heard is exactly what we've been objecting to. We were told that the bill would be online at 9:30 this morning. It was online at 11 o'clock. I have a copy of it. But we're hearing from the other side now that this isn't the bill. This is a discussion draft. We aren't going to see the bill. We won't see the real bill, apparently, until next week, even though we were told we'd see it this morning. This has been the problem we've had since this discussion started. We started in January with the process that cut us out of this under reconciliation. 13 men in a private room wrote this, quote, discussion draft that's not a bill that we're supposed to now look at and decide whether or not we like it in the American public. A discussion draft, a bill, even the other side doesn't know what we have. That's what we're objecting to. We're asking that the American people, who have a right to know what is going to impact every one of their lives, every one of their families, every one of their communities, every one of their businesses, have more than a discussion draft, more than 10 hours of debate, time to look at it and know how we're even going to do an amendment process next week. This is deplorable.
Senator, yield for a question.
Majority.
Yield for a question.
Happy to.
Mr. President, I'd ask the senator from Washington if she's aware of the fact that under the budget reconciliation process, there will be an unlimited number of amendments that could be offered by either side to the bill that's ultimately filed.
Oh, Mr. President, I am well aware of that, and I will remind our colleagues and everybody in this country, what will happen is that there will be 10 hours of debate where we hopefully have more than a discussion draft that we will be allowed to offer amendments on, and there will be no debate on those amendments. No one will know what it is. It'll be a chaotic process on this floor. The American public won't know. We'll be able to tell them days later after this gets undone. That's not an amendment process. That is not what we went through when we passed the Affordable Care Act. The American public deserves better.
Mr. President.
Hear, hear.
Minority Leader.
I'd ask my colleague a question. What would be wrong with 1 hour of debate on every amendment to this bill? What is the objection to that, since the majority is proposing no debate on amendments and then saying it's an open process? What is wrong with 1 hour of debate on every amendment offered to this bill?
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I'd say in response to my friend, the minority leader, that it is as a result of their refusal to participate in the usual process of passing legislation through the regular order.
Senator will be in order.
That we have to resort to the budget reconciliation process. It has a set of statutory provisions and rules. There will be a fulsome debate. There's already been a debate on a bill that you haven't read. And I suggest you take the time to read it, and then we can talk about the details. But this bill 142 pages compared to 2,700 pages in Obamacare. It doesn't take that long to read. This is a start. This is not the finish. And this is called the normal legislative process. And I suggest colleagues, rather than criticize a bill that they haven't read, they read it, and then let's have a credible debate.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
I would ask my friend, the majority whip from Texas, a series of questions. What was the date that reconciliation was added to the budget resolution, which said we didn't need any Democratic votes? Was it May? Was it April? Was it March? Or was it the very beginning of this session? I'd ask him another question. Where were the meetings held to discuss this bill, and were any Democrats invited? I'd ask him another question. Why did the majority leader not accept our offer to go into the old Senate chamber, 100 senators, no press, no anything else, and debate the bill? And how can my good friend, and he is a good friend, we're on the bikes in the morning together, my good friend from Texas, say that there was a bipartisan process when at the outset, our Republican colleagues said the only thing we'll debate is repeal and then replace. There was no discussion of whether repeal was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, and now overwhelmingly, the American people prefer fixing Obamacare, which we offered to do, than repeal and replace. And it's no wonder, I would say to my colleague, as he answers these questions, that this bill is being brought in the dark of night. It is because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are ashamed of the bill, because believe you me, Mr. President, if they liked this bill, they'd have brass bands down every main street in America talking about it. But they're trying to sneak it through because mainly their goal is a tax cut for the rich. So I'd ask my colleague to answer those three questions, and then he can respond to my rhetoric.
Mr. President, I'm really taken aback by the characterization of the minority leader here. The minority has made it clear that you don't want to participate in the process of rescuing the American people from the failures of Obamacare.
Senate will be in order.
It's been made clear to us that you don't want to participate in the process, and you are turning a blind eye to the people, the millions of people who are being hurt today by outrageous premiums, deductibles they can't afford, and a loss of choices because insurance companies have pulled out of the individual market. Your response to them is, we don't care. We care, and we're doing our best to deal with this. This is like going by a car accident or somebody's seriously injured, and rather than stopping and rendering aid, just driving on by. That's what our colleagues on the other side are doing. They're turning a blind eye, driving right on by a seriously injured person in a car accident. We are coming to the rescue of the people, the millions of people who are being hurt by Obamacare today. We would love to have our Democratic friends join us and do something truly sustainable. But you have to remember, my friends, how this started. Democrats jammed Obamacare through on a party line vote, and Republicans weren't able to participate in that process. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to save the people who are currently being hurt and whose health care has become unaffordable. If you would like to join us in this process, we'd love to have you. But failing that, we're going to get it done, and you can just drive right by the car wreck.
Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Here's the correct analogy. Yes, there's been an accident. Yes, someone needs help. Someone who's not a doctor, not a physician, doesn't know how to help the patient. Our Republican friends go by the side of the road, but they don't know what to do. So the Democrats come by. We're doctors. We say we know how to fix this system. We know how to fix this patient. And the Republicans say, nope, don't come by, don't help us. We'll drive right by. And now the patient is ailing. But I'd ask my colleague, let's forget the past for the moment, because we got a much better argument than you. We had hundreds of amendments offered by Republicans that became part of our bill. I doubt there'll be a single Democratic amendment that will be. We had hours of hearings, hours of debates. You didn't. So you may not have thought the process was perfect. It's a lot more open than yours. But I have a proposal to my friend. Let us forget this draft bill. Let us right now, Democrats and Republicans, sit down and try to come up with a bipartisan bill. We're willing to do it today, now, this minute. Will you accept that offer?
Mr. President.
Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, if I thought that was a sincere offer, I would take it in a minute, in a New York minute. But it's not.
Senate will be in order.
The fact of the matter is that insurance companies are having to go to the state regulators as we speak to get insurance rates approved for 2018. That's the urgency that we are experiencing here. And then unless we act in an expedited fashion here very soon, we're going to see millions of people have their insurance rates raised by another double digits. It's been 105% since 2013. 105%. Obamacare was sold under the premise that families of four would see a reduction of $2,500. If you liked your policy, you can keep your policy. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. All of that's false. False. This is a failed experiment. They may not be willing to help, but we will. And we will get it done and help the American people who are being hurt by the failure of Obamacare today.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I'm struck by this conversation as the ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee. My colleague, the distinguished senator from Texas, is on the Finance Committee. He knows that I know something about writing bipartisan health reform bills. I've written them. They become law. I can tell my colleagues I have not once been asked to be part of any bipartisan effort with respect to this legislation. And I think, colleagues, it's real clear what is going on here. Senate Republicans are going to keep telling Americans they're fixing their health care right up until the second it gets taken away. Now, as the ranking member of the Finance Committee, I find it bizarre that a health bill of this importance was hidden for so long behind closed doors, denying the American people the opportunity to see it together in an open debate. There have been no hearings on this dangerous, destructive proposal. Not one hearing on whether Medicaid should be slashed to pay for tax cuts for the fortunate few. Not one hearing on whether the bedrock protections for those with pre-existing conditions ought to be shattered. Not one hearing on whether Americans should face higher costs along with annual and lifetime limits on insurance coverage. This secretive process of concealing and rushing this bill, which until today had been seen by nobody outside of the Republican leadership and their lobbyist allies who dwell on K Street, the secretive process stands in sharp contrast to the process that led to the Affordable Care Act. So I put forward now a parliamentary inquiry. Is the chair able to confirm that the Committee on Finance considered S. 1796, the America's Health Future Act, which was ultimately incorporated into H. 3590, the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, in executive session on 8 separate calendar days prior to reporting the bill favorably?
The Secretary of the Senate's office through the Senate Library confirms that.
I have information that indicates that 135 amendments were considered in committee, and that of those, 14 amendments offered by Republican members of the committee or offered in a bipartisan manner were adopted during the consideration of S. 1796. Is the chair able to confirm that?
The Secretary of the Senate's office through the Senate Library confirms that.
Therefore, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that no motion to proceed to calendar number 120, H.R. 1628, be in order until the bill has been the subject of executive session meetings in the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, during which amendments from the majority and the minority received votes, and the bill has been favorably reported from those committees.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, our colleagues are coming here today and saying they want to participate in the process to fix what's broken in the Affordable Care Act. Yet I have in my hand a newspaper article about a letter that the Democratic leader and his colleagues sent saying they refuse to participate in the process unless we drop all of our plans to repeal and replace Obamacare. So they refuse to participate in the process. And I would just point out, Mr. President, that the failures of Obamacare didn't just start today. It's been failing over 7 years, and they did nothing. Nothing. Nothing to help the millions of people who are being hurt, who had to move from full-time work to part-time work because their employer didn't want to pay the employer penalty for not providing Obamacare coverage. We know that many people have been hurt by it, and not the least of which are the people who are finding their premiums skyrocketing. They will do so again next year unless we come to their rescue. They've seen their deductibles so high they've effectively been denied the value of their insurance. I had a conversation just a couple of days ago, I won't name with the Democratic senator because it was done in confidence, who confided to me that his own son had effectively seen his premiums go up so high that it cost roughly $12,500 out of pocket to deal with his premiums and to his deductible and to pay his premiums. $12,500. That's not affordable to anybody, certainly in the middle class, and so I would object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to indicate before the distinguished majority whip leaves that what is being talked about here is like having a hole in the roof of your house. Instead of patching it, they want to burn down the house. So what we are not willing to participate in is burning down the house. We are more than happy, and in fact have proposals and are anxious to work with the majority to improve health care, not rip it apart, not take tens of millions of people's health care away, but improve it. And before asking a question of the majority whip, I also want to indicate for all those listening, we have the bill. We can actually read pretty quickly. It has been out, and even though it's considered a discussion draft, or we don't know what it is at this point, we have it. We are analyzing it. What our leader, the Democratic leader, indicated is what we have been able to read in this discussion draft, which is not only more of the same, but is worse for seniors, those in nursing homes, for children in Michigan and across the country. That's what's in this, which we now have, whatever it is called. So I would ask the majority whip, instead of burning down the house at this point in terms of ripping apart the health care system, would you join with us in putting forward a bill that would allow Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices for seniors, which my hospitals and insurance companies tell me are one of the driving forces that are raising the cost of health care? Would you be willing to work with us on a bill to lower prescription drug prices and allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of America's seniors?
Mr. President.
Majority whip.
Mr. President, I would say to the senator from Michigan that we'd be happy to work with you on high drug prices. That's a serious problem and one of the primary cost drivers of health care costs today. But this bill doesn't touch Medicare at all. And so we leave intact the health care for seniors, and it's not touched by this at all. But when the time comes for us to deal with Medicare, I think that's a debate we should have, and we would welcome.
Mr. President, to the distinguished leader, I would just simply say I'm proposing that instead of this, which is essentially burning down the house in America in terms of health care, that you instead join with us, and what you've admitted is one of the top drivers of health care costs in this country, which is what we want to tackle, Mr. President. We want to bring down the costs. We want to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, out-of-pocket costs for everyone whose copays and premiums are too high. That we want to do taking away nursing home care, taking away the ability for a parent to take their child to the doctor, or someone with cancer to get the treatment they need, or a small business owner to be blocked from getting health care because of a pre-existing condition. We consider that burning down the house. We are opposed to that. Frankly, we'd love to have a ceremony and light this on fire and then come back together and then work together on the number one driver, which is the cost of prescription drugs.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, maybe I misunderstood the question initially. I would suggest to the senator from Michigan that it is the Democrats under Obamacare who burned down the House, because the individual market for health care has been decimated. And we're coming to the rescue of those millions of people who don't have employer-provided insurance. They don't get their coverage under Medicare or any other government program. They get it from the individual market. You're talking about individuals and small businesses. Right now, people have almost no choices in many parts of the country, and those who have choices simply don't have it. It's simply unaffordable. So it's really an important conversation to have on drug prices and Medicare, and happy to do that. That would do nothing, zip, zero, nada, to help the people who are hurting now as a result of the failures of Obamacare, and that's who we're determined to help by passing this legislation after an open amendment process and fulsome debate.
Mr. President, just in conclusion, I'd like to make one other comment, and that is for the people in Michigan who are purchasing on the private exchange, over half of which are able to get a policy today for their families for less than $100. I would say they would have a different perspective. We need to fix those things that are not working. But for the 97% of the children in Michigan who can now see a doctor because what has been done, for the hospitals who now seeing 50% fewer people walking into the emergency room without insurance, that are raising the cost for all policies, for the savings that the state of Michigan is going to have in its budget next year of $432 million in savings to taxpayers because they did the right thing by allowing children to go to a doctor instead of getting sick and going to the emergency room. I would suggest this is the wrong direction. Thank you.
You want to speak? And I note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
He's not.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the order for the quorum call be rescinded.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last week, President Trump reportedly told several of our Republican colleagues that the House-passed version of Trump Care's health care repeal of the Affordable Care Act was mean. This week, White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer said that the President would like to see a health care bill from the Senate that, quote, has heart in it. But what did we get? We got a bill from my Senate Republican colleagues that is identical to, and in some cases even worse than, the disastrous Health-passed American Health Care Act that would rip coverage away from 23 million Americans and gut Medicaid by more than $800 billion. Nothing changes the fact that this undemocratic, secretive process has resulted in legislation that is so mean-spirited it would make the Wicked Witch of the West cringe. The Senate Republican bill will rip away economic security for young families, make grandma and grandpa pay more for health insurance simply because they are old, and tear away coverage for opioid addiction patients desperate for treatment, and punish Americans with pre-existing conditions like cancer and diabetes and Alzheimer's. So, for once, I agree with President Trump. This bill is mean. So let's take a closer look about what is really inside of the Senate GOP's proposal on health care. Let's start by looking at the lower quality coverage. First, this bill will roll back the clock to the days before the Affordable Care Act, when an insurance card did not guarantee comprehensive coverage. Because of the Affordable Care Act, there are certain things an insurance plan just has to cover. Things like emergency services, maternity care, prescription drugs, mental health services. There is security in knowing that if you pay your premiums, this sort of basic minimum coverage is in place when you need it. But Republicans want to rip that away. They want to give states and insurance companies the option to not cover these things. This would make it so that a consumer could easily be faced with an unexpected medical bill for services they assume were covered with their health care plan. Independent analysis from the Congressional Budget Office estimates that out-of-pocket costs for maternity care or mental health and substance abuse disorder services could increase by thousands of dollars in a given year under Trump care. That's not increasing quality, as President Trump promised. That is lower quality. And that just increases inequality between the healthy wealthy, who can pay out of pocket for their care, and everyone else, providing lower quality coverage. That is mean. Then second, an age tax. An age tax. Since the Affordable Care Act became law, the uninsured rate for Americans aged 50 to 64 decreased by 1/2. Those are the baby boomers. And it is estimated that more than 28 million of these baby boomers will develop Alzheimer's disease between now and the age of the year of 2050. This reduction in the uninsured rates came about because the Affordable Care Act expanded Medicaid and put protections in place to prevent insurers from charging exorbitant prices just because of age. But instead of caring for our family and friends as they age and ensuring they can afford quality coverage on what may be a dwindling income, Trump Care punishes you for achieving your milestone 50th birthday. Under the Republican health care proposal, insurance companies can charge older Americans 5 times more than younger Americans for the same coverage. That is unconscionable. It doesn't matter if you are a 50-year-old marathoner in the best shape of your life, you will still be paying at least 5 times more for your insurance than you.
All right, everybody, we will be playing part 2 there shortly. We're streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me just pull up the next top story for you here in the show. All right, everybody, well, you're getting a live look at the White House right now. Welcome back to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and we're breaking down the top stories in the news today. Let's start with the health care bill. Now, we know it's similar to the House bill. It cuts Medicaid and taxes on the wealthy. But a lot of people are not happy about this bill, you guys. Protesters even gathered outside Mitch McConnell's office today to voice their opposition to the Medicaid cuts. Some of them had to be physically removed by police. What do you guys think about the new bill? Let me know your thoughts, questions, opinions in the live chat section of our YouTube stream, and I'll read your answers live on the air. Now, the unveiling of the 142-page bill marks the first time that the majority of senators get a look at the plan to overhaul America's healthcare system. And senators only have a handful of days to decide whether to support or vote against the bill. So let's talk a little bit about this. The bill is supposed to repeal Obamacare's individual mandate, drastically cut back federal support of Medicaid, and eliminate Obamacare's taxes on the wealthy. With the exception of some key changes, the bill is similar to the version of the House measure that passed last month, which Trump has since called, quote, mean, despite having a Rose Garden celebration with House Republicans. Taking some comments from you guys in the chat here, Rob saying the bill will never pass. Well, Rob, you're not the only one who feels that way. Republican Senator Ted Cruz is also against this bill right now and released a statement today saying, quote, as currently drafted, this bill draft does not do nearly enough to lower premiums. That should be the central issue for Republicans, repealing Obamacare and making health care more affordable. Because of this, I cannot support it as currently drafted, and I do not believe it has the votes to pass the Senate. So, yeah, Rob, a lot of people, even some Republicans, feel this way. Other Republicans against this bill are Rand Paul, Ron Johnson, and Mike Lee. But President Donald Trump praised the bill today, though he did acknowledge that changes were likely coming. He said, quote, it's going to take a little negotiation, but it's going to be very good. As you guys know, because we've been streaming these speeches for you all day, Democrats have been blasting the bill. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says, quote, the bill needed heart. The way this bill cuts health care is heartless, end quote. Still taking comments from you guys in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. Sarah saying, what's the point of arguing about it? We don't even know that the bill will pass. Yeah, good question, Sarah. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this all plays out. Moving on now to the next top story here in the show. Let's talk about Bill Cosby. I know a lot of you guys have opinions about it, so, okay, get this, you guys. TMZ is reporting that Bill Cosby will hold seminars on how to avoid sexual assault. His representatives say the comedian is planning to hold a series of town halls this summer to educate young people about sexual assault. Now, this comes after Cosby nearly skirted conviction in his sexual assault trial after the jury deadlocked 10-2. 2 Cosby holdouts had prevented a guilty verdict, and a juror in the Cosby case said that after dozens of hours of grueling deliberations in a tiny room, 10 of the 12 jurors agreed that he was guilty on 2 counts. On a 3rd count, only 1 of the jurors believed he was guilty. Reading some of your comments coming in on the live chat section right now. Chris saying, guilty or not, why would he host sexual assault seminars? Yeah, Chris, it looks like his representatives say he wants to help young people know what they're facing when they're hanging out and partying. It is interesting, though, that he would choose to hold seminars on sexual assault, but maybe he feels this is the best way to tell his side of the story. can see a lot of you guys have opinions about this right now. Erica asking if we'll be streaming those seminars. Likely not, but we'll be sure to keep you guys updated on more Cosby news that comes to us here on Fox. Moving on to weather now. We've been streaming for you dozens of press conferences throughout the week about this. Forecasters say Tropical Storm Cindy could cause life-threatening flash flooding. Gulf Coast states were in for a third day of rough weather with Tropical Storm Cindy, which has already been blamed for one death in Alabama. Forecasters downgraded Cindy to a tropical depression shortly after the storm made landfall early this morning. And according to the National Weather Service, Cindy will continue to weaken over the next 48 hours. So that's good news to hear, but the storm has already dumped 2 to 10 inches of rain in many coastal areas from East Texas to northwestern Florida. Now, it is expected to produce several more inches of rain with up to a foot in some isolated spots. The National Hurricane Center put the center of Cindy some 30 miles southwest of Lake Charles, Louisiana, as of 5 a.m. this morning, with a maximum sustained winds of 40 miles per hour, you guys. On the forecast track, the center said Cindy will move into southeastern Arkansas early Friday and Tennessee later in the day. Taking you now some news on Otto Warmbier. Over 2,000 people celebrated Otto as the kid who would have set the world on fire. Otto was laid to rest today. The 22-year-old died last week after 17 months of detention in North Korea. Otto's alma mater was packed Thursday as the community came to terms with the sorrow over its death and celebrated what his family described as a rare combination of intelligence and sincerity. Now, again, we're talking about Otto Warmbier's funeral today. Among the speakers at the funeral were Otto's brother, Austin, his sister, Greta, and some of his friends. According to the funeral program, also in attendance was U.S. Ambassador Joseph Yun, a special representative for North Korea policy, who helped secure Otto's release. Now, as you guys know, Otto returned to the United States last week in a coma, only to die 6 days after his arrival. North Korean officials say Otto became ill and slipped into a coma after taking a sleeping pill. Now, as you guys know, we've talked about this here on Fox News Now. He visited North Korea in January of 2016 on a sightseeing tour. He was arrested for allegedly stealing a political sign from a restricted area and sentenced to 15 years of hard labor. President Donald Trump's administration worked hard to secure his return, and upon doing so, learned Otto could not speak or even move. His doctors said he suffered extensive brain damage. Now, Ohio Senator Rob Portman accused North Korea of a disregard of basic human rights. He said he suspected Otto was denied basic medical care while detained. He also said, quote, "This college kid should have never been detained in the first place." Now, his official cause of death is unknown, and his parents declined to have an autopsy conducted on their son. But does this story bother anyone else? I mean, really, what happened to him over in North Korea? I can understand why his family wouldn't want to have an autopsy, but it also could have answered a lot of questions about what he went through there. Taking some comments from you guys watching live with us here on Fox News Now, Karen says, all of this for just stealing a sign? Yeah, Karen, that's what a lot of people have been saying, just for stealing a sign. He allegedly stole a political sign and was punished and sentenced up to 15 years of hard labor. I mean, can you imagine being a young college student? You're visiting North Korea, you're trying to learn more about culture, you're trying to, expand your horizons, and you're goofing off. I mean, yeah, he probably should have known the customs and the way things are in North Korea. He goofed off. He allegedly, played around with a political sign there, and he gets sentenced to 15 years of hard labor. I mean, the kid probably had no idea that was going to happen to him there. If he had any idea that was the kind of punishment for, messing around with a political sign, I don't think he would have thought twice about doing it. I don't think he would have done it. And the whole situation is strange to me. I mean, the whole entire story where he allegedly fell ill. They gave him a sleeping pill, and then he fell into a coma. That, to me, sounds fishy as well. I mean, you're taking a sleeping pill. How does that make you fall into a coma? And then, they secure his return. They get him back home. I don't know if that was, they couldn't deal with it anymore. He became that ill. They had to get him back home. He was flown into Lunken Airport in Cincinnati, Ohio. taken to UC Medical Center, which is one of the best medical centers in Ohio, and sadly later died 6 days later. Now, I mean, it was great he was able to be back home with his family, but what a sad story. And, you know, his family is in mourning. Everyone's in mourning. He had over 2,000 people at his funeral in mourning about this. But to me, I mean, I can understand why the family wouldn't want to have an autopsy because, you know, there's a lot that goes into that and they just wanted him to be laid to rest. But it could have answered a lot of questions about what exactly happened to Otto Warmbier in North Korea. I mean, this is a young college kid who simply was playing around with a political sign. Yes, he should have known the rules and the way things were in North Korea. Maybe he did and he just didn't expect this type of consequence. But again, I can't imagine, you know, taking a trip over to North Korea, you know, you convince your parents it's going to be safe, they're on board with this, you're going on a school trip, you don't think that anything bad is going to happen, and then you get sentenced to 15 years of hard labor. I mean, he was gone for so long, and they were finally able to get him back, but not until he was so sick that they couldn't do anything with him there anyway. I mean, he fell into a coma. That, to me, the whole story, I think it's just horrific, and, you know, it's great that they were able, though, to bring him back home. So appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and I'm just breaking down the top stories for you guys tonight. I appreciate you watching with me. A lot of you guys commenting your questions, thoughts, questions, opinions in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. I do want to take you back, though, to the Senate floor. We've been showing you all day Democrats discussing the health care bill. So I do want to pull that up for you guys. Well, it looks like we did stream most of it, but there's a little bit left here on Senate floor. Again, new health care bill out. Democrats sharing their thoughts and opinions about this. So let's hear what they had to say.
Neighbor who smokes. As a result, Americans over the age of 60 could see their premiums increase by an average of $3,200 or 22%. That might not sound like a lot to some people, but for those with decreasing incomes and fewer job opportunities, it's the difference between being able to eat or being kicked out on the street. To add insult to injury, the subsidies in Trump Care to help individuals purchase insurance are far less generous than what is currently available under the Affordable Care Act, because that will result in premiums which are higher. The tax credits won't keep pace to help pay for more expensive insurance, and as a result, this age tax is going to be mean to those who are older in our country. Number three, Medicaid cuts. Medicaid is a lifetime helper for families across our country. More than 70 million Americans, nearly half of which are children, depend upon it. But it's clear that Trump Care's cuts to the program, that Republicans want Medicaid to flatline. For a program that covers more than 1/5 of the nation's population, including the sickest, the oldest, and the poorest amongst us, Medicaid is especially irreplaceable. But Republicans harbor an ancient animosity towards Medicaid. Republicans say that we need to restructure Medicaid's financing to help control the program's spending and make it more efficient. That's just another way of saying to America's most vulnerable that you're not just as important as those who donate to our campaigns. Raiding the Medicaid coffers achieves two goals for the Republicans and President Trump. First, it tears holes in a critical social safety net for more than 70 million low-income and working-class Americans. And second, it provides the GOP with an open checkbook to pay back their donors with huge tax breaks. Republicans might want to refer to these changes as capping the Medicaid program. But don't be fooled. What capping really means is decapitating access to primary care, decapitating the ability of grandma and grandpa to secure a nursing home bed, decapitating access to treatment for substance abuse and mental health conditions, gutting the Medicaid program. That is mean. Next, they're going to reduce access to care. This one is simple. Less insurance coverage equals less access to care. While it's possible to get a doctor's appointment and treatment without health insurance, it's usually at prices that are impossible to afford for a typical uninsured person. Most working Americans can't conceive of paying more than $150 every time they want to visit a primary care doctor, or footing the bill for a couple of $1,000s in the event they need more specialized care. The best medicines and the most effective treatments are only as good as the insurance coverage people have to help them to access to it. So how will these 23 million Americans who lose insurance under Trump care get the care which they need? They won't get the care. And unfortunately, when patients do try to access care, it will be because their illness has progressed to the point where it can no longer be ignored. And instead of seeking care with a primary care doctor in a less expensive health care setting, most uninsured patients will end up going straight to the emergency room, the most expensive site for care. And the cost of that uninsured patient, well, that's just going to get absorbed by everyone else in our country as our rates for treatment and insurance coverage increase to make up for this uncompensated care. So, reduced access to care, that is mean. And then we move on to higher premiums. Higher premiums are going to be the new rule in our country, because that is going to be what happens if the Republicans are successful in repealing the Affordable Care Act. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, Trump Care would increase premiums by an average of 20% in 2018. In Massachusetts alone, premiums for next year could increase by $600, threatening coverage for more than 180,000 of my constituents with private insurance. And because of everything else in Trump Care, even though you are paying more, you will be getting less. It's like paying for a Cadillac but only getting a tricycle. This will only prevent Americans from securing access to the care and the treatment that they need and they deserve. Less cost, less care for more cost, that is going to be meaner. Premiums are going to go up for everyone. And finally, threaten all of those in America who have pre-existing conditions. Because for so many Americans, allowing insurance companies to refuse coverage or charge more because of a pre-existing condition is inhumane and it is immoral. Anyone who tried to buy individual health insurance before the Affordable Care Act remembers this problem. Before the Health Care Act passed, in most states, if you had a pre-existing condition, you could either be denied coverage, charged a much higher premium, or forced to wait potentially for years before treatment for the condition to be covered. For many people, this meant that either had to go without needed care or spend their entire savings. And for those with the most serious conditions, it was the difference between life and death. The anxiety of suffering from an illness was only exacerbated by financial insecurity. It was a cruel and unusual form of punishment. So sadly, the Republicans want to take us back to this era. So threatening pre-existing conditions, that might be the meanest of them all, because protections for families that have pre-existing conditions is something that goes right to the heart of what the Affordable Care Act provided as a protection. And why would millions of Americans have to suffer these cruelties, these indignities, these punishments? Well, that's the most outrageous part of all of this. President Trump and the congressional Republicans are proposing this health care heartlessness also they can give tax breaks to the wealthiest in our country. We heard it from President Trump himself last night when he talked about the people he hired for his cabinet. I just don't want a poor person, he said. But who does he want running the government and our economy? He wants the wealthiest people in America. He wants people who are billionaires to be making the decision of how we run our economy. President Trump has in place a goal of turning over to the richest people in our country the responsibility for putting together the plan to cut the programs for the poor and the working families in our country. The Republicans and their wealthy planners have put together a very simple one-step program. The rich get richer and the rest get sicker in the United States. And make no mistake, this health care plan is of the rich, by the rich, and for the rich. It's giving billions in tax breaks to people who don't need or deserve them, paid for by people who can't handle or afford it. That is cruel, that is inhumane, that is immoral, that is just plain wrong. And I and my Democratic colleagues will not stand for it. We are standing up to say no to ripping away coverage for millions of Americans. We are raising our voices to say no to increasing costs for middle-class families. We are saying here today that we are going to say no to this legislative malpractice. The health of the American public is too important for us to be so mean, so callous to the people we were elected to serve. This Republican proposal has never been about policy. It has always been about politics. And it's time to stop playing political games with people's lives, with people's health care. Health care is a right and not a privilege. That is the promise we made to the American people with the Affordable Care Act, and it's a promise that we must keep. The President is keeping his promise to the rich in our country. They have now written a health care plan for 1/6 of our economy that slashes $800 billion that would be used for the poor, for the sick, for the working class, for senior citizens in nursing homes by $800 billion in order to give an $800 billion tax break over to the wealthiest people in our country. That is wrong. This is a critical moment in our country's history, and we as Democrats are going to battle every single day here on the Senate floor and across this country to make sure that every person understands what the consequences of this incredibly callous, mean bill will mean for lower quality coverage, an age tax on the elderly, Medicaid cuts that hurt families across our country, reduce access to care, threatening the protections for pre-existing conditions, and resulting in higher premiums for everyone. It will be a disgrace. Madam President, I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam President.
The Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, first I want to thank Senator Markey for his comments. I share his concerns. I agree with what he has said, the risk factors of the bill that was announced this morning by the Republican leader, what it could do to millions of people around this country, what it will do for coverage for hundreds of thousands of people in my state of Maryland who will lose coverage, and just about every Marylander whose health care will be impacted if this bill were to become law. But I want to start, Madam President, by saying I think this is a shameful moment for the United States Senate. The Senate, which traditions have made it be known as the most deliberative body in the world, the Senate, which has been known as a body that allows for robust debate and benefits from the views of all 100 members, that each of us have opportunities to get our voices heard, that tradition has been badly damaged by what the majority leader has done in bringing a bill that affects 1/6 of the economy of our country to the floor of the United States Senate without deliberation by our committees and without transparency to the American people. Madam President, when I got to the United States Senate, I worked hard to get on to the Senate Finance Committee. I did that because the jurisdiction of the Senate Finance Committee contains areas that I've devoted a good part of my public career to, including issues of taxation and issues concerning social programs in our state. But it also included health care, an area that I worked on when I was first in the Maryland State Legislature. I wanted to be on the committee that had a role in developing the health policy of this nation. I thought I could add to that debate with my experience, and I wanted to make sure the people of Maryland had a voice as we developed health policy in America. Madam President, that role is being denied by what the Republican leader is doing in bringing this bill to the floor without the benefit of hearings. Let me just repeat that. There has not been one hearing held on the legislation being brought forward by the majority leader. There hasn't been one committee markup of the bill. Now, let me explain to the general public what a markup is. It's when the bill, the committee that has expertise on it, in this case it would be the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee and the Senate Finance Committee, have had a chance to bring the public in to get their views on the legislation, to have the committee staff go through it and explain all of the aspects to the members of the committee, an opportunity for us to offer amendments to improve the bill, and then ultimately taking a vote on the recommendation to the full Senate. That is the regular order on legislation. But it's particularly the regular order on complex pieces of legislation. I don't think there's a member of this body who would say this is not a complex field when we're dealing with health care, 1/6 of our economy. But the process that was used denied the people of Maryland, the people of this nation, the opportunity to have their voices heard through their elected representatives. It's a shameful moment. Now, Madam President, I know this has been done before on the floor. I'm going to just repeat it one more time. Compare this to how the Affordable Care Act was passed by the United States Senate. We had transparency, opportunities for the public to have input. We had hearings, many, many hearings that took place. My staff tells me there were 50 hearings or roundtable discussions or walkthroughs. We had 26 consecutive days of Senate debate. There were hundreds of amendments offered by both Democrats and Republicans that were adopted on the bill before the bill reached the floor of the United States Senate. That all took place before we started the debate on the bill. You cannot justify this process. This is an abuse by the majority, and it will affect the functioning of the United States Senate. More of concern is what this bill will do. The process, terrible. The impact on the Senate, terrible. But the real tragedy here is the impact, if this bill were to become law, the impact it would have on health care in America. So let me talk a little bit about my state of Maryland. It has been projected under this bill that those who will not have insurance coverage will go back basically to what it was prior to the passage of the Affordable Care Act. That's a little over 400,000 Marylanders are in risk of losing basic health coverage. Now, Madam President, it's going to affect everyone with insurance in Maryland, and I'll get to that in a moment. But as many as 400,000 are in jeopardy of losing their insurance because of what is done in regards to the alliances and the Medicaid program itself. Many more will lose quality coverage. Senator Markey talked about pre-existing conditions. You claim that there is protection for pre-existing conditions, but it does not guarantee that the services will be provided, because the states are given tremendous discretion as to what would be a required benefit, essential benefits within the health care plans. So if someone has a mental illness or someone has a drug addiction, is there a guaranteed coverage that that person would be able to get services? And if that person has a pre-existing condition, it may very well not be covered because of the absence of essential health benefits. Let me just give you another example of what could happen under this bill, and this is a real example on gender discrimination. Obstetrics coverage is critical for a childbearing woman. Now, if that becomes an optional coverage because of the state plans and discretion that it's given, obviously only those women who are planning to have children will take that coverage. Why would someone who doesn't need that coverage take the coverage? What is the consequences of allowing that type of choice? It's very clear. Younger women are going to pay a lot more for their health insurance than they otherwise would. Is that fair? I think not. I think not. And that's the consequences of the type of changes that are being made in the Affordable Care Act. I was very instrumental in making sure that we had full coverage for pediatric dental. Why? Well, unfortunately, in my state in 2007, the year I first started in the United States Senate, we had a youngster, DeMonte Driver, lived not far from here, who died because of an untreated tooth decay. He became obsessed, went into his brain. He had to go through a couple surgeries, and he lost his life. What was needed was $80 of dental care. He couldn't get access to it because there was no coverage for it. He had no access to that care. He lost his life, and of course the health care system had to pay a lot of money when it only needed to spend $80 to keep him healthy. Well, we took care of that and fixed that with the essential health benefits now, including pediatric dental. Is that protected under the Republican bill? The answer is unclear. Probably not. Up to the states. Maybe different in one state versus another. We don't have the protection. And then we get to the affordability issue. For Marylanders to be able to afford to have health insurance. Under this bill, there will be discrimination on those that are older. They're going to have to pay more for their health insurance. Is that right? No, it's not right. I heard the majority leader this morning give examples of how the Affordable Care Act is in danger. And he cited high premium increases. And one of the states he quoted was the state of Maryland, which was very misleading the way he did that. He was talking about the individual marketplace, and he was talking about one segment of that. And what he didn't tell you is that Care First, the insurance company that is proposing that rate increase, indicated that at least half of that increase is a result of action taken by the Trump administration. Because the Trump administration has not made it clear whether they will fund the cost-sharing provisions, which keeps the cost down and affordable in the individual marketplace. That's a self-inflicted increase in premiums by the Trump administration. And there's a second issue that Care First mentioned, and that is the president's insistent on not enforcing the individual mandate. And by the way, that's in the Republican bill. means that younger, healthier people will choose not to have health insurance. Now, if they happen to ride a motorcycle and wrap themselves around a tree and get flown to shock trauma in Baltimore, we're going to treat them. Guess who's going to pay the bill? All of us are going to pay the bill through uncompensated care. It's going to raise my insurance policies and everybody's insurance policy. That person should have had insurance, but that person thought he or she didn't need that insurance, so they didn't take out the policy. And you find that those who will take out the insurance policies are the higher risks because they know they need the insurance. So those with high-risk issues will be in the pool raising the cost, and that's why Care First has a higher ask, because they know that there's less likely that healthier people will be in the pool than projected under the original Affordable Care Act. Why? Because of President Trump. So when the leader says that the Affordable Care Act is falling apart, the Affordable Care Act is strong, but it's been made vulnerable by actions of the Trump administration, and provisions in this bill will even make it weaker. 1.2 million Marylanders are in our state medical assistance Medicaid program. Now, Madam President, many of these people are working families. Many of these people are seniors who need long-term care and are in the Medicaid program because it pays for their long-term care expenses. Many of these people are veterans, are returning warriors who are under the Medicaid program. Under the Republican-released bill, they may make it a gentler slope before we get to the full impact of the Medicaid reductions, but the Medicaid reductions, if I understand correctly, are even more severe than under the House-passed bill. Now, I can speak for Maryland. I know our legislature. Our legislature is going to try to do what's right. But they have limited resources in order to try to meet the needs that are out there. It's just not right to say that we're passing these problems on to the states when the states don't have the fiscal capacity to deal with it. Who gets hurt? The 1.2 million Marylanders who rely upon the Medicaid program, and all Marylanders who don't want to see what we call cost shifting when someone who doesn't have health insurance ends up in our emergency room, doesn't pay the bill, and everyone else pays those bills. So why are we doing this? What is the reason why we've gone through this pain? And I've heard my colleagues talk about it, and it's absolutely true. The Republicans need to make room for the tax cut. They're pretty clear about it. Close to $1 trillion in tax cuts. That's what they need to do. Who benefits from the tax cuts? The wealthy. Those who have access to health care. And who pays for the tax cuts? Those who are
a 40-year-old neighbor who smokes. As a result, Americans over the age of 60.
All right, everybody. So those were the politicians speaking on the Senate floor. As you can see, a lot of people against this health care bill today. We're giving you a live look of the White House right now. Give me just a few moments while I pull up the next top story. All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the White House right now. Thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and we're breaking down the top stories for you here on the show tonight. We've been talking about the new health care bill all day, and now former President Obama is speaking out about it. The 44th president called the Republicans' newly unveiled health care plan to repeal the Affordable Care Act a, quote, massive transfer of wealth from middle class and poor families to the richest people in America, end quote. Now, I'm looking at his Facebook page here right now. I mean, he just released a very lengthy post stating that our politics are divided. He goes on to say that we didn't fight for the Affordable Care Act for any personal or political gain, and that he hopes senators will consider what's really at stake here. I want to hear from you guys here watching live with me on the Fox News Now stream, taking some of your comments in the live chat. Craig saying, well, of course Obama is against this. They're repealing his health care plan. Yeah, Craig, I mean, it makes sense, but it's good he at least released a statement so we can have a dialogue about this. I mean, it's important to know both sides to this story. I mean, Republican Senator Ted Cruz is against this bill right now. He released a statement today saying, quote, as currently drafted, this bill draft does not do nearly enough to lower premiums. That should be the central issue for Republicans, repealing Obamacare and making health care more affordable. Because of this, I cannot support it as currently drafted, and I do not believe it has the votes to pass the Senate. So yeah, I mean, Rob, a lot of people, even some Republicans, feel this way. Other Republicans against this bill are Rand Paul, Ron Johnson, and Mike Lee. But President Donald Trump praised the bill today, though he did acknowledge that changes were likely coming. He said, quote, it's going to take a little negotiation, but it's going to be very good. So will it pass the Senate? We'll just have to wait and see, but of course we'll keep you updated here live on the Fox News Now stream. Moving on here to more breaking news and political headlines. President Trump has called Mexico the second deadliest country and says we will build the wall. The president cited drug trade as the cause behind the violence in Mexico and backed up his plan to build a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. According to an annual survey by the International Institute for Strategic Studies, Mexico in 2016 was more violent than war zones such as Afghanistan or Yemen, with the death toll surpassed only by that of Syria. Now, the study was widely reported, and even Donald Trump, who has often used America's southern neighbor as a political punching bag, retweeted a link to a CNN article on the report. Now, again, this report landed a thud in Mexico, where the government has been trying to improve the country's international image amid a decade of drug war violence. The Foreign and Interior Ministries released a statement today saying that Mexico is far from being one of the most violent countries in the world. They pointed out that according to UN figures, the country's homicide rate of 16.4 murders per 100,000 residents was significantly lower than several other Latin American countries, including Brazil and Venezuela. Parts of Mexico have suffered horrific violence since their then president declared war on organized crime a decade ago. That struggle has claimed an estimated 200,000 lives and left more than 30,000 missing. Now, many argue that the country's violence is fueled by U.S. demand for illegal drugs, and many people feel that that will not be stopped by a border wall. Taking comments from you guys right now live in the YouTube chat section of our YouTube stream. Alice asking, if Mexico is so dangerous, why are people constantly going there on vacation? I mean, good question, Alice. I mean, I think a lot of people probably wonder that as well. I mean, large areas of the country are unaffected by drug violence. Tourism visits grew by a healthy 9% in 2016, so this study is causing a lot of uproar. I mean, just the suggestion alone that Mexico is comparable to Syria has infuriated Mexicans. So we'll be sure to keep you guys updated here live on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. This is coming from the Department of Defense, where they are speaking on cybersecurity in Washington. This is going to be at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Let's hear what they had to say.
For joining us today for a two-panel event small satellites, big missions, the implications of the growing small satellite market for launch and key applications. Our first panel is going to look at the question of applications, missions for small satellites. Second panel will cover the transportation launch side of the equation. I'm going to begin, as we always do, with our safety brief, which is to say, if for any reason we had to leave this room due to a safety issue, I would be your safety officer and would give you directions either to go out the way you came in or, if necessary, to go out the back. But that is very unlikely to happen. But if something were to happen, look to me for direction, and I'll try not to panic. I also want to recognize the sponsor for today's event, which we always do, and we were able to put this together as a result of support from Strata Launch Systems, so we really appreciate their support. I'm not going to get too deep into the substance of this because you've got really smart people, much smarter than me, who are going to do that on these two panels, but I want to set the scene just a little bit. I think there's been a lot of discussion about small satellites and what they can do for the country, for the economy, also potentially for defense. We really want to drill down on that, not just on, sort of the out there possibilities or the far edge possibilities, but also to explore concretely in the near term what specific things can small satellites deliver to the market and potentially to the Department of Defense and to national security applications, which are always a focus here at CSIS. Historically, the government has been deeply involved in space, deeply involved in launch, deeply involved in space layers, but it has historically done that often by owning them and by launching its own systems, by building its own systems, or working with industry to build its own defined systems. And we appear to be going towards a new paradigm where the commercial sector, where industry is doing more of its own development for its own purposes. And that seems to be particularly true in the small satellite space. That's a niche area where the energy is much more so on the private sector side. But that doesn't mean that there are significant uses in defense for where that's going. How might the Department of Defense access that? Historically, as I mentioned, it hasn't always purchased space services. The government has tended to approach space more as an organic domain for its own activity. How do you use all these products that are out there on the market? How do you access them if they're coming from non-traditional sources, not the usual players, which hasn't always been DoD's strength? How might you use these services to add resiliency to DoD's own systems, to complement the organic space infrastructure? And, oh, by the way, what do you do with all this data? One of the major outputs of all these things, massive, massive volumes of data. How do you handle that? So those are just a few of the issues. I'm sure our panelists are going to surface, quite a few more. You will suffer sitting out there listening. But without any more suffering listening to me, I'm going to ask Todd Harrison, my colleague here at CSIS, to come forward. He's going to moderate the first panel.
While I'm talking, I'm going to ask all the panelists to go ahead and come up on stage and take their seats. And I want to go quickly to a chart we want to throw up here on the screen that talks about the increase in the small satellite market that's projected for the near future. So I want to thank the folks at Avocent for giving us access to this data. They maintain a database. And what you can see here on this chart, the lighter gray section there is the projected growth and the number of small satellites launched every year. Now, I started early in my career working in the aerospace industry at a small satellite company. That's actually where I met Aaron. We both worked at AeroAstro back in the day. We won't say how long ago that was, but we were probably in middle school at the time. Back then, that was a time when we also saw a lot of hope, a lot of big plans for building small satellite constellations, and it looked for a time like this sector of the industry is really going to boom. That didn't happen for a lot of different reasons. And so you can see where we've been for the past several years is fairly flat in terms of the satellite market. We've seen some growth, some uptick here in very recent years. But a lot of the big growth you see out there in the future, it's still in the future. And so that's what people are struggling with now, is this real? Is it going to happen? And so that's what we want to talk about on the panel today. And so I'm going to just go down the line here and ask each of the panelists to give some introductory remarks, and then we'll have a Q&A session. We'll open it up for questions from the audience. So as you're hearing the discussion, please, if you've got a question, take a note, and we'll give you a chance to ask at the end. And so here, I'm going to transition to sitting down here. All right, so I'll start to my left here with Dr. Bill Jeffries, CEO of SRI International. He previously served as the director of the National Institutes for Standards and Technology, NIST, back in the Bush administration. Also served as a deputy director of the Advanced Technology Office at DARPA. So a lot of great experience. And so, Bill, why don't we start with you?
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank CSIS and the sponsors for hosting today. Hopefully it will be an informative and fun day. So as I was thinking about this, it struck me that if you allow me a lot of liberty with history for a second, we could actually view this October as the 60th anniversary of the first small-sat launch, because that was when Sputnik 1 was launched. Now, Sputnik 1 was about the size of a beach ball, okay? It had a whopping transmit power of 1 watt, okay? And think of how much that cost to build and launch that in those days. Now, in the decades since then, we've gone down a path where we've been spending a lot of resources in building much more capable systems. Those much more capable systems mean much bigger, much heavier, and typically much longer time on orbit, as well as longer time to build and design. Well, what's happened over the last decade or so, although it doesn't necessarily show up as much on that chart, is a shift towards being able to build really capable systems in really small volumes. And if I go back to the Sputnik for a second, if you put that into today's language, Sputnik was about a 100U configuration, and it was a 1 watt beacon. Think of what we could put into orbit today at 100U type of configuration. So the technology has definitely opened up a whole new paradigm for what we can do. So I tried to think about some of the ways that this could, as we look towards the future, really start to impact both the national security as well as the civilian side. And so there's a couple areas where I think small sats may play a huge role. One is that the lower barrier to entry really opens up a whole new avenue for training the next generation of space engineers. I remember many, many years ago when I was in the White House at OSTP, AIAA had published a wonderful report that talked about the number of aircraft designs that a typical aerospace engineer would work on in their lifetime. And in the 1950s, it was about a dozen or 15, dropping down to about 1 right now because the time frame of building those systems was so much longer. And the quality of the engineering experience by not being able to build a little, test a little, was a detriment. Well, small sats changes that whole paradigm for space. It allows engineers the opportunity to actually build a little, test a little, try out new concepts, really risky experiments, things like on-orbit servicing, refueling, space manufacturing, all the kinds of things that we would love to have that would also benefit national security, but it's too risky to do in the traditional way of doing that. There's also, it's opening up whole new avenues for the commercial side. There's a number of startups. Venture capital has now suddenly recognized that small sats exist, and they're starting to get interested in how they can play in space. So you're going to see this wave of, from Silicon Valley and others, of now playing more and more into space. That will manifest itself in a number of ways. Probably the earliest, as shown up there, is going to be mostly communication satellites and also additional imagery satellites. So what does that mean for both national security and for the civilian side when you've got revisit times, for example, of imagery way down? Okay, how can NGOs, for example, use that to help predict where the next famine will be or where the next migration will be, where they may be able to get in early and help. And right now, that access is a lot more difficult. Governments can start to think about architectures in a different way. Rather than one single giant Battlestar Galactica, can you disaggregate them? Can you, if you don't need simultaneity in the operations, perhaps a disaggregated architecture actually becomes more robust. And so there's that kind of options. Launch on demand, right? We've been talking about this for, I don't know, at least 20 years since I've been in the Beltway, of getting launch on demand. That not only provides the Department of Defense a robustness in terms of being able to replace systems that may be lost on orbit, it allows a surge capacity. And that surge capacity can allow for new geographical regions that weren't necessarily planned for in advance, or it can provide new capabilities. And the last thing that I want to talk about is something that we don't always mention when we talk about small sats, which is the ability to have a huge number, a constellation of hundreds of systems up there that can exploit new phenomenology. If you've got something that you're looking at that is highly dynamic, that you need in situ measurements, and you want continuous global coverage, that is something that the traditional large systems cannot do. So let me give you an analogy. If you wanted to forecast what the weather is going to be like in Washington, D.C. tomorrow, and the only thing you had was a single thermometer in Kansas City, how good do you think that would be? Right? There is a number of systems in the space environment that are highly dynamic, that you want high temporal coverage, and that you want a lot of spatial coverage. Space weather, radiation environment, looking at subtle changes in the Earth's magnetic field, looking at 3D continuous structure of the Earth's atmosphere, looking at mixing. Those are all deep science questions that we don't actually have the capability of addressing today. And then move that to something like the Jovian system, and it gets much more complex. So I'm actually very, very bullish that as small sats continue to develop and the launch capability, particularly getting very low-cost launch access, that we're going to really be able to rewrite some of the scientific knowledge of what we've got of the Earth's atmosphere and the planetary systems around us. So with that, I'll turn it over.
All right. And so next up, I want to turn to Colonel Buteau, who is the West Coast Military Lead for the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, which is more commonly known as DIUX, member of California Air National Guard, correct? And also previously served as the CENTCOM Deputy Director for Joint Search and Rescue Center during Operation Enduring Freedom. And so, Colonel, I want to go to you and see if you can give us some insights into what's DIUX doing in small space, and what can small satellites do for the military?
Sure. Well, first, for those not familiar, DIUX was created by the former Secretary of Defense, Ash Carter, in order to permit the DoD to reach out and engage with non-traditional innovators. So non-traditional just mean our traditional innovators are those within the defense industrial base. And there's a number of technical areas where the advances are just exploding in the commercial sector, as our moderator brought up earlier, where we have some, usually our tie into those areas is through the labs. But the maturity of those things into our normal programs of record take time. And I want to caveat my remarks by first saying that big sats are very important to us, right? So our exquisite systems, our national technical means, there's no replacing them. They are absolutely essential for what they do and what they provide. So our interest in small sats is really not that, but it's the convergence of a couple of different innovations, if you will. One is obviously, actually the first CubeSat was actually just a mobile phone, right? In I think it was a 1U bus, and just to say, hey, what if we apply this technology? And what it showed is well, mobile electronics operate just fine in that environment with a little bit of engineering. But it's the combination of those low-cost sensors with the advanced analytics that are emerging right now, and also, as the next panel will discuss, the advent more frequent access to space through commercial means and diversified options, ranging from rideshare to being able to put things precisely where they need to be, hopefully in short order. So normally when the DoD does business with the commercial sector, we go through something called FedBizOps, which if you're a high-tech company in Silicon Valley, Boston, or any of our ecosystems, they don't even know what that is. So we have to be boots on the ground out in these technology sectors, and then relying on our relationships through the labs, such as SRI and others, to find out who these people are, what they're doing, and enable them to prototype their commercial capabilities with the idea that we want to assess their ability to add to our understanding of the environment. So we are specifically right now, our first space project, we're funding commercial synthetic aperture radar microsatellites, and it's a competitive program. The wonderful thing about it is when we started, there were 0 U.S. commercial providers of SAR. So we're funding that. We're funding analytics companies to work with them, with the idea that we're launching a capability to look at patterns of life. What are those things that could serve as peacetime early indications and warnings of things that we need to know about? And the wonderful thing with that is it's the ultimate big data problem, because we need to ingest a lot of data from everywhere, not just focusing on specific targets.
So next we'll turn to Dr. Bhavya Lal, who's a research staff member at the Science and Technology Policy Institute within the Institute for Defense Analysis. And I happen to know that she has been recently doing work looking at trends in the small sat market space. And so, Bhavya, I want to turn to you and see what are you finding that's going on in the industry?
Thanks, Todd. So there was a Star Trek episode, or original series, where they run into this species who don't understand what children are. So they're trying all different ways to explain what a child is, and then Captain Kirk just gets frustrated and says, they're like humans, only smaller. So, it seems to me that for a lot of people, a small sat is like a traditional sat, only smaller, and it costs less. So it just seems like such a great idea. Why would we pay less? But so I want to make 5 points in the 5 minutes that I have, and that's my first one. That small sats are a fundamentally different entity. Yes, they're smaller, they may cost less, but they also offer a different set of capabilities. And I think both Bill and Colonel Bhutto talked about some of that. And I think my second point is that unlike the exquisite NTMs, small sats are just a different value proposition. Sometimes you don't need a Ferrari to get to where you want to go to work. A Ford Focus is good enough. And I think in some ways, small sats are that. Whether you're doing Earth observation or satellite communication, or even things like detecting incoming asteroids or discovering exoplanets. They offer a capability that maybe not at the same level, but it's something that is in the interstitials. And if I had to try to kind of put into buckets the application areas that my preceding panelist talked about, so there is a risk-taking bucket that you can take more risks. But they are cheaper, so you can do different things. You can experiment. The second bucket I would call speed. So the Mars rover, the Curiosity, had a 1 megapixel camera, and the reason for that was the design was frozen 10 years ahead of time. Now, Canon just came out with a 250 megapixel camera. So if you can refresh your satellites more often, not, maybe even every few months, you can put a lot more capability because you can move much farther with Moore's law, as I think Bill talked about. And the third piece is new capability, things that we just couldn't do before. So expendable platforms, you can do research in very low Earth orbit. You couldn't put spacecraft there because they just degraded too quickly. Or Bill mentioned constellation, simultaneous multi-point data collection, secondary lines of sight. You can see, you can have sister spacecraft that go with the mothership. So lots of really interesting new capabilities that you now have because you have small sats. So that was sort of my second point. My third point is that in some cases, small sats may seem to offer much less capability. Planet Lab resolution is 3 to 5 meters. But the interesting thing about small sats, like any other disruptive innovation, is they're moving relentlessly up the capability curve. So taking an example of attitude control, measure as pointing accuracy. We improved 2 orders of magnitude in 5 years, and the improvements are much faster than expected. So we would be another 2 orders of magnitude in the next year or 2, and that's really something. My 4th point is, while currently Earth observation and remote sensing and communication are sort of the initial killer apps of small sats, and they do comprise most of the activity today, the really interesting stuff is in other applications such as low-cost RPO services or space-based situation awareness. Things like space-based space situation awareness, things that we just couldn't do with smaller spacecraft. In theory, just with Earth observation and communication satellites, you can even close the case for the commercialization of space, and even potentially, the case for a launch. But a lot of it remains to be seen, which brings me to my well, I'll come back to that. My next point was, while it seems that small sat innovation is a very U.S.-centric phenomenon, in our research we found that there's 70 countries in one way or the other involved in the small sat world, and it's a very international community. So, for example, Danish company GomSpace, they have their software-defined radio is for one of the best values in the community, or the Finnish company ISI, which is developing a small sat SAR platform. So I think it will take some effort to keep the cutting edge in the United States. We cannot take it for granted. And the last point I wanted to make, since I'm a little bit over my 5 minutes, is that a lot of the capabilities I'm talking about are in the future. And I think we really do need to remember that we don't get overtaken by the hype. And just a few days ago, there was this article that talked about how Rocket Lab, which is a small sat launcher, has had one launch, not the ideal orbit. They're valued at $1 billion. Arianespace, which is, it's been around forever, 80 some launches without any flaws, it's valued at $500 million. So there's a lot of really, there's excitement in the community, which I think we need to capture, but we just do need to know that investment is a sign not of success of the sector, it's a sign of interest in the sector. And we should just keep that in the back of our mind. And so the point being, while there's a lot of potential to change the space domain, let's not count our chickens ahead of time. There's a role for government here, and I guess in the rest of the discussion, maybe we can talk about, what that role is. Thanks.
And so, last up on our panel for opening comments is Aaron Rogers, who's Program Manager for Disruptive Space Missions at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory. And so, Aaron, want to go to you and get your take on what can small satellites do, and what's the disruptive change that's coming.
Sure, thank you. One of the challenges of being the last on the panel is to adjust in real time to all the remarks said by your colleagues. And so I share a lot of their common sentiments and thank them for setting the stage for some of my remarks. So I'd like to try to add something new to the conversation, which is, what is the right size of a small satellite? And I think that question has been asked by lots of people for so many years. And I think, historically speaking, it's driven a lot by launch and space access. And even going back a few years, the only way to get to space if you weren't buying a dedicated ride was, first entry was to go as a CubeSat, a 3U CubeSat. And so fast forward to present, we're seeing a lot more access to space and form factors much larger than 3Us, now 6Us, 12Us, conversations of things much larger than that. We're seeing these new commercial rideshare options, dedicated commercial rideshare programs offered. And so that's in the rideshare community. We also have a panel to follow that will talk about access to space for dedicated low-cost launch that can provide also measures of schedule continuity and confirmation, as well as resilience and responsiveness that comes through dedicated launch. So there's excitement about space access now, and that's really important. The other thing is, you think about sort of the size of satellites is once you decouple the launch access component, is what's the mission need? And the first thing people think about is, what's an aperture we need for a picture of the resolution of a ground? What's the antennas and elements of the payload accommodations? And once you can decouple the launch opportunities and now let yourself to think more what's driven by the mission need, you can think about larger form factors. And we actually looked at this a few years ago in a study and found there was sort of a nice gap class of missions, which we sort of proposed to be called express class, and that was was somewhere between a 3U and a 6U and an ESPA or steamer trunk size satellite system. And that was one that was postured to take better advantage of rideshare opportunities, but also give more physical payload accommodation provisions. Size, weight, and power, namely to operate the payloads, the CONOPS and duty cycles of those missions, as well as most at the cost point view, take advantage of commercial technology off the shelf more readily. When you go to small form factors, 3U CubeSats, you oftentimes need to spend a lot of money to miniaturize and package your system as opposed to using what exists and what's got a high maturity form factor. And so with larger form factors now moving forward, we're seeing the opportunity to take advantage of those new cutting-edge integrated subsystems much more readily. I'll point out that traditional small sat systems tend to have a density of about that of water, a gram per cubic centimeter. And we're seeing new small sats being built right now that are more 50 to 70% greater than that. And so we're seeing highly integrated electronics taking advantage of commercial packaging techniques and other state-of-the-art technologies to really drive technology up, as well as to put that in very small form factors. Of course, driving all this is a desire to do, as was noted, field constellations and heterogeneous architectures to support lower cost, high performance, higher temporal and spatial resolution and diversity and global access. And so all that sort of coming together as technology is marrying with launch access, and the application space is coming together. And so we see a very good confluence that the government and the commercial sector is really drawing upon now. I will point out just a few challenges that we still see ahead of us, and it was noted by some of my panelists, is that this confirmation that the proffered performance and quality of some of these the new offerings has not yet been realized. There's still quite a few that are in sort of early stage pitch mode and have actions and plans to get to orbit and demonstrate themselves, but there's still rubber meets the road in that respect. And that takes typically a couple years beyond that Series A round of funding to see those demonstrations occur. Some notable examples that I can think of in recent times was some of the hyperspectral imagery missions being proffered by Boeing and by OmniEarth, and those programs don't exist as flight programs. They moved into analytics, but not the barrier to entry with the satellites themselves. Also, the notion of architectural integration is still a big issue. How do you take the commercially produced data and knowledge products and bring those into the systems that the government and other consumers are used to using? There are good proof positives that this can be done, and recent data buys from NGA for Planet and GPS radar occultation data by NOAA are clear intentions of this desire. Lastly, the notion of pragmatic balance between cost, schedule, and risk as it pertains to system reliability and availability. As we try to seek and utilize the latest cutting-edge technologies in the market, we have to recognize that there's not going to be lots of maturity data or other information to indicate how well that performance will survive in space, and so we have to balance and temper sort of expectations with regards to outages or mortality, which can be in opposition to traditional norms. I had 4 items, which I should say the last one is sort of architectural resiliency and timeliness issues that are driven by ground network access, and how do we build robust networks that we can use and access. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, well, the first question, I want to go down the line here and ask each of you to comment on this idea of resiliency, picking up on what Aaron was talking about there at the end. The U.S. military and the Air Force in particular have talked a lot about the need to improve the resilience of our space capabilities in recent years, and part of this is because we're seeing proliferation of threats around the world. But you look at our military satellite constellations, and for the most part, our constellations have a small number of large satellites. And you look at this most recent budget request, and there's beginning the early stages of follow-on programs for advanced DHF and for SBIRS, for missile warning and protected comms. And we appear to be continuing to do the same thing, buying a small number of large, highly aggregated, very expensive satellites that are going to take a very long time to build and put onto orbit. How can small satellites help improve resiliency for military space systems? Do you want to start?
Sure. So thank you. So I think there are a number of ways that small sats will ultimately help the resiliency. I'd like to start off by echoing something that Bobby has said, that a lot of this is in the future. And as one builds a robust architecture, a resilient architecture, it also has to have relatively low risk when it goes up. And so what I think you would see is a time shift where initially it's going to continue, the constellations are going to continue looking like they look, But over time, as the small sat capability becomes a reality, I think you'll start to see the architecture being able to blend in, and either you get a heterogeneous system from day one, or you get the ability to quickly replace or surge on a time scale that's much shorter than the traditional constellations to supplement the existing things. But again, it's going to be sort of proof in the pudding first, and I think we've seen that already with things like imagery, where national security has adopted some commercial imagery to supplement the capabilities of existing systems. But it's got to be proven to be real before it can go operational.
As tempting it is to talk about strategic resiliency, I'm going to actually talk instead about industrial resiliency, because the one thing I've observed firsthand since being at DIUX, I mean, we have some great companies that will work on developing our cutting edge technology. It takes a while for these satellites to get employed, and then they last forever. And what do you do with these guys in the meantime? And a lot of these companies, they get fewer and fewer by the day, and you don't have that churn so that you have the mentors training the next generation of engineers. So that alone is there's not a lot of resilience in that model, and I think we've seen gaps just in space over the 60 years that was talked about earlier. So the nice thing is when you bring in these commercial solutions, just as was mentioned earlier, you could take more risk, you can experiment, you can do things that you can't do with these large programs of record. And at the same time, you can be seeding the technology. We're actually working on a battery project right now, because the lithium-ion batteries for that small form factor just ain't going to cut it. And if you're going to incorporate the latest, greatest battery technology on our expensive systems, you want to build some space heritage first. The commercial options are the best way to do that, because it allows the labs to get into space not just fast, but on a recurring basis. So we can do agile experimentation and development without really sacrificing a lot. And then those technologies will find their way over into the other side, but also keep a lot of smart people gainfully employed between the real big projects that they do every 20 years or so.
So without repeating anything that Bill or Colonel Bhutto said, I think one thing we should point out is that, you mentioned the large number of launches coming up. 80% of these are commercial. So I think we can assume that if there's any resiliency expectations, they would be from commercial industry. And that is where it actually gets interesting and complicated, because a lot of the companies that we looked at aren't building, aren't using radiation hardened parts. They're using cheap COTS parts. They are not their standards for cybersecurity aren't as high as, our traditional NTMs or even non-NTMs are used to. They are proposing commercial-oriented approaches. They are, as I think one of the panelists said, they are looking at global markets. And so, if there's a lot of money coming from an adversary at time of war, it's unclear that we can just assume that every commercial actor is going to be on the side of the United States. I mean, it's not like the aircraft model where, we can just take over the airlines. I think in order for some of that to happen, we need to take action to make sure that in time, whether it's peacetime or wartime or whatever, we are able to leverage these commercial small sat developments, which means, there needs to be support. So we did some interviews as part of some work we were doing. And one thing we heard from a lot of the DoD and government folks is, we'll wait and watch. Let's see them get successful on their own, and then then we'll purchase. We'll be a customer. We'll be a consumer. And I think that's all well and good, but then we have to be prepared for the possibility that these companies may move overseas. They may have enough customers overseas that their products are customized to other countries' needs. And it doesn't have to be anything nefarious either. I mean, let's say, if TIVAC has customers in Norway, a lot of what their algorithms are going to be focused on water-based analysis as opposed to land-based analysis. And I think we would need to be okay with that. So I guess my bottom line is that in order for this resiliency to be planned and for it to be real, we need to make plans. We need to figure out how it's going to happen and not just assume that, oh, well, we have a commercial sector. They have small sats. We're all set.
So, Aaron, I'm realizing I put you again at the end. Next question, I'll start with your end.
All right.
Well, what's left to say?
Well, I was just going to add that I think the points were made that we're not looking at replacing exquisite systems, but rather complementing and augmenting those. That's an important point to reemphasize. And I think as the government looks at opportunities to leverage commercial endeavors, technologies, and programs and capabilities, the question that many of our sponsors are looking at is, do we want to develop and source from them an integrated solution or a dedicated solution? Meaning, do we want to buy data from them, or do we want to stand up our own duplicative system that leverages product line capabilities of those? And that really drives to a point of a business model of the companies. And so we're seeing both an appetite early stage of these startup companies to want to work with the government and government sponsors to do pathfinders and get their boots on the ground. But really, their venture cap backers in many cases are looking at markets that are well beyond that of a very stable government market. And so we see a divergence occurring down the road. And so how does the government access the commercial market capabilities, but at the same time recognize that there's not necessarily a long-term relationship that may be enjoyed at present? So I think that there's a rising tide here, but there are still questions to be worked out.
And so I'll start at your end then, Aaron. So my last question before we open it up for questions from the audience is, if we want to see the small satellite market succeed this time around, what does the government need to do, or what does the government need to stop doing to help enable this to occur?
Well, that's a great question, and I hate to start with something as dry as mission assurance or risk posture and that sort of thing, but when we talk about trying to embrace all of the good aspects and momentum and resources being drawn into the commercial sector for government purposes, we have to recognize that there is going to be some lessons learned and crawl, walk, run, and experiences that may not be successful off the gate. And so part of that is tempering expectations and learning to understand that the risk posture is a little bit atypical in that respect. At the same time, engaging the companies and communicating expectations, perhaps providing resources to help make them successful are ways in which that risk can be mitigated in some respects. But I think the dialogue needs to be not just give me what you got, but also let's try to strike some common grounds to how we can work together is going to be essential.
Flavia, thoughts?
I like lists, so I'll give you a list. What does the government need to do? I mean, I think one thing the government has to do is fund upstream R&D. So, emerging areas of technology, optical communication. I mean, absolutely, there needs to be some government investment in it. Technologies which are not of interest to commercial actors. Active debris removal. I mean, I think that's something the government needs to invest in. So that's the first area, R&D for upstream activities. Second one, risk reduction. I mean, there's all these technologies that we have. It would be useful for the government to participate in as either a public-private partnership or be leaders to figure out how to take it to a level where we can, they are routine. Third ones, and actually it's a boring one, but if you interview industry, that's the first thing that they tell us is industrial commons. We want databases. We want to know what components work. We want to know what is the history of a particular system. We want to know. We want testing facilities. We want thermal vacuum chambers, that sort of thing. So the government has a role there. The next one is supporting standards. Whether it's a CubeSat standard or some other sort of small sat approach. I think this one may be a little bit controversial, but something to think about: subsidizing launch. Especially if there's emerging new technologies that won't get venture funding or that sort of thing. Next one, and I think that's the one we talk about a lot, just being a customer. And DOD and NGA and NOAA and NASA are all doing a good job there, trying to purchase and supporting industry by being a customer. And last but not least is regulation. And by that I don't mean create regulation or impose regulation, but just think about what are the sorts of things we need to think about. What do we need to do to make sure we have safe on orbit activity, or what should be the standards for image resolution. And again, maybe there isn't any, but we need to just think about it. That's the role of the government, I mean.
Yeah, so one of the things you mentioned there is, the government being a customer and buying some of the services or capabilities that are being provided. So, Colonel Buteau, what is DIUX doing to be a good customer?
Yeah, we're pretty opinionated on this. So we think that the government needs to be an outstanding anchor customer. So for a lot of these are a lot of emerging startups, new ventures, and we don't fund 100% of anything. We don't put out a laundry list of requirements, we put out a problem statement, and the companies respond by saying, here's how our commercial solution can solve your problem. And by doing that, we're not reinventing these companies by just doing business with them, right? So we test that model of using their commercial solutions to solve our problems, and that's really good. But when they have difficulties, which they invariably do, we have a wide range of resources at our disposal, so we can bring technical assistance to them. So I think, we don't always have to do the government subsidy, although I think that's something more on the launch side. But a lot of times, the best assistance we can do is just give the technical assistance, or steer them away from doing things maybe we've got some experience in the past. And I will echo one other thing, which is very important, is that we have to be on the leading edge of the policy and regulation, because a lot of the policies and regulations that are there were crafted decades ago, and we've made some decisions in the past that have impeded the evolution of commercial space industries in the United States, when the Europeans, the Canadians, and the Japanese did not. So we have to be competitive, as an industrial nation. So,
Bill, what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, no, my thoughts are I'm feeling really sorry for Aaron for the last two rounds. So that was a very, very complete answer. I agree with absolutely everything that was said, and the only thing that I would perhaps embellish is that traditionally, right, the role of the government should be to help create the appropriate environment or ecosystem for the private sector to succeed. And in addition to the basic science, which tends to not be supported by industry, the regulatory environment, the legal liability issues and all are absolutely critical. And I know that the legislative branch is now starting to look at this very seriously. I know the House Science, Technology, and Space Committee just dropped a bill on, I think it was called the Space Commerce Free Enterprise Market Act. It's a catchy name. And in that, they actually cover a lot of the basic ideas that have been discussed. It's actually a very, I think, forward-leaning draft bill. And but I think that that's, again, an important role for the government to help not create wealth, but to create the environment by which industry can create wealth and capability.
Okay, so with that, I want to open it up to questions from the audience. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and we'll bring a microphone over to you. So let's start over here. And please state your name, let us know where you're from.
Steve Albee, I'm representing myself. The chart that you put up at the beginning, Todd, you expressed your general skepticism, as you often do, about kind of hockey puck curves like that. But much of the growth people are talking about assumes the economies of scale and risk and cost that are going to drive this. I'm curious from the panel, what do you see in the near term over the next 12, 24, 36 months? Are there indicators that we're likely to see that are going to tell us whether we're going to see this explosion or not? What are the early warnings of success or failure in this emerging market? Thanks.
Thoughts?
A couple interesting markers that I've seen as pertains to constellations like OneWeb, who have looking to launch 1,000 satellites plus, is how do you achieve a price point that makes that profitable and economical, and that trickle-down effect of having expectations of trying to build a $500,000 satellite delivered to launch vehicles is the supplier chain that are trying to feed in that. And so we're seeing evidence of suppliers that would traditionally support star trackers that may have been $500,000 now selling them for $5,000. And so we are seeing people trying to innovate and work within, of course, large-scale contracts to support these large-scale production activities. And then correspondingly, how do you bring together those pieces? Well, as large investments in the upfront and are ready to develop automation, integrated test, and production line assemblies to support those kinds of activities. And it's that's the only way they can achieve the throughput to create 1,000 satellites within a meaningful period of time. And so it's a pretty large what do you call it, sphere of influence that's being touched by these large programs.
I guess the one I would add is NOAA has just given out its first license for an on-orbit operator. So again, it's a positive sign. Again, it's not something that's going to put 1,000 satellites up in LEO, or GEO, but it's a sign.
I'm going to throw my weight behind it. It's really going to come down to the launch, a small launch, because the commercial small sats are really only become interesting, I think, at scale. And you can put a lot of them up, but they have to be in the right orbits. Rideshare, my opinion is that rideshare is incompatible with commercial satellite constellation employment. You can't have this random way of just throwing stuff out. And on a DoD side, we wouldn't be very good stewards of space if we're paying to put a lot of small things in unpredictable orbits. So it's imperative that we get a small launch, and that every payload can be a primary payload. In other words, we have to be able to get every small satellite to its mission design orbit. And that's not a small feat. So, but there's a lot that we can do in the middle ground. But I do think that the success of this small commercial satellites is really going to be tied very tightly with launch. You can't have a constellation if they're all sitting in the barn waiting to go up.
Already said it all. Okay. Here, next question up front.
Thank you. Sandra Irwin, reporter with Real Clear Defense. I had a question for the Colonel. In your portfolio at DIUX, can you talk about some of the contracts that have been awarded under your portfolio? And going forward, what kinds of companies are you talking to? There's a lot of startups. Can you say a little bit about what the environment is like right now? Thanks.
Right. So one of our prime directives is that we always allow the commercial companies to decide when they want to announce that they're doing work with us, and it's not for all the reasons you think. Actually, a good portion of the companies that we work with are still in stealth mode, which means that they're doing developmentals, they're trying to get their strategic advantage, but they don't want everybody to know what's going on, and it's interesting to see. We've developed a good rapport and leveraged a lot of the relationships established by the labs with the venture community. So that's how we get access to a lot of these emerging companies. There's two that I know that are at least discussed publicly. I think one is Capella Space, and another one, Orbital Insight. So there's an example of a small satellite company and a data analytics company. And the interesting thing there is that they're doing all the things that have been talked about on the panel, moving feverishly towards this objective. Again, we only put in a small amount of money, and they're developing these commercial capabilities for not just a U.S. market, for a global market. So but because we have this contractual agreement with them, and that's actually it's what we do our work under other transaction authority, which is a little exception to the federal acquisition rule. So we have a lot of flexibility, and what will happen is, and we do a competitive award, so it's not just those two companies, but we, over the course of the work, which will be 18 to 24 months, we follow milestones. We can continue on that course of work. We can rescope it. We might pivot if they were focusing on, let's say, the energy sector, and they move towards, maritime. As long as it's consistent with what our end state is, we can pivot with them. Or, to coin a very important phrase when we were set up, is the fail forward fast. We can experiment with the company, but if 6 months or a year into it, it just doesn't look like we're a good match, we can bow out, and they're still a commercial company, which is really great, because we don't want to create defense contractors. The idea is we want non-traditional solutions, and if it works at the end of this, the Congress has allowed us to be able to go to a sole source contract or to a production contract without having to recompete, as long as we do a competitive solicitation at the front end of this whole deal. So it's actually a lot of fun.
All right. Next question, right here. Bringing a mic around. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Pat Hose with Janes. Colonel, question for the Colonel. Can you talk a little more about this battery experiment? Maybe give us a timeline and a goal, and perhaps are you experimenting with new battery technologies that aren't commonly used right now?
So what it is our portfolios and our focus, we usually like to, we don't invent anything like the labs do. We actually look at where the hot, parts of the commercial sector are. And with the recent advent of electric vehicles, I mean, there's like big money going on, to find, better alternatives to lithium-ion technology. We're really pretty much just a little bit shy of the theoretical limit. But just like everything else we're looking at, there's these convergences of different technologies and metamaterials and our ability to manipulate things at the nanoscale. There's some great things going on that they're not quite in the commercial sector yet, but they're kind of at that tipping point. So that's why it's so invaluable that we, our chief scientist at DIUX, Dr. Bernadette Johnson, she's an alum of MIT Lincoln Labs. And so our Boston office is a half a mile from MIT. We're about, a little more than a half a mile from SRI out in Silicon Valley, but I can go to coffee, I can get together with those guys, and they give us great ideas about who's doing stuff in the space. There's companies that spin out of the labs, and we like to keep track of those folks and what they're doing. So without getting into proprietary stuff, there's just a lot of interesting activity in this environment. And the wonderful thing is the companies that are doing this stuff are all wanting to produce cells that are about the size of a lithium ion cell. So when we talk to our satellite providers or our folks working on drones or anything else that are interested in battery technology, if it's cheap and they're able to take higher risk, we can bring these technologies in and test them. And for the duty cycle, to get these duty cycles from a double or triple where they're at right now, that's the equivalent of having a second and third satellite that you would have to launch otherwise. So it's really neat. So a duty cycle, well, actually, I'm gonna defer this down to our APL guy, because I know he can give you a better answer on it.
A duty cycle, the percentage of time that a payload or some device may be on is a function of an orbit or a rev or a day. While I have the mic, I just want to add one clarifying point, which is exciting to see all these new technologies coming forward, advanced manufacturing techniques, new battery technologies, mechanisms, things that really enable dramatic improvements in capability. The challenge we're seeing as the spacecraft and developer side, the payload developer side, the satellite developer side is really accelerating, is how do we then bring that back to the launch side and say, okay, this isn't a risk, it is a new battery you've never seen before, but trust us, it's not going to have a Samsung event, it's going to be okay. and other mechanisms, things of that nature. So there's it's an interesting, a bit of a strain gauge that's basically pulling back some of the advances, because these people also want to launch their satellites, and so how do you verify that these will perform as expected? So it's an interesting choke system in some respects, but exciting.
Question right here.
Hi, I'm Travis Cottom from SAIC, and my question is referring to the 25-year orbital debris mitigation guidelines. So we have thousands of proposed small sats, a lot of which only will operate for a couple of years. And a lot of these companies want to have a high refresh rate so that they don't lose capabilities. Do you think that we need to start thinking about revisiting that timeline of 25 years, bringing it down, and when do you think that would be the right time to do so?
Who wants to take this one first? It's a lot of objects to be thrown up in space, if you look at that chart.
We'll start in the middle, since I mean we're very conscious about this, and I think it's unconscionable that we have CubeSat set up already for a few months, and they're in 25-year or more orbits, and but there's lots of good solutions to that, and I think what's really important is being good stewards of space, and if we're helping to, if the government's going to do business with these companies, and we're going to be that outstanding anchor customer, well, we can set some rules of the road as well. There are technologies for deorbiting these things, and that are fairly mature. We don't have to put them in really high orbits. A lot of these sensors will actually perform much better in lower orbits than higher ones. But it's something that it takes a lot of careful planning. We shouldn't be putting large numbers of these CubeSats in the orbital altitudes with our manned spaceflight systems. And there's other good solutions using platforms and whatnot. But our intent is to try to spur the small launch community so that we have the ability to put all these payloads exactly where they need to be, and not by happenstance.
Bhavya?
So to your point, yes, the 25-year guideline was arbitrary to begin with, and certainly we should have started yesterday to look at it again. So your point taken, but I just wanted to add a couple things. That the things you worry about, of course, we don't want debris in space, but the things you worry about are the things you worry about first are things like rocket bodies and other bigger things that are much more problematic before getting to the CubeSat. Small sat issue. Again, not to say that they should be irresponsible behavior, but we need to. So there's a study by NASA, which is public, which really does look at debris by size, and where so you need to be looking at the very small things and the very big things before you get to the 10 centimeter and above, 10 to 100 centimeters. So that's it. That was just a point to make. And then again, in addition to guidelines, there is. And there's other solutions, active debris removal. There's the issue of propulsion. I mean, right now, most CubeSats, no CubeSats have propulsion. And there's several companies and several organizations working on CubeSat and small sat propulsion. Those things are important to continue to focus on, because you could maneuver them out of the way. So lots of things need to happen simultaneously, including looking at the debris mitigation guidelines.
I'll just offer that present day, with the optic now shifting to very good stewardship of space, you're not going to launch on a U.S. launch vehicle without some mitigation and deorbit plan that shows a timely deorbit, so you're not going to be resident for infinity. The question that was raised, which is how do you get down beyond your mission lifetime, and there's, as noted, several techniques for passive deorbit as well as other things that don't involve propulsion. So I think there's a much greater focus on being, like I said, good stewards of space. And companies are trying to go to space and bring satellites to orbit, like NanoRacks to station, others going to ride shares, are trying to be very proactive in engaging NASA and others in those safety concerns.
And I would also just point out that a lot of these mega satellite constellations that we're talking about, they're going to have a vested interest because they want to keep using those same orbits for their follow-on constellations. So they're going to have an interest in making sure they don't create debris for themselves.
One rate attack, the liability never goes away. So, so if they're going to get, if you're one of these large venture firms, or or if you're on the board of directors of these companies, you're going to be paying attention to the fact that you don't want something with your brand name up there becoming a collision hazard for something else at a later date.
All right, other questions? We have one back over here, on the right-hand side.
Hi there, Amy Camo from Bryce Space and Technology. So in order to have this spike in the small satellite industry, they have to be physically built and operated. Do you foresee any special pop-up companies that could come in and be a specific satellite manufacturer? Or do you foresee that the traditional bigger companies will take on these contracts and kind of pass on the buck to smaller companies that are already there?
All right. Who's going to build all these small sats?
So wait, so the question is, are there smaller manufacturers of small sats? Sorry, can you clarify? Yeah? Okay.
Do you believe that the traditional commercial companies that are already out on the market now, are they going to be the ones that are building the small sats in the future, or are smaller companies that are going to kind of pop up in the next few years, are they going to be the ones that specialize in these specific applications?
So it isn't smaller companies that will pop up. They already have. So a lot of the really interesting work is being done by the smaller companies. So there's a company called NovaWorks, which is developing sort of a Lego style satellite, which you can just build up. There's other companies like DIUX System, which are developing completely new approaches to low cost and mass manufacturing of satellites. And there's a huge list of companies doing very interesting different ways of building satellites. But just to add to that, I don't think the big companies are sitting around. I mean, they are learning their lessons. They will be building. They will be catching up. So it'll be a very exciting ecosystem of a lot of innovation.
Well, and Aaron, what are you seeing down at the component level? Are there opportunities for new companies to get in? Like you said, the example of a star tracker before. Could a company get in that just specializes in star trackers that are very low cost for small sats?
That's a good question. I think if you looked at the state of the industry 10 years ago, it was a fairly blank slate, very limited suppliers, whereas now you've got a huge spaghetti mess of companies that are developing individual subsystem components that are also servicing their own